Okay, let's try this again, and hopefully I can get through this live without wanting to hack my lungs up. But we're going to get back to what's showing right behind me. Is if you can look this up more than one way, but this is the release of Howard County Sheriff's Department case 2017 00269. Sierra Daly, that child exploitation, the child porn, the missing runaway. And this is where you will see a certain content creator, just to stay relevant, is going to lie to you. Gabriel Ellis, when he was picked up, it was a SUV with expired plates. The only two items that were found, besides the missing underage girl, Sierra Daly, you had Paige Turley, the driver, with her wife in the passenger seat up front. It was not a car like a certain lying content creator begging for donations wants to lead you on to think. And the only two items, there was no mysterious trail cams, no other items besides a 40 caliber in a possession of a violent felon at that, Gabriel Ellis's possession. The only two possessions he had in his possession, no trail cameras, you lying con artist piece of shit, but rather scales, a bag of meth, and a 40 caliber handgun was the only possessions and the only items in that truck, besides the humans. This has been let known down to the PCA. The PCA, what it does not tell you is Tiffany Tender, Haley, his daughter, girlfriend, called them in February 15th. They had the KPD in Howard County starting the telling investigation. It was only after Gabriel Ellis's daughter, girlfriend, Tiffany Tender, called them in, tipped them in on they were at their apartment on a 105 East Harrison. The same apartment was used in Marlena Smith. This I was wired as an FBI informant turned federal witness in her daughter's case, allowed to become a federal victim by Tyler French and his friends. After Karina's one thing, the physical attack that I have to get facial reconstruction surgery on the left side of my face. Yeah. The murder hit around 14 cars surrounding my ex's place where there was two children, one a toddler. This is one thing I haven't really said. The hell stickers? What do you mean? And Keegan Klein, he actually is involved in how he is not being brought up or any issues. His own words. He was there at the bridge. Do you guys forget that? Keegan Klein was there at the bridge earlier that day, and Liberty German didn't show up, so he left. His own words. They were having a planned meeting there at the bridge, but she never showed up, so he left. So how is he not like involved in all this? Because another thing, Blaine Nelson, if you guys go back and listen to the live I did with Blaine Nelson, you realize there was an older child predator, Gabriel Ellis, that taught Keegan Klein everything he knew and had complete power and control over the younger child predator. Yeah, he was learning everything he knew on how to be a chomo from a older Gabriel Ellis. Child exploitation, child porn. Blaine Nelson actually says that yes, right there, when it came to Keegan Klein, and it's Keegan, it's when I got introduced to him 3 doors down. His first underage girlfriend just turned 18, lived 3 houses down from where I was staying with my ex. We were introduced to Keegan Klein as Keegan before he broke up with Abriana Valder and got with her cousin. When he was arrested, he was picked up at her cousin's house. When Abriana Valder broke up with Keegan Klein, he got with her cousin, the same cousin he was with when he was arrested. But when it comes to Keegan Klein, I want you guys to remember what Blaine Nelson said when it came to the new meth connection. And I've got further information by a Justin individual that let it be known there was a marriage that a lot of them, like Blaine Nelson, Gabriel Ellis, others, went to school with there in Kokomo, married into the cartel over in Vegas. The non AK sleep dope, the new drug connection to Vegas, they sent Keegan Klein and his friend over to Vegas as meth mules. Gabriel Ellis, Blaine Nelson, Josh Eberling, Kyle Stacy, Tyler French, those are the individuals that were put in this new connection. They sent Keegan Klein, Blaine's own words. He did not go for weed. He was sent as a meth mule for that cartel drug ring there in Kokomo. So, yes, Keegan has a lot more involvement than he wants to lead you on. And I feel 100% the other individual using his sign on credentials to get onto that Anthony Shots account. It's kind of weird. If you look back, look at the picture, then look where Tyler French tried matching his hair to look like that Anthony Shots account. Look back on that and look on his social media. Tyler French, the bleached blonde hair, he's trying to be that picture, trying to look like that individual around that time. But when the poofy brown hair, the messed up eye, oh yeah. And if you looked on anything I've shown you in the last few videos, years ago, Jessica Clifton, his fiance, and him, years back, started tampering with me, threats, their own words. Go ahead and share this on your social medias. It's not like anybody gives a fuck or watches or pays attention. Go ahead and share it. Then here recently, just last month, I want you to keep the same mindset they had in their minds when individuals was rolling on that drug ring. There was dealers turned serial killers. Garrett Gertz, among others, including Tyler Joe French, that had involvement in Karina Mcclerkin's case. Not only did her mom let that be known, you'll be surprised what Blaine Nelson let be known. I've got all his texts and all his Facebook messages screenshotted. I've got that. It's things like I've been sitting on Tina Riddell, like her son, not son, but yeah, her son was close to Karina Mcclerkin, was upset, devastated. He loved that girl. But I want you to keep in mind 105 East Harrison, that basement, that bathroom was used in Karina Mcclerkin's murder 126 days before. Tina let it be known, Cheyenne, before she was ever named as a witness of Cheyenne being there, and if anybody would have seen BG or know who BG is, this is back 2017, 2018. Tina was already naming Cheyenne, along with her daughter and a bunch of other names, friends of Cheyenne, just like Sierra Daly and her family. If you really want to dig in, look where Cheyenne's biological mother was living, Kokomo, Indiana. So on the split custody, she'd go stay in Kokomo with her mom. How do you think she was starting to run around with individuals like the Foster Park crew? You've got Sierra Daly, her little buddies. I've got Cheyenne's original Facebook friends list, all of them documented. And with that, you're going to see individuals like Gabriel's underage girlfriend that was with him, that was helping him, that knows the truth. And if her cousin, say, Crystal Daly, I don't think she was there. I don't think she went with them, but they knew Gabriel Ellis and his drug ring went and committed Delphi. And when I asked them, do you think your cousin went with them, was there, helped them? I don't think she was. This is the same family that I've got it documented. 48 hours within Karina Mcclerkin missing, foul play, presumed, already foul play involved. Within 48 hours missing, you've got her cousin, the same Sierra Daly, her side of the family, letting her boyfriend know. Paige Daly was letting her boyfriend know off of social media. He came back in the same thread. I can't believe she's dead. I cried when I heard. That's the same family that kept the whole her missing. She was spotted in Florida, among other avenues of pushing the false narrative, noting Karina Mcclerkin was murdered, and then her mother naming the firefighter, just like Judge Phelps. There was elected officials, the Good Old Boys Club, just like firefighters, like Curtis Phelps. When it came to sexual trafficking, they jump right on it. Just like the firefighter that paid more than once to do what he did to Karina Mcclerkin. Then Blaine Nelson, that live I did with him, word for word. Her mother said, went through that bathroom wall. They put a mirror over that wall, hiding it from their landlord. Blaine said it looked like a big fist went in the wall. Karina's own mother, Marlena, when I was wired, then I had just like the 2018 video I did inside KPD, where you see Indiana State Police, Miami County Post, Kokomo Detective, Benzinger. You've got Sean Haas. After that 2018 video, he up and quit. Took his retirement. Over 24 KPD officers after that 2018 video. Then I've got the individual that made sure I had my cell phone running. Are you live? He's got it in a phone call with me where members of the St. Patrick Catholic Church that he was taking me to was coming after him and his family, KPD, and the members of St. Patrick's. You've got a parishioner saying the KPD and others within that church, the same church that protected and opened their hands to a child predator, firefighter, exposing himself to an underage babysitter. Lewd comments, do you like what you see? I know what I like what I see. His actions to an underage babysitter, walking him back with open arms, just like they hired a individual, Chuck Jansen, his child exploitation crimes at Taylor School Community. He was allowed to resign instead of getting fired for texting little boys, telling them to abuse him and talk dirty to him. He'll give them anything they wanted to get pictures. But St. Patrick's hired this individual. And guess what church he went to? The same church you got mayors like Greg Goodnight, which was sitting friends with Dustin Rourke and among other federally rated dealers. I've got the agent by name. When I asked them, did Kokomo or Howard County during the federal 2018 raids, did they have any active involvement in these raids? No. Why is that? Conflicts of interest. Just like you have a Maine Howard County Commissioner, Paul Wyman, documenting sitting friends with multiple dealers within that federally cartel drug ring. The dealers, Blaine Nelson. He spoke at Blaine Nelson's funeral, and he admitted he has been best friends with him and his family for years now, just like other federally rated dealers. Dustin Rourke, Pudge Papacholo. When it comes to Pudge Papacholo, which is Reggie Valentine, you're going to see an individual, Gino Gambino. Same Gino Gambino, among others, in and around this drug ring that was sitting friends, and I've got Brad Holder's full friends list. Gino Gambino is one of these that go back to in and around this drug ring that's sitting friends right there with Brad Holder, among others. Imagine that. And Brad Holder. And give me a second. I'm going to read up, see what you're reading. She was all what seems like Kelsey was. I'm reading back some of your messages. Give me a second. And I'm reading. What do you mean? Was Willa speaking the truth? And Shaw, I'm reading the comments now. What do you mean? What do you mean? Telling the truth? But I can tell you this right now. Robin Boudreaux, aka the Prof, is trying to tell you that there was uh trail cams in the back. You can look up Kokomo Police Department when they pulled him over. They let it be known, like the case, Howard County case number above, and you can see right here behind my screen. There was only meth and a 40 caliber handgun. It was the only two things that was in that vehicle. No trail cams, no false narratives to get content, to get donations, to act like, oh, I'm doing all this work and digging. It's a lie. Yet another con artist, just as bad as Greeno, is doing just to get content, to stay relevant. That was a blatant lie, just like they were working with the defense team and needed everything I knew against Blaine Nelson, Megan Allen, Tina Riddell. He never knew even to talk about Blaine Nelson, let alone what to talk about. It's just like if you look back to Prof, he could never attack CJ back when him and Casey Conwell was butting heads. He swore up and down he was going to expose Casey Conwell and all the ties and connections back to the drug ring. Other than the one individual, Kristen Kinney, was the only individual that Casey himself talked about. But Mr. Robin Boudreaux, the Prof, was swearing up and down. Guess who is trying to get the ties and connections back to that drug ring in Casey Anthony? I sat on it. I refused to drop that. And look, he had nothing. Just like his hurried up live after he tried saying he's working with the defense team. But yet, when I was like, fine, if that's the truth, I'm going to call and make sure is a Robin Boudreaux, aka the Prof, working with the defense team like he says he is. So when I said I was going to pick up the phone call and make a phone call to Matthew, the retired fire chief, who's now a private investigator for the defense team, been known, documented, being paid as part of the defense team. Oh, I lied. I lied. I have nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with it. When I said I was going to pick up the phone call, fine, I'll call Andrew. I'll call Andy. And I'll call Matthew, the private investigator. Let's see if this is true. Look back in my community wall. I'll let that be known. I'll let that be shown. I'm not going to lie for you. I'm not going to lie for you. Give you anything that you're going to give your audience of why they should become members, why they should donate to you. No. And with it, you noticed Both times, Casey Conwell, CJ, he couldn't back himself up with anything. Why? Because I refused to give it to him. I'm surprised him and Matt Sullivan, the AK fake private investigator, as I'm exposing this drug ring, these killers that are in and around these Facebook groups like Mark Macaluso, you notice he's been kind of quiet here lately? He's sitting in Howard County jail. Just like, or not Mark Macaluso, but yeah, his ties and connections back to that drug ring. I'm about to show you guys when Mark Macaluso's in these chats, donating, trying to act like he's there for justice. The drug ring ties and connections, him and his family are all around. He's not there for justice. He's getting all the information he could prior to this case going live to get back to his friends and family. Like Michael Myers. Everybody thought it was just a nickname. No, it's his real name. Look up Michael Myers sitting behind bars right now in Howard County. Violation of work release. Michael Aubrey Myers is a real individual out of Kokomo. Look his my case up. You notice where Michael Myers has been quiet in a lot of chats? Yeah, he violated work release. He's now sitting in Howard County jail. So individuals that you guys allow in and around your groups, your Facebook groups, just like Elvis Fields, Rick and Shelly Collins, they run at least two Facebook groups. They're members of a lot of these Facebook groups, but I'm about to let it be known Rick and Shelly Collins, her husband, has family down in Rushville. And I've got conversations with Shelly Collins, Collins, and it's Shelly Collins, Rick and Shelly Collins on Facebook, in a lot of these Facebook groups. And her husband, family down in Rushville, are longtime family, close friends, and always having Elvis Fields over. So any information she was getting out of these Facebook groups and these online communities, she was feeding it back to her husband, his side of the family that lives in Rushville, and meeting. She tried saying it was only once with Elvis Fields at her husband's families there in Rushville, and I've got this all in writ where she's admitting it wasn't just once; it was multiple times. Her and her husband, why she's part of these groups like Monica Walla, running at least two Facebook groups for Abby and Libby. But yet, when it comes down, all she was doing is getting her family, her husband's family friend, and their friends all the information they needed to keep their asses out of jail. This is why they're looking at you, Elvis. Rick and Shelly Collins was doing nothing but getting her husband's family there in Rushville, close best friends with longtime family friends of Elvis Fields, information to feed back to him on here. This is what they're looking for. Oh, and they're helping push the false narrative, the narrative away from Elvis and their friends. Yeah. Be careful on who you trust in these Facebook groups and in these chats. Not all of them are here for justice. And I've got, just give me a second. And bear with me, I'm still getting over this cold. So give me a second. I'm going to get a couple drinks and pop a couple halls where I can keep talking. Okay, I think I'm back now. And I'm willing if anybody wants to come on and ask me some questions because I've noticed a lot of the times that I'm always live or on somebody else's live, I'm always getting asked questions down the chat. And give me a second. I can add up to 10 people, it says on here. But yes, I'm not one of like these con artists on trying to make everything out of content, but where it becomes personal when it comes to this drug ring, there were 7 individuals that were arrested in 2020. I won't say the city, the town, but in 2020, there was a murder hit on my second cousin. It's already taken a life within my family, and there is a murder hit, not just on me, but it's down to my first cousin, her husband, her daughter that just turned 18, her son, which is my third cousin, a toddler, just so my second cousin will suffer more. They've murdered within my family. So it's became a hell of a lot more personal. I met a friend and I lost a friend in one night, Karina Mcclerkin. These individuals have no clue the hell it is when I try to close my eyes and go to bed at night. Every time I go to rest my eyes to go to sleep, everybody's talking about Seroquel and how strong it can be. I'm at 200 milligrams Seroquel only at night just to try to get me to go to bed. And it's a living hell of seeing that little girl upset, crying, looking behind her, having that bone chilling feeling in the spine of your back. Somebody's watching you, and no matter how hard you looked, you cannot find them. You cannot see who is there in the dark, in the shadows. And this little girl, if they see me, I'm as good as dead. You don't know the hell it's caused my family, me. So it's personal now. You've killed within my family. You've tried killing me. It's personal. It should have you. It should be able to block you from camera and mic. You should be able to just block the camera and just come on mic. Do you have a StreamYard? Because I'm trying to see if you come on. Because I'm paying attention, trying to see if uh, it'll pop up and show me that you're wanting to come on, and I can pull you in. My Google, I've had to do that. Uh, StreamYard, it's been having issues. I know bringing over like Google Slides, it's having issues with that. They let us know. I've had a couple times where it's blocked the camera and mic. And what is one thing I am planning on doing, and I want you to guys keep in mind, a lot of people, a lot of these individuals say they're out for getting justice for the missing and murdered. Do you realize not very many people, I've been the one, and I've got her own family. It was me pressuring that drug ring, the ones on her killers, his girlfriend's friends list, Brandy Bradley's friends list. Do you realize her brother, Michael Bradley Jr., was picked up in 2018, the cartel drug ring? Frankie Bradley, her brother, wasn't picked up in the raids, bragged about that, but he was a dealer right beside Blaine, Gabe Ellis. There was a reason they waited 30 days to file her as missing. It's to give that drug ring, their friends, time to get rid of everything. And you realize her remains are still partial burned? Where's the rest of her remains? So on my way to Delphi, I'm not saying the date and time, but I'm filming more than one missing and murdered individuals crime scene, including Brandy Bradley. And I'm going to be trying with my drone, if I can see if I can't spot her remains, any route they would have taken from Kokomo to Kempton, her remains have got to be in one of those ditches somewhere, hidden. The, her own family is wanting that question asked, an answer. Where's the rest of her remains? And yeah, if have you not been on before? It should be. Give me a second. I'll make sure. And Shaw, are you family with anybody like Shanks right there in Kokomo by any chance? There was a former motorcycle member by the last name Shank, or it's Shanks. I won't give his first name out, but yeah, he was telling me a lot of stuff when it comes to Milwaukee Iron, Mobile. Oh yeah. I'm waiting to see if it lets you in. But if you've never been on a live before, and it's there we go. Okay, should I'm trying to participants. It should. Are you on? Okay. I was I able to pull you in here? Because it shows like was I able to get you in here? Because it doesn't show you on right now. Okay, it shows you left. It's popped up that I had a guess, and then I went to go click on you, and it left. Got to bear with me too. I'm on a cell phone doing this, but I am going to be honest with you. In 2016, there was suspects. Some of these individuals, like Curtis Beck, a white supremacist out of Kokomo, he was well known to the FBI, Joint Terrorism Task Force, and the agent Michael Curtis over me, along with other ones like Jeff Brackett, BRA, yeah, BRACKETT. I think that's how you spell his name, Jeff Brackett. But yeah, it's individuals that belong to the same militia group that Brad Horter, Amber Horter, belonged to. And you had AOE, All Eyes in Delphi, or Eye of Apophis, EOI, or whatever, saying that Brad Holder and Amber did not belong to a militia group. That's a flat out lie. Years before Delphi even happened, years before the training on Ron Logan's from February 10th to the 12th was posted on American Patriots 3% militia group, along with other militia groups of a planned training, a weekend training, or 2 day. So it's 2 days and a night, like sleep, pretty much sleep over, bug out training was going on right there at Ron Logan's property. Why do you think the FBI went after Ron Logan so fast? But I finally got the access to this phone, and I've got the cell data. The other phone, we're about to see a lot of things that I have not shown before. Just like I've said on where Tina, this is 2017, 2018, 2019, about the time frame when she was opening up and telling me all. I was letting it be known at the time when I was an active FBI informant turned federal witness and was allowed to become federal victim by this same drug ring, Tyler, Page, and the rest, right after Delphi made my life a living, breathing hell at the apartment I had by myself, multiple attempted break ins, the stalking, the harassment and intimidation, the death threats, the attempted murder hits. One of the worst is when I was pushing a toddler with my cane and my leg braces on down to the store in her stroller. And from going to 2 blocks down the road to this store, coming out of that store, and having an individual that used to pipe up against my face that belongs to him and his family back to that motorcycle clubs that are highly involved in this drug ring, him and his family, tried attempting to run me and a toddler down in a stroller. If it wasn't for me getting clipped and pushing that stroller into a yard where I seen at least two of the Foster Park crew that knew me as Cowboy, if it wasn't for me pushing that stroller into that yard, that baby would have been hit right beside me. I got clipped. I had over 12, including two were in the van. If it wasn't for her pushing her van into the ass end of that Charger, it was a Challenger, my bad. Orange Challenger. If it wasn't for her ass ending that car after it clipped me, barely missing that toddler in that car seat in her stroller, yeah, KPD refused to take any witness statements, let alone charge the individual with hitting me, attempted vehicular manslaughter after giving me the little gun symbol of, oh, wanting to shoot me, saying I had mine on my side with my license to carry in my pocket. Didn't want to get out and try another physical attack. He used his vehicle to do such and hit me, barely missing this toddler. I had, like I said, 12 witnesses wanting to file reports. KPD refused to take a single report, just like the 14 cars surrounding our house. Not long after, I've got the 911 call. It's recorded, and then I've got the original copy. I was telling them I was armed. I had my AR, the shotgun, my sidearm. I was sitting downstairs while there was two adults, three children sitting upstairs. They were armed, and I told KPD and Howard County Dispatch they do not have enough cold storage or body bags. I've got more than enough ammo, among other little tricks of the trade. Propane tanks, the smaller little propane tanks, I had at the front and back doors. And I started letting KPD know I've got it where I know the castle doctrine. Anybody that makes their way into this house is not coming out alive. Either you can get here, do your jobs, and the sad thing is, this happened while I was still an FBI informant, turned federal witness, allowed to become federal victim. FBI knew about this, just like they did Delphi. I'm telling you guys with a out of doubt in my mind. The FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, the same Joint Terrorism Task Force, look up 2016, the Pulse nightclub, the failed investigation, allowed a serial killer to go on to do mass murder. The FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, Florida. Fast forward to 2018, the mass shooting at a children's mass shooting at that school, 2018. They had what? Another investigation information on the mass shooter, and not once but twice, 2016 and 2018. You had the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force coming out to admit they knew intel. They refused to act. Adults and children alike from 2016 to 2018 lost their lives. They knew intel. They refused to act. The same time frame. It's the same Joint Terrorism Task Force. I had people call me nuts, saying, "Oh my God, listen, like Renee Anthony Greeno, that was involved with Delphi and was there and named by Blaine Nelson, among others, including on Karina Mcclerkin, among other cases that he's done nothing but benefit and push the false narrative away from him and his friends in the drug ring in the children's cases that he and his friends helped in. He's trying to say he was living in Delphi. Do I need to show you the whole video I did going out to Mike Katz's hidden compound? The real location where he was living at in Kokomo? All the postings and the time and date stamps saying he was from Delphi. He lived in Delphi. He hung out and did drugs in Delphi with like Jessica JoJo Plunkett, the same Jessica JoJo Plunkett that was trying to send me titty pics, act like she was interested, even though she was with somebody, has their child in their fucking stomach, trying to show me titty pics to get me to fucking not go after her best buddy, Renee Anthony Charles Greeno, and get information like another content creator tried doing the titty and ass pictures. Wonder who that is. It's just sad that I've got individuals trying to do the same thing that this drug ring and individuals within it was trying to do. Then you got ones like Josh Everling. Tell me everything like you're a prosecutor making your case on Gabe Ellis and everybody that's involved. Like, tell me like you're a prosecutor making your case. Do you realize? I want you guys to go back. Cleanly shaven, Kyle Stacy, freshly shaven, baby face, that big old fucking nose. Look back on the first couple days the people were in line. Look at the Thor's necklace, the same one that he was reliving. Delphi, his latest profile, the Thor's hammer. Look over the white hoodie. I'm trying to get you in. It should show you in. It has to have some issues on your end. Or hey, either I can try just doing on regular YouTube. It might be StreamYard being a pain. Still know me a lot. But what I'm kind of getting back is I'm going to be showing you conversations I had like with Anna Williams, 2021. She was trying to make it all about me, and I'm trying to push my narrative things and things that make no it doesn't matter. Anna Williams, what I was showing you, the names and what I was showing you and telling you, I was telling you not only is me, but Baffy, the FBI informant that had the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force there. And the first agent that was involved in your daughter's case, Michael Curtis, was from the Joint Terrorism Task Force. So when she's trying to say it was all, I'm trying to push a narrative that's not going to change anything, her talking about a white vehicle, it's not like they're going to pull over every white vehicle in Carroll County. When I brought up one white colored vehicle with paper plates, the time of Delphi, yeah, there's a white vehicle that Paige Trilly, when she sold her truck, she got a car. Paper plates, time of Delphi. Got rid of it. I heard she moved it up to Walton in her grandmother's garage, just like she did the truck she used in Delphi, and picked up her grandmother's vehicle there in Walton, just a little north of Delphi. Both the vehicles that was used in a missing and murdered case, she took and hid in Walton in her grandmother's barn, and picked up her grandmother's green Jimmy, the same green Jimmy that was pulled over, expired plates. That had Gabriel Ellis in the back with Sierra Daly, her driving. But like I said, I just got access back to his cell phone. You're going to see the who, what, when, where, and why. Like I said, I believe it was 9 to 14 days. I have to go back on the messages, but I'm going to be doing that video here soon on the who, what, when, where, and why that had my agent over me, Michael Curtis, already in Delphi. Everybody thought I was nuts. I was making it all about me, all about a narrative that won't change anything. Anna, Becky, everything I was telling you and I was showing you, I was even letting Becky know that was an FBI informant. I was still active during the girl's case. There was suspects that the FBI, my handler knew, was already involved in a missing murder case. The same missing and murdered case that you see Detective Mullins. You have Mullins and Detective Hammond, both opening a third missing and murdered case. Karina Mcclerkin talking to her family, getting evidence, documenting everything as a third missing and murdered case. And Hammond, not me, did it under what header? The Delphi murder investigation, a third missing and murdered, the same criminal network. The same criminal network you have like individuals like Paul Wyman, his money laundering with his cartel drug ring, other politicians that he's best friends with, among others, like Nicholas McClellan, his own family, Blaine McClellan, dealing partners with Derek German, both raided the same day, same time, 2014. Like I said, what is these multi-dealers, partners, even Del Wood, his 2021 dealing, what are multiple dealers, partners of her family, her dad and her family? What are these dealers doing on a 14-year-old child's friends list? And like I told everybody, take the time. My case, everybody on Liberty German's Facebook. Michaela Babcock, her narcotics, maintaining a common nuisance, a drug house, a narcotic drug house, spice among narcotics, legend drugs. So you mean to tell me Derek was letting his fellow dealers be around his underage daughter? Hell, Mike and Becky Patty was letting her, and they told the nation, not just the locals, the nation. She went and had a sleepover at Michaela Babcock's. The same Michaela Babcock, her and Harley both sit friends. If you look up Nick Edwards, the same Nick Edwards that was sitting friends with Garrett Kurtz, that Garrett Kurtz named, that was getting the snuff and gore of the Delphi murders, the same snuff and gore you have Tina Riddell saying her daughter took pictures of the Delphi girls' murder going on. Was that who was sending it to Nick Edwards? The same Nick Edwards sits friends with like Jennifer Dean Barnes, among others, including serial killers that killed to protect this drug ring, the same drug ring that left and right. I can show you, and I'm about to in the next video. We're going to break down Nick Edwards, his friends list, including Garrett Kurtz. Diller turned serial killers, left and right. We're going to break down every single killer that's sitting behind bars for murder. That you have ones like Brad Holder, Tara German, the Erskines, Anna, Derek, like I said, Brad and Terry, Becky, Mike. The list goes on. And there's over 8 dillers turned killers of this drug ring, murderers that are sitting behind bars. Many that have admitted that, yes, they murdered to protect this drug ring. The same drug ring that you have Anna Williams saying neither one of the families had anything to do with anything with any drug ring. It's a blatant lie. Especially with right after her saying that, 2021, you had Del Wood, the same Del Wood you see on another diller, this time a family member, another diller beside her dad, sitting on her friends list, along with at least a half a dozen other dillers, drug house operators like Michaela, the same drug house that she went and stayed the night. This is this is the life what is being allowed around this child that they do not want you to see. Look up my Michaela Babcock's what was I think 172, 177, whatever days before Liberty German spent the night with her. Just days prior, Carroll County, the locals busted her for maintaining a common nuisance and others dealing out of her house. Look up her names, their names. Who do they go back to? Imagine that. And how dare ye talk about the family of more than one victim? These children that were having family members maintaining a common nuisance, drug houses that are allowing their grandchildren to go to an active, still known drug house, ones around friends like Tyler Joe French, Harley Babcock, Tyler Joe French, friends with ones like that, Gabe Ellis, but yet nothing to see here. Don't look there. You've got politicians like Paul Wyman, Greg Goodnight, Kevin Summers, his son, their families, among multiple others. You've got judges, other politicians, even a senator. The same senator you see best buddies along with others right beside Jamie Noel. His money laundering, his stealing millions from the taxpayers. You've got a sitting senator right there in Kokomo, left and right. When you've got multiple dealers, friends with a senator, no wonder they're saying, we're not afraid of anything. We've got friends in high places. Yeah, the Good Old Boys Club has a Good Old Boys Club protecting them. Everybody's getting paid. Everybody's making money. Okay, now I'll let you on. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. I had to reset everything.
And with the last is that your real last name? I'm not trying to dox you, but you remind me of like when I seen the Shank, Jay Shanks out of Kokomo.
Yeah.
He's a piece of work. So I was
No,
asking you.
no, I have nothing to do with that name. I swear to God.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. So yeah, Michael, I just want to let you know that I do appreciate all your work, and I know that what you're doing is very dangerous, and I do worry about you in that sense. And I think a lot of times when people come to your lives, like tonight, I'm the only one that's responding, and I think people are just afraid, and I get that
Well, I get
because
it too because you've got ones like Tyler Joe French in open emails saying he, and then there's Ricardo Espinosa, like in the
yeah,
2018 dealers
mhm,
and the raids, openly admitting that they sit here and watch and they're laughing along their friends. They're watching these lives and they're laughing,
right,
mocking it.
yeah,
So I've even spoke up to other uh, creators. I'm like, look, you have no clue exactly who's watching these. When I've got Tyler French and others admitting that they're watching it, just like Alan Tinker, he just got out early for 10 years for a murder stabbing he did. He only got 10 years. Got out early, and then he's like, sent me an email. I can't wait. Uh, uh,
right, because
okay, you back on?
I try,
Oh,
yeah,
you're fine.
I tried to hit the chat button because I wanted to see the chat, and it kicked me
Yeah,
right off. It won't let me
it
look.
does. It's got a mind of its own. That's the one thing I hate.
Oh,
Like when I'm
okay,
on a cell phone. But what I was
yeah,
getting at is like Tyler Joe French, like on this community wall, I showed where there was a video, and I
yeah,
showed where years back him and Jessica Clifton, his fiance,
yeah,
did the same shit, like threats and go ahead and share this on social media. It's not like anybody's gonna watch or give a damn. That was years
well,
back. Then what
but
they just did.
they all do give a damn though. That's the problem, and they're trying to stop you from giving any information out. I mean, obviously, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, and what they don't know is the reason why the Kokomo crew, how it was
Mm-hmm.
brought up by the defense team. It
Yeah,
was just, it's a shame because the Delphi team, the defense team, the
yeah,
two times I actually met with Andrew, which he goes by Andy, if you
yeah,
actually get to know him and comfortable with you, you'll just call me Andy. So when I met with Andrew and Matt, I met Matt, oh God, probably about a dozen times, and then
he's
I've got a
he's a
Dropbox with him, the EMSI investigation
yeah,
with the
he's a nice
defense team.
yeah, he is a really nice guy.
Well, I wish you would start kind of listen a little bit more because what I noticed, it's the same thing. Greg Ferenczi, uh,
Mm-hmm.
Click. The times I've talked to Click and I've got the emails, the text messages with me and Click,
Yeah,
he started doing exactly like the defense team. Andrew and Matt with Brad, they were doing exactly what the investigation and the FBI, they were all like steadfast on only what I had on Brad Holder and the certain names they only wanted everything on, especially like Brad Holder. When I talked
yeah,
to Click, it was only on Brad Holder, Brad Holder, Brad Holder. Like anybody I
right,
talked to, it was only like we only want what you have on Brad Holder, the ones like only those names.
right.
Now I know I
And
think Phoenix, like he is another one that said like in another life, he was like,
yeah,
it's weird where it was only they wanted everything on Brad Holder, and that's it.
but nobody
And it's
else.
the same thing. The defense team, Andrew and Matt,
Yeah.
they got stuck in the same rut, and it was we only want everything you've got on Brad. But yet,
Mm,
just like I showed Michael Curtis, when the Sons of Odin, like I said, it was 9 to 14 days after Karina Mcclerkin started. I've
Mm-hmm.
got all those texts back. I've got access to the cell data of the old cell phone I have. I've got a certain individual trying to find the actual phone itself in a
Really?
box, kind of, yeah. But I've got access now legally, like in writ, like it was signed and dated, then notarized,
Yeah.
where I've got the legal access to get to the cell data
Mm-hmm.
of that old cell phone. Well, some of these texts I have now on the cell phone I do have, I've got the
Yeah.
February 15th, where I've actually was getting rushed on February 15th on he needs to hurry up and get back to Delphi. I need to hurry up and he needs to pick me up and pay me, drop me back off because he
In
needs to hurry up and get back to Delphi. And that was in
in
the text.
in 2017.
Yep. February 15th. That's the same thing right there. I've got some dead presidents for you. How the
Yeah.
first agent that was involved with two little girls' murder could make
Yeah.
a joke about anything dead. Hey, I've got some dead presidents for you. And he broke protocol. And that's the thing I've been having, trying to get the Mount Vernon Southern District office. I'm trying to get it away from Indianapolis District
Mm-hmm.
because anything that goes back to the Indianapolis field office, I want you to keep in mind the same field office. It took a federal, uh, what is it? A federal lawsuit. The Larry
Yeah.
Nasser, the victims,
Mm-hmm.
they had child victims. Some of his very first victims in Indianapolis was going and begging the FBI, Indianapolis field office,
Yeah.
for help for years. They were going directly inside the office, begging them to act on Larry and
Yeah.
refused to act.
It
And
was
like I
more.
brought up on earlier in the live, if you look up the FBI Joint
Mm-hmm.
Terrorism Task Force, not once but twice, 2016 and 2018, the same task force down in Florida. You remember where they had to come out the first time, 2016, after the individual after the Pulse nightclub? We had an investigation. We couldn't
Mm-hmm.
find anything. We knew intel. Pretty much refused to act. We're sorry it's not going to happen again. Sorry, I got to
Right.
get a drink.
It's
This
okay.
code, it's been the last 2 weeks. That's why I haven't done a live.
Get some zinc, dude. It works.
Oh, that's another thing. While you're talking for a second, I'm taking another pause. Those have been becoming my best friend.
Yeah, I bet. I bet. But yeah, get some zinc and get it in your system, and
Yeah, right
you know,
now it's actually the only bad thing is with my kidney failure and other like nerve damage.
yeah.
Besides B12, I've got a vitamin D deficiency. Like I can be outside getting tan all I want, and the vitamin D, it's that and B12, it just sucks it out of my body.
Hey, I got the
So I'm
same
like,
exact problem. I got the same exact problem.
so yeah, I do my own shots with like the 20 gauge, like the 18 to 20 gauge needle on the thigh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not fun, but I do my own shots. It beats going and seeing a doctor at a doctor's office getting what $300 a visit. I'm like,
Right.
just give me the injections and the vials myself. It's like
Well,
for
you
two
can do
seconds.
that. You can have them
Yeah, that's
prescribe
what
it
I
to
do at
you.
home.
Yeah, have them prescribe it to you, and then you pick it up from the pharmacy and you do it yourself.
Oh yeah, I'm smart because about about mid. Hold on, I'm gonna hold on.
Okay.
You okay? Excuse me.
What are you smoking? Some weed or something? I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah,
Oh, I am.
yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you. I hit the I hit the ball after coughing, and then I'm like, oh hell, I'm like, I got a couple holes in my mouth now. This is gonna keep me from coughing. Yep, nope.
Yep.
Well,
Yep. Yep.
hey, I gotta admit, if it wasn't for that, I would lose my mind. But one thing I am gonna start showing is when it comes to Indiana State Police, the Miami and
Yeah.
Lafayette Post,
Hmm.
on Karina Mcclerkin's case.
Yeah.
You got another one like Mullins.
Yeah.
I've got him and Hammond. Have you seen where I showed where they were talking to Karina's grandmother, getting
Hmm.
information from her? Yes, I've already talked to her grandmother. Thank you. And
Yeah.
like I was bringing up Alan Tinker, other
Hmm.
individuals. God damn it. Hold on. Fuck.
That's the good. That's the good
Yeah.
shit. Man. Good shit.
I'm sitting here trying to get over a cold, and I'm like, I'm getting over it, but the wind's kind of blowing out here. I'm kind of sitting on the
Oh
carport.
yeah. Yeah, you're outside. It's cold outside where I'm at.
But yeah, one thing I do plan, I'm planning 1 or 2 days, like to go to and from Delphi. But on
Yeah.
the planned days I go up there. I got to get my generator where it's kind of um my battery's dead on my generator,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna take the generator with me.
Okay.
And what I want to do is like Kempton. I'm not giving
Oh,
out where my location. I'm north, like I'm south,
yeah.
like of Kokomo now, a good bit.
Don't. Yeah. Don't tell anybody where you're gonna go, dude.
But they don't know the day and time.
Okay. I'm just
That's the
saying.
thing. I'm
You
being smart, but I'm giving out where Brandy Bradley. You have all these content creators. Well, they're sworn up and down. There's only a select few that are still talking about Brandy Bradley. And the
Yeah.
reason I'm talking about Brandy Bradley is when you've got family members of hers
Mm-hmm.
not involved with this drug ring and that cartel,
Yeah.
getting threats by their own family to keep their fucking mouth shut,
Oh, I'm sure.
and
Yeah.
they're not afraid of acting on their own family
Right.
if they open their mouth. I'm not afraid of acting, and I'm not afraid of KPD and the locals. I've got friends in some high places, and telling their
Mm-hmm.
own family if they know
Yeah.
what's best for them is to keep their mouth shut on their dealing in that
Right.
drug ring, and then Brandy's case. But
Mm-hmm.
when I've got on family members of hers, and there was a case I brought up in 2020 for the safety of my family.
Mm-hmm.
There was 7 picked up
Really? Okay.
in a murder within my own family. And if
Oh.
you email me, yeah, this is where it gets personal. Like murder hits and trying to surround my place where I'm living with my
Mm.
ex. And it was after I got a mutual break in my lease. The downstairs friend of Paige Turley, the two tweaked out fucking neighbors that were renting her grandmother's house, come to find out Paige Turley's grandmother
Yeah.
owned the next door house of my apartment, and she was renting it out to her tweaker friends that used to one the wife used to work with Paige at some Mexican restaurant.
Yeah.
It's right there in front of the Danny Jamal, and it's like he's still in the where ICP like concert venue or by style was it Stylus now or old Chrysler uh
Oh,
the
yeah, it
Kokomo
is.
stage,
I know what
because
it's
he owned the
called.
two
It's not stellar. It's close.
Stylus
Yeah.
Stylus now I think now. But yeah,
Yeah.
the thing about them and Toyota, or what the fucked up thing about these you guys are always wondering, like the ones that have Dodges or Jeeps or whatever, why is
Yeah.
my Jeep always screwing up or having engine problems and stuff like that? Well, you got to think these meth addicts, these dealers, they can be multi felons working there at like Chrysler, and
Subaru.
all they had to do is pass one piss test
Yep.
to get on, and they can be pizza faced out like high on meth. They're at
Yep.
work, kind of tweaking, making your vehicle parts like the transmission, the tranny parts, like whatever, right there in Kokomo. But
Yeah.
on God's honest damn truth, like, what the hell? Look at all these dealers, then they get busted, and they're thinking, oh, we're not going to be able to have like any good work. They're getting right there, like they're getting on at Chrysler, what 18, 20, whatever an hour, and then
Yeah.
they're going and getting like nothing but meth with all that, and then they're starting to deal
Yep.
meth.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to
I
working at Chrysler, they're able to save up the money to get bulk of meth and start dealing it in. Like
is, is that the
they're
same
buying their
cell?
way in.
Is that the same one that Keegan Klein's dad worked at? TK or yeah, TK.
Hmm.
Okay. Well,
And I've got
Subaru.
some threats when it comes to mobile ground shaker. Yeah, mobile ground shakers. I was a hang around.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny. I was an FBI informant doing the hang around, and
Yeah.
this is where I met Jamie Beasley. One of the last times I seen her alive, she was doing Danny DeMolin, the uh, same one that had like 16 prostitution charges right there in Kokomo.
Yeah.
He got raided in his nightclubs, the strip clubs, and his pay to play, the sex trafficking that Judge Fouts is part of.
Yeah.
He moved that when instead of there in his strip clubs, you have like politicians, you got judges like Fouts going just another titty bar.
Yeah.
But upstairs, he had the prostitution part going on in rooms upstairs. And then in the back rooms, for the right amount, sex trafficking.
Didn't they get busted for that? Didn't they lose
Yep.
that? Okay.
And what's
Um.
weird is the
That's
motorcycle clubs, the same ones like Sin City, it's a one percenter. You've got Mobile, you've got Milwaukee Iron, and the same MC clubs you say swearing up and down. I got ones like Jay Shanks, letting it all be known. There was another one that's an active member, aka Cowboy, in Milwaukee Iron. He was letting it be known about a underage girlfriend, pretty much a patch member of Milwaukee Iron.
yeah.
The boyfriend, his wife, which is a patch member of Milwaukee
Hmm.
Iron, is letting the underage girlfriend hang around with him, go on rides, and kind of being a member just like that. And this cowboy, uh, I know his real name, has got pictures. He was letting it be known that the other rank and file members knew all about it.
Oh.
And she was welcome just like the wife right there at Milwaukee Iron.
Yeah.
And it's the same Milwaukee Iron that you've got ones like Jay Shanks when it comes to Destiny Pittman. Before he ever got charged, look up the Destiny Pittman.
Yeah.
And what I was letting it be known, what Jay Shanks and a few others that was like within Milwaukee Iron, they knew who killed her. They were
Right.
trying to tell KPD in Howard County, let them deal with it in house. They wanted to take care of it, but they let
Wow.
it sit. But used Destiny Pittman, Karina Mcclerkin, on the writing for the missing.
Yeah.
All these motorcycle clubs, all they needed to do is one benefit, like a nonprofit benefit,
Yeah.
to money launder.
Oh
Look
yeah.
up Milwaukee Iron, Sin City, Dragons, MC, Mobile Ground Shakers. All they have to do is one benefit ride, and they get a nonprofit 501c3.
Dude, that's everything that's involved in Indiana. All nonprofit. Why? Do you know
Jamie
that?
Noel, how do you
Do you
think he
know?
was money laundering and spending millions?
I don't. I don't even.
501c3, tax exemption.
Yep.
But Jamie Noel, like Jamey Noel,
Yeah.
the Kokomo sitting senator, that's
Yeah.
friends with the corruption that even the girls, Flora
Mhm.
and Delphi.
Right.
It was Richard Allen Ferguson. Look him up. He was the
Would
school resource officer when the Flora
okay.
and Delphi girls were going to Carroll. It was Carroll. Was it Carroll or Delphi? I'm thinking Carroll does like the elementary, middle school, and
Oh,
then,
maybe.
or is it up to middle school, and then Delphi goes the middle and high school. I'm not for sure, but I know I've even asked like Anna and Becky, but yeah, the school resource officer. I shared this a while back. Do you realize he actually had to serve Liggett
Yeah.
himself? No
Uh-huh.
trespassing paperwork,
Yes, sir.
and it was for a what was it? I thought the message I seen and I've got and I shared was where it was a female.
Yep.
I
Minor.
wanted to say it was a coach. No, it was there was a female employee
Oh.
and sexual harassment for like nudes and pictures and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. And that's where the school resource officer, which is a retired KPD officer, the only reason he took the pension at KPD,
Mhm. Yeah.
it was a lucrative pay. It was lucrative
Mhm.
money
Oh, yeah.
that taking the school resource officer job. And he talks about
Mhm.
having an altercation. He said it was an MS-13.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, oh, MS-13, they don't work with cartel. He doesn't know how else to put it, but it was a two active cartel drug houses right there in Delphi. He had a
Yeah.
confrontation right there. And then was asked when it comes to corruption, where to look. Any political office. And I'm like, whoa. But like I show, like Dusty York and among others in the federal 2018 raids, you've got
Mhm.
like Paul Wyman, Kevin Summers, Captain Robert Baker. You've got the Maine Howard County Commissioner, Paul Wyman, like I said, brokers of his like Angie Rowe,
Mhm.
being friends with multiple dealers in these raids. The sitting mayor of Kokomo,
Yep.
Greg Goodnight at the time, other
Mhm.
politicians like his deputy mayor, and it's just like Jamie Noel, the Good Old Boys Club.
Yep.
There's a Good Old Boys Club, and that's where the higher up, where there's individuals that went through the decades. That's one thing I'm telling you. Everybody else, like the other counties, like Carroll County, the
Yeah.
areas of operation of this drug ring, they're noticing what Kokomo's doing and the politicians and the campaign money. Like this cartel drug ring is campaigning, like campaign funds left and right.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter what side they're on, as long as they can buy that seat off to look the other way.
Yep.
There's some sitting right down in Indianapolis. There's some ties right there. They've got offices in DC.
Okay. So you know that in Indianapolis, there's a very tall building. At the very top, it's the penthouse, and that's also where they meet.
Ooh, talking about Indianapolis, look up badge number 739, Garland Odell Cooper.
Yeah.
And there was, I was bringing him up, and the two cases I was bringing him up was the hardest intel, and the suspects that are in my FBI files as
Yeah.
Karina and Delphi. The same
Mhm.
suspects, yes, they go parts back into like Flora, Logansport, like the mom and the son that came out
Yeah.
of Logansport fires alive. They were longtime best friends of Gabe Ellis and many in that ring.
Yeah.
And if you've heard anything about Logansport, make it make sense. If the fire in Logansport started in the kitchen, then why is the mom and the her kids
Mhm.
were just feet from that back door in the kitchen? If the fire started in the kitchen, spread throughout the
Damn.
house, why would they go back to the source? Would be the hottest location Why would they go back to the hottest location that the fire originated and would still be running hot?
Mm-hmm.
Look into
Yeah,
that. And I'm like, make that make sense.
dude,
And
listen.
these two got
Oh,
out. He was
yeah.
able to get his combat boots on and tied. Yeah,
Wow.
okay. Both of them got
Mm-hmm.
out alive. And I've got a bad sick feeling is did they hold those doors shut? And you look into Brandy Bell and her kids, where were they found?
All right. I
The
don't know. Yeah.
other adult and the other child was upstairs, but Brandy Bell was just feet from that back door, right there in that
Mm-hmm.
kitchen. I'm like, this shit's not making sense.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
just like another thing. I just confirmed with Tot Rubo, Blaine Nelson's mom,
Yeah.
where when it comes to Flint Farmer, yes, the same Flint Farmer, if you look back in some of my videos, that
So
Jerry
he.
McClerkin
Yeah.
admits that Gabe Ellis told her everything and how they did this, and they explained it to me and why they did it. So when he was doing his jailhouse confessions, Andrew Joe Glassburn, Jerry McClurkin's best friend, she goes by Andrew Joe, and it's
Uh-huh.
Glassburn, uh, would sign in. It was
Yeah.
two different visitors on his list was Jerry McClurkin, Gabe
Mm-hmm.
Ellis's longtime, like his almost brother,
Yeah.
uh, Karina Mcclerkin's dad, knew Gabe Ellis from the age of 17. Jerry McClurkin, even her own words, at the very end, when she stopped talking to me, I never knew Gabe Ellis before now, but yet back when, right after Karina's case happened, she was telling me it's like her second son. I've known Gabe and he's known my son. He wouldn't. I've known him since the age of 17 and it's like a second son of mine. But
Yeah.
at the later on, just like Tina Riddell, the stories kept changing. And like I said, when it come to like Gabe Ellis's the going and doing Delphi, when I was
Yeah.
talking to Crystal Daly, I don't
Mm-hmm.
think she went. I don't think she was there because I asked her, did Sierra Daly go with Gabe Ellis and his drugging when they went and did Delphi? I don't think she was.
Right.
Can I believe them after they admit and told their boyfriend, which is Paige Daly, told her boyfriend, which just so happened to be back with him now? There was
Yeah.
a guy that was she was dating for a while.
Yeah.
Oh boy, he's told me a lot about his ex, like Paige Daly,
Yeah.
and a lot of that she doesn't want to be known. But
Oh,
boy, has he told me some things.
damn.
But it's the ex girlfriend that the guy that you see that came back. I can't believe Karina's dead. I cried when I heard. It
Yeah.
must be. I started like playing pressure. He's like, well, if you want me to stay shut up, you're gonna leave this guy and come back. She went back. Paige Daly got back with this guy, and I think it was the pressure he was applying. You
Yeah.
want me to keep my mouth shut? You better get back with me. And I think that's why she got back with him.
Oh,
But I
that
think
makes.
it's just another thing that's fucked up is like Gabe Ellis.
Yeah.
Look at all like Carroll County, Howard County, Miami County, like all this area. Look at how many of these child predators get little to no time, but you've got the
Yeah.
child exploitation victims. They're predators. The one are like raping them like underage, like fucking them, and like you get the idea, exploiting
Yeah.
them. They
Yeah.
walk no charges, but the kids like Sierra Daly had to go to girls' school, had all this probation. They had to do all their time in juvenile hall.
Yeah.
X amount of
That's,
time in, got a mandatory, got to go to girls' school. You had to do all this time like Sarah Daly, but Gabe
mm,
Ellis walked scot free. Didn't do
yeah.
it. Day one for anything he did. But
Yep.
yet you've got the underage individuals having probation to have to do all these court mandatory, like court orders, this, that, and the other. But the ones like Andrew Robert Smith,
Hmm.
I brought him up is during that 2018 video, you hear me bring Andrew Robert Smith.
Yeah.
He was a known predator, and during the time I just was kicked out onto the streets, it was right after the individuals tried like surrounding and getting into my ex's house. We kind of
Oh.
made it look where I fucking hate you. Well, she hates me. I fucking hate her. We
Yeah.
left on good terms, but I took the threat with me out to the streets, middle of winter,
Right.
and I knew if I went to the streets, the threat would follow me
Hmm.
and leave them the fuck alone. I'm like, you've already tried coming in, and if you would have got in here, it wouldn't have just been killed me. It'd kill any witness that would have been there to witness my murder.
Yeah.
It's the same
And
thing Kyle and Alan Tinker. Like, I've got what's coming to me one day here soon,
hmm
which Jessica Clifton, Tyler French, Alan Tinker, which Alan, like I said, just got out early. Alan's
yeah.
saying, I can't wait to meet you here soon. And it's just because who and what I felt it was and what I know on the cases that they were involved in,
Yeah.
even on Karina's, Alan Tinker was involved in Karina's. He killed Jeremy Patterson with the help of a known suspect that was known for years. He was forced on me by the Michael Curtis. I
hmm
had no clue who Curtis Beck was.
Yeah. Yeah. How'd you end
Like
up
I've
doing
lived
that?
in oh Homeland Security. See something, say something. It's the same thing they got the saying now.
Yeah.
So no, I've had people saying, "Oh, the only reason he became a FBI informant, like after Karina's." I'm like, no, I was already an FBI informant. The Bundy
Yeah.
Ranch standoffs, the
Uh-huh.
militia. Look up at Frank Castiello. The here, this will ring a bell with you. The constitutional sheriff, the last Bundy Ranch standoff, the
hmm
Malheur Refuge. We're going to
Yeah.
see a constitutional sheriff. One of
Indiana?
the ones that started. No, this is up in Oregon.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The Malheur Refuge, like standoff.
Yeah.
I was in contact with them, like more than one of the main ones that took that over. I knew
hmm
them, their wives, was in contact with even when they went to prison. I was still in contact with the wives, and the look on my agent's face was like, how the hell? Yeah, it started with American Patriots, 3%, and
hmm
getting and having rank in this militia gets you kind of well known and talked about in other militias know you, other states. So getting in contact with like the Bundy branch,
Yeah.
standoffs, stuff like that. That last Bundy standoff, they were wanting to fly me out there before they end up like sniping and killing one. But when it
Yeah.
comes to the Constitutional Sheriff's Association, look up at Frank Castiello, a former sheriff out of Michigan.
Okay.
A Frank Castiello, he's one that helped Constitutional Sheriff's Association.
What
And
county?
fuck, I have to look it back up. It's on his Facebook, but he's a former
Okay.
sheriff out of up there in Michigan. But
Okay.
Frank Castiello, if you send me a email at the same hunting evil true crime at Gmail,
Yeah.
I can show you where he was sitting friends with Tony Slocum, along with another 2 dozen domestic terrorism suspects that are sitting in my files known to the FBI. There was about what 30 individuals that are sitting known for years in my FBI informant files, setting
hmm
friends with like ones like Tony Slocum, including Frank Castiello. He had a major role when it comes to the whole we're going to see a constitutional sheriff and getting a meeting set up with another sheriff in another county. that cost the life of one of those individuals, and then the shootout, which
Where,
wasn't much of a shootout. Yeah,
okay, well, you're saying shootout. Where the fuck was that at?
Oregon, the militia
Oh, okay,
standoff.
okay. All right, okay, yeah, now, okay,
Yeah, the
sorry.
refuge center standoff.
Yep,
Yeah, but Frank
okay.
Castiello had a major hand in that. Well, he's sitting friends with Tony Slocum, and like I said, over 2 dozen, almost 3 dozen uh, domestic terrorism suspects that were known to the FBI, my handler, the Joint
Yeah,
Terrorism Task Force that involves the Indiana State Police. Tony Slocum's sitting friends with that individual, uh, along with all these. And a lot of these names go back to Brad Holder, Jeff Brackett, the same militia members, like they're in Kokomo, Delphi. And I'm like,
dude,
what the fuck? And I can
have
still show
you
you this to this day.
have you ever checked
But
so fair and see when Meehan threw that cocktail in, and and then he ended up dying, and so did the FBI guy. But what I was going to tell you,
well, that's another thing I was going to bring up. I brought up 4 badges. Robert
oh,
Pitts.
mm-hmm.
There was
I was,
1 female, 4 males, same militia that Brad Horder and Amber Horder belonged to. There was
yeah,
militia members that were there when Robert Pitts was murdered, Terre Haute, at that apartment. They left right after the shooting happened,
mm-hmm.
but all that was documented, including their militia, who they were, the militia member, the names, the texts, the recorded conversations. All that
Yeah,
was to the FBI.
mm-hmm.
The murderer was friends with them and a lot of these militia members, and then goes back to this drug ring.
Mm-hmm.
And my handler, Michael Curtis,
Yeah.
knew about that in Robert Pitt's case. So when
Oh.
Greg Ferencies happened, Terre Haute as well, again, the same, uh, the killer. In
Mm-hmm.
his case, Shane Meehan. I can still show you to this day the ties and connections back to that drug ring. And there's
Listen.
some that were actually there in Terre Haute that are involved
Yeah.
with this drug ring, and their families involved with this. They end up
Mm-hmm.
adding me out of Terre Haute back to this drug ring. They're stalking my page. Them adding me, stalking me, trying to get the information out of me. All they're
Mm-hmm.
doing is it's able to, like Greg's, I was able to see who in, what shows up, back to where,
Mm-hmm.
and all it does is like a red thumb. I can roll a case in or out based on who's showing back to where. But when you
Wow.
got individuals like Ricardo Espinoza, goes by Ricky Twist Espinoza on Facebook,
Mm-hmm.
adding me, and I'm like, I've heard this Espinoza, Jamie Reed, among others, Chantel McDuffie, uh, Blaine Nelson, like
Mm-hmm.
these dealers all get in contact with me. Andrew Best, that's another thing. After Daniel Metz in 2021 got busted down in Florida,
Mm-hmm.
it's METZ, Florida Attorney General, going after him for money laundering and fake businesses. It's for that same cartel drug ring up here.
Mm-hmm.
But after he got busted up here, if you go back to Blaine Nelson's not Facebook, but YouTube channel, he
Yeah.
did a live with Andrew Best when he was still living up here in Kokomo. But no
Mm-hmm.
sooner the Kokomo regular, like uh, Diller,
Yeah.
that got into the money laundering, moved down to Florida. After he got busted, Daniel Metz moved back up to Kokomo and started the City of First rehab. There's 2 rehab, and it's former dealers and money launderers with business partners, like ones like the sitting prosecutor Mark McCann, or
Mm-hmm.
sitting business partners with dealers. You have like ones like Kevin Summers as a sitting captain KPD, getting into house flops and partnerships of longtime dealers of that
Mm-hmm.
cartel drug ring.
Yep.
But they were like, as a captain KPD, like 60,000 here, 80,000 here, renovation, like the full amount. Often they were paying it in cash.
Wow.
Then you got the KPD officer, the ISP told Kokomo not to hire. Jamie, his last name's kind of what the hell?
Mm, I don't
Like
know
his
it.
dad's a commissioner now. God,
Oh, you're not Chris Long.
no, it's Jamie. God, it was a KPD officer that um Kokomo was told not to hire by Indiana State Police, but they hired
Oh,
anyways. It was because his dad was a politician,
oh my God.
and yeah, and it doesn't help where the same ring he was involved with. Well, him and
Mhm.
another like school resource officer started Mojo's Coffee right there in Kokomo.
Yeah.
How can a like $50,000 a year uh low ranking officer, like street officer, like street beat officer, I think it's like 50 to 55,000, like 55K a year
Yeah.
is all they get paid
Mhm.
a year. And I'm
Wow.
like, how can they start up a coffee company? And I knew the individual that rented that out. He said it's like $1,800 a month. That's just the rent. Then you got all the utilities that you have to pay.
Yep.
It's over, like he said, it was about $2,800, like $100 a month. That's just running costs, and not
Hmm.
including the like he had a barbecue place, like he did it out of it. But
Hmm.
like he said, it's the cost, like getting all the fryers and everything he needed.
Yeah.
He's like, so he kept everything and moved it into like a storage unit and didn't
Hmm.
sell it with. But when he had to get out, he took all the freezers, everything him and Mobile Ground Shares, where he belongs to,
Yeah.
came in and kind of helped clear that barbecue place out. And that's where Mojo's came in. And you had a
Oh.
lot of the ones in around the drum room that were saying openly on posts and stuff, there's more drugs coming out of there than there is coffee.
Right. That's fucked up.
But you got ones like that, those two officers, they were allowing like mobile ground shakers and other clubs.
Yeah.
They kept that open even for kids up to like 3 a.m.,
Yeah.
4 a.m. Like I think it was like the latest I stay open was like 4 a.m. And they were even
Okay.
allowing children to stay after hours, like where they should be at home.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a safe place. But yeah, the same safe place you have mobile ground shakers and other motorcycle club members patched
Yeah.
up, collared up, hanging out there. I'm like, they go back to the drug ring. And yeah, you're gonna allow kids to come over to your coffee place. I'm like, that shit made no sense. I was like, make that make sense. But they were bragging and oh, it's a child safe place ran by two officers. Uh, so if there's children that are out like late at night, it'd be a child safe place. So I'm like, but then you have ones like mobile ground shakers taking pictures and oh, hey, we're hanging out at Mojo's. I'm like, how's that safe for children
Right. Hmm.
after hours? And what the hell
Nothing.
is kids doing out that late?
Because I mean, in Indiana, it seems like they don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, but I can't wait. Like here soon, I know what I have to block out. I can't give every name and I can't do every ties and connection, but
Right.
because I don't know if this is an active investigation still going on by the FBI or after Greg Ferentz's, do they up and stop it? But Todd Click, I've got all those texts, the emails with him, and it's the same thing like I brought up earlier that the defense team they got like the blinders, like we're only going to look at Brad, and all these individuals are only looking at Brad. There's got to be a reason. Only at Brad.
So I don't know what you were saying. I'm so sorry.
Oh, but no, what I was saying is like the blinders. Like I said, the defense team only wanted to
Oh.
look at Brad. It's the
Yeah.
same blinders like ISP, FBI. They all wanted just Brad, 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 Brad. They all put the blinders on and
But
let's
every
get all we can on him. I'm like, I understand why, because the texts you're going to start seeing coming out. Brad,
yeah,
his militia, his tiers, hellhounds, Norse and pagan kindred, Indiana,
what's pure Snorehound?
TYR, apostrophe S, hellhounds. It's Norse and pagan kindred, where you've got like Kyle Stacy, and then the February 11th,
Yeah, all those
like
kids.
yeah. Well, you got the February 11th, 2018, the Anzus rune, whatever the F rune
Yeah,
that Kyle Stacy was bragging about. Well, February 11th, 2018, you've got Amber and Brad Holder posting in militia groups and then posting on their social media, recruiting for the same kindred, is the same kindred that the sons of Odin,
hmm,
that's what it belongs to. It's the kindred. But they
right.
used, like Kyle Stacy, like I've showed a while back, the Book of Troth, Troth, by
That,
Edmund
yeah.
Thorson.
Is that how they knew how to set up the whole scene?
Yep. And they were parading that around and reliving it every February 16th for years after. And it's the
Yeah.
same Kyle Stacy, just days after they picked up uh, Richard Allen.
Hmm.
I think it was October 28th. He posted pretty much the who and why they were reliving it each and every single year. But
Yeah.
he posted the Light It Up for Abby and Libby, pretty much saying what they just relived back in February.
Hmm.
After Allen was arrested, they got to the point of taunting. They've gone to the extreme now. When they're online taunting, the 18 days after the girls were murdered, the blood weapons like Elijah Cook,
Yeah.
Keegan Callis,
Like,
like Travis
doing it to
Janicki.
you? Like doing it to you?
No, if you look up Elijah Cook, like on my
Okay.
community wall,
Hmm.
if you look up Elijah Cooks on Facebook, the younger one, you know that grr looking face like the chicks did all the time? I think he's a little fruity because he's got that grr looking face going on that you see chicks do. I'm like,
Yeah.
what guy do you see doing that little? I'm gonna move my upper lip as a grr. You look gay as fuck. I think he
All
was
right.
getting those little cheeks of his kind of
I'm using 100
because that's a
pounds of
little fruity.
baby
I'm gonna
oil.
kind of look like a badass, but I'm gonna do that chick grr look on their face in the
Yeah.
picture. And I'm like, dude, I only see chicks doing that. And I'm like, are you letting Gabe and the rest diddy you or what the hell? But you'll see
Yeah.
which picture I'm talking about. But Elijah Cook, it's
Hmm. Okay.
ELIJAHCOOK.
All right. Cool. I'm typing it on another phone. So, okay, listen. Obviously, I'm the only one in your chat, right? I mean, that's talking. Everybody else is they're lurking,
Yeah.
and I understand that because I lurk a lot with you too.
Well, you
I
gotta,
know. I
one thing
know
you're
that.
gonna sit back and think, well, you got ones like Tyler Joe French, the inbred,
Yeah.
little Kokomo crew. I call them
Mm,
inbred clowns. Like Ricardo Espinosa. I'm like, they can talk a lot of smack and talk about, oh, I got something that's coming to me one day soon. I'm like, I'm a man sitting in a fucking wheelchair, and I'm like, so I'm like, okay, well, I'm thinking about at least one of these I'm doing a live at,
yeah.
and I'm gonna make sure and work with it network where it's not just me being armed up there, but I'll
Right.
be out in the middle of the field, and I want to go live near Second Train Bridge, and it's one that they are around more than they were Monon High, right there in Carroll County.
Yeah.
But I plan on doing a live, and they don't know if I'm there with anybody.
Right. Yep.
But I've gone seizure free for going on 4 years now. So I'm in the process of getting my license back.
I was
It
gonna say,
sucks because I'm like, yeah,
can you
I got
drive
to
with
get.
your legs having that issue?
Oh, I've got the hand controls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the push down for brake, then pull up for gas.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then I've got the written where I've got the hand controls because there's days yeah, I can use my feet.
Yeah.
But if I got days where I'm got like the muscle spasms and stuff going on, then
Yeah.
it's a whole lot easier. I can do the suicide knob and then do the push down for brake and then pull up for gas. It'd be a
Oh,
whole lot
that's
easier. So
yeah,
I can
that's
just have
sweet.
my legs do. So if they want to spasm and do stupid stuff or not, don't want to kind of do their job, because it's
Yeah.
weird from like the half my muscle, not muscle, but my nerve damage issue. It's pretty much about like my mid to upper thighs down. It's
Oh, really?
completely numb. So I can be out here in the middle of winter, like barefoot,
Mm-hmm.
and it's weird. It's like a deeper numb, but I'm not
Mm-hmm.
feeling the pain, the needles, kind of all that.
Yeah.
It's just like a deeper numb to me. So I was out
Right.
here like 30 degrees, and I still
Oh.
had my sandals on, and I'm
Oh my
like,
God.
I'm guessing my legs are cold because it's like a deeper numb.
Yeah.
Is the only way I can explain it.
I know. I get
I
it.
mean,
I
I can
get it.
walk out in the snow, and I'm like, everybody's like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, "How can you do that?" And I'm like, I really can't feel it, and it's like the pain when I do like stub my toe or something.
Yeah.
It hits the upper part where I am feeling it, like up towards my hip, and like the nerve issues up there, and
Yeah.
it kind of goes into your gut, your groin. You're like, oh, okay, so I hit something. I
Yeah.
don't know
Your nerve
what I hit or what I stubbed, or if I dropped something on it.
is
It
probably a nerve.
waits to the upper nerves to then I start feeling it. I'm like, ooh, I know which leg it is, but oh,
Yeah.
look down, you got a bloody big toe, and I'm like, oh, that's what that was.
I've had and I talked to my doctor about this. I had my eye twitching, and it would shoot through my whole body down to my toe. And when I went to my doctors and I said something about it, he was like, "Oh yeah, that's," and I'm like, "What?" So what the fuck? I'm gonna keep feeling these nerves just like going down because it's gravity. What the fuck?
Oh, mine actually is caused. I had a traumatic brain injury on active duty
Yeah.
orders,
Mhm.
and how that happened was we had a civilian come into the barracks, and I must look like the guy he was going after because when they told the MPs it was a they got the wrong I they ID'd the wrong guy, but
Yeah.
all I remembered is twice my head hit in the back of the concrete uh
Mhm.
cylinder blocks behind me. I was on the bottom bunk, and when
Oh
he
yeah.
came in, yeah, he hit me something, knocked me out, and kind of lifted me up and was bashing my head like I had nothing but like it was a traumatic brain injury, brain swelling. I had some slight fractures in the back of my skull from him repeatedly, like just bashing my head into the cylinder block wall.
Yeah.
And long story short, I had two sergeants that I went. It was pretty much a guinea pig.
Yeah.
Instead of doing the GD program, like GD plus program is
Mhm.
what they were doing.
Mhm.
The National Guard here funds. It's called a Huge Hero Challenge Academy, and at risk, I was 17 at the time, so they go up to 18. They go to this program that the National Guard here pays for and
Mhm.
operates. And
Yeah.
they were seeing since the GD Plus program, they were getting a bunch of flunk outs or people not going through and having issues, gang
Yeah.
relations and stuff like that, and
Mhm.
kind of they're recruiting them, but they're up and going, like getting in fights, kind of getting Article 15 bad conduct discharge. So you're like,
Right.
oh, this is 6 months, almost like a boot camp, ran style group. Can we send some of our active duty, like soldiers on active duty orders, and
Mhm.
1 week in a month and two
Yeah.
weeks a year? they'd be for the 6 months they'd be going to drills right there at Camp Atterbury,
Mm-hmm.
but would be there at this program for 6 months to get their GED and for at risk 17, 18 recruits coming in. Well, I
Yeah.
proved after that when a civilian can break into the barracks on a military base and attack somebody that's going through this program, and I just happen to have my military ID,
Yeah.
and MPs at first the individuals there at that program was like didn't want to press charges.
Yeah.
I was like, give me a second, let me go to my wall locker, grab my military ID. I want to press military charges. I'm
Yeah.
military personnel on base and getting a traumatic brain injury and getting refused to allowed to go to the like hospital by
Yeah.
this program and the two sergeants over me. Long story short, where I got my nerve damage, where it came from, look up
Yeah.
bio, bio,
Yeah.
thrax, THRAX, the anthrax vaccine.
Yeah.
I got all five, and
That's all five.
yeah,
You're only
all
supposed to get
it was
one.
just like the COVID vaccine. It's the
Yeah.
anthrax vaccine. I think it's one through six, but
Yeah.
it's between. I think it's 1 week, 3 weeks, five
Oh,
weeks,
you're not talking about
9.
anthrax. You're not
Yeah, the
talking about anthrax.
anthrax. Yeah, the
I,
anthrax
I,
the vaccine for
oh,
anthrax, biothrax.
okay. Because
I've
remember,
got all my vaccines, like the 1 through 5 or 1 through 6,
mm-hmm.
and I wasn't supposed to be getting those till after
Oh,
6 months healed from a traumatic brain injury,
yeah.
and I was given my first dose 2 weeks into my healing process.
Wow.
So
That's
I've actually
fucking.
talked to two VA doctors now, and
Mm-hmm.
it's another where my kidney issue. I didn't
Yeah.
realize I had one kidney growing up, and I all of a sudden started having kidney failure and like kidney issues.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's almost like what they do is to get the enzymes and stuff that were in that vaccine,
Yeah.
and it's the severe, long lasting,
Mm-hmm.
severe side effects of that.
Oh,
It's what's causing my glaucoma in both eyes. I'm losing vision in my right eye.
are you
So I'm starting to
diabetic?
learn. Uh, they think with especially me being in the wheelchair now, I'm getting close to type 2,
Yeah.
but
Oh shit.
I'm able to keep it in check and keep it in balance
Okay.
without any meds. So I'm keeping it from type 2, but it doesn't
Mm-hmm.
help with the kidney failure. I'm
Yeah.
a stage 4 out of 5, but I'm not enough failure. But
Mm-hmm.
it's weird because when I talk to these VA doctors, what they kind of do to get that enzyme is they're
Yeah.
targeting that enzyme when they're pretty much it's the same thing that they kind of do to get your plasma. When you donate plasma, it takes out your blood, filters it, and takes out the plasma and puts just the blood back in your system.
Yeah.
And it's just like giving up plasma. They put you on
Right.
the same machine. It's kind of like a dialysis machine during
Mm-hmm.
dialysis during kidney. And I was actually told with it, when it comes to this biothrax, the severe long term side effects,
Oh.
the
Well,
multiple scoliosis, the kidney failure I've got now, I've
did you
gotten
have?
told now with, yeah,
Did you have
I'm
to do
looking
that?
at my VA going to 100%. I've got it, what, 20% right now, which is
Yeah.
next to nothing. You don't get
Wow.
any like big benefits or anything, but I've got the same lawyer I had for my civilian disability. That's all
Yeah.
I've got to go on right now. So I'm like, you got individuals using my stuff and oh, donate to them. They're depending on getting the donations, the PayPal. Oh, but yet they're using my stuff, and I'm like, and I'm not supposed to be gripe about it. I'm like, It's never been about me what I can get, but when
Mm-hmm.
you get 628 a month, and that's all you get right now, and
Yeah.
200 for like rent, and then your bills, it goes pretty damn fast.
Wait a minute. So are you getting Social Security disability plus Social Security supplemental?
Mm.
Okay,
They screwed me.
you
I had enough for my uh,
you have to
civilian sector.
yeah.
I had enough, like my credit hours for my regular disability, and they do the deny you like first like one or two times.
Hmm.
It took me like three different times to finally get approved for my disability, but
Yeah.
my age bracket went up like 2 years, and it made it where I was low on credit hours because the age difference. I went from being like the younger, having enough credits where I would get my regular disability,
Okay.
to I got the SSI.
You gotta
So
get
now
work.
I've got to watch.
So you have to
Yeah,
work exactly. You have to work exactly
the enough
five,
credit hours I need extra to get my
work
regular
exactly 5
disability.
years. It has to be exactly 5 years.
Oh yeah.
We're on.
Well, it
We're
went up
on.
because like when I first filed for my disability, I'm like I was just starting to lose like the I call it the dead foot
Yeah.
on my
Oh
left foot,
wow.
and it started my right, then got my left, and
Yeah.
I ended up going and having to do the leg braces. And I started with a cane. There was days where the seizures were like bad,
Hmm.
and I'd be in like a walker for a while, like relearning how to walk along with
Yeah.
my leg braces. So at one point, it got to the point where you'd never see me without my leg braces
Yeah.
or my cane,
Right.
and I
Mhm.
needed it to kind of get around. So when I stopped to help Karina, the only weapon I really thought like I had was everybody's like, "Well, with your legs getting bad like that, like how are you riding a bike? You push one leg down, you push the other leg down, and
Yeah.
I can use my cane as like my third leg
Yeah.
to hold me up on the bike. I can use the cane instead of getting my legs down, and to push
Why did
off
you have to
again,
say?
you push
Why did
down one
you have to
leg, you
say
push
like?
down the other.
Why did
I
you
don't
have to
have to
say like?
push my legs.
Why did you have to say your
So I had
third
to
leg?
like, but yeah. Well,
I'm
I call
teasing.
it my third leg. Yeah,
Yeah, your fourth
I
leg,
guess it's
really.
the fourth leg. I guess I'm a dog now.
Yeah. Well, no, not really, but yeah, fourth leg.
Yeah. Well, I've got
Hey,
my
listen.
forearm crutches when I'm not in my chair. I'm in my
Yeah.
forearm crutches, my leg braces,
Yeah.
and I got these individuals like Tyler joking and using my disabilities against me. Like, oh, my PTSD makes me where I shouldn't be. Like I'm mentally retarded. Then you got individuals that's following his attack, like Renee,
Right.
going on like that curious Dan, like Dan's live. He had Reno, Renee bring up my 2018 video. See, he's retarded. Listen to this. He's retarded. So how am I
Uh,
retarded for the
How the
very
fuck are
first
you?
girl?
And he's not. Okay, come on.
Have you ever taken the time to listen to KPD and ISP?
No,
And it's the
dude.
same.
I don't know really much about all the KBD. I mean, like,
Oh, but
with
there's a 2018 video on my page.
yeah.
It's inside KPD, and it's the same thing. You notice what I tried doing, then Renee going into
Mm-hmm.
the front lobby with the cell phone out saying, "Oh, I'm here to get some justice and I'm here to get the truth," blah, blah, blah,
Dude,
thinking
okay,
you could just willy
yeah.
nilly have your phone out. Mine was in a shirt pocket under my jacket, and it was sitting there in my shirt pocket and my cell phone running live.
Mm-hmm.
And I physically got attacked by the Chief Robert Baker
Wow.
after I turned the live off. But on the
Mm-hmm.
video, I physically was getting attacked by him. I'm sitting here with my forearm crutches, like it was by then it was my forearm crutches and my leg braces. I'm not moving fast enough, so he shoved me outside of KPD out into the lobby, pushed me off like into the lobby, which is a public thoroughfare outside of KPD. When you go into the city hall, that is a public thoroughfare. That's open
Yeah.
to the public. You're pushing me
Mhm.
through KPD, pushing me throughout City Hall. More than once I bought Bell, and
Yeah.
then pushing me up to the front sidewalk. He had a uniform officer that should have had his body camera on, telling
Yeah.
me, sitting here trying to light a cigarette, kind of already flipping out, like my PTSD's already getting up there. So I'm in the
Yeah.
freak out mode. Fucking, I'm not gonna lie to you. When you got armed officers, fucking hands on their fucking weapons, yeah, it's gonna. I'm fucking bawling. Like, what the fuck's going on here? You're physically
Right.
attacking me for what? Going live
Mhm.
and getting told that I'm a liar. I'm not.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be believed. But yeah, I've got you and ISP admitting to 40 child exploitation cases. One of those 40 exploitation cases was the
Yeah.
Liberty Germans. And if
Well,
you
that's
look up who Charles Chuck Myers, ISP,
mhm.
Miami County,
Yeah.
Indiana State Police Post, he ran the sexual trafficking, like the online crimes against children on his LinkedIn.
Mhm.
But you have him. I'm letting it be known to ISP,
Mhm.
the Kokomo PD, Detective Benziger, in that 2018 video. Everybody that I've let be known and the FBI knew about and are
Yeah.
sitting in my inform files. And you'll see like the conversations I had with Anna. She's like, "Oh, you're
Mhm.
just making it about you, and everything's about you." And oh, let's
Yeah.
stop everything and have like listen to what Michael Phillips has to say. I'm like, it's never been about me, who I am. It's who
Right.
and what I am. Try to inform it. Acted during the time your daughter case
Mhm.
happened. I was a witness. There was suspects, individuals, intel that the
Yep.
FBI knew was already there in Delphi.
Mhm.
You guys thought I was a laughing matter. Anna, Becky, oh, we'll let Carter let this be known. If they would have let that be known, just like they said, oh, I'm going to let Carter know, I can show
Yeah.
you right now, still to this day, instead of letting Carter know, they were going and
Mhm.
letting Dustin Prater, other names I named, letting
Mhm.
them know, hey, this is what was able to be found on your pages. Hi, get rid of it.
Oh.
Hide
Wait.
your friends
Okay.
list.
Can I give
Yeah.
you can I give you like a list of they're easy questions, but they're important. And I think that you are one of the people that know the answers. And I think because of what's going on lately, that we need to, either help Richard or understand that he's guilty. But uh, what's your opinion? That's what I want to interview you. What's your opinion with
On
how the
that, there is one thing, and I've noticed Kathy Allen. She's like a social butterfly.
yeah?
Like
Well, she seems so.
before he was arrested, she was a social butterfly. There's
Yeah,
a few individuals that she set friends with. It doesn't say that they're necessarily like best friends, but one's like Brooke Baugh, Baugh, out of
yeah.
Kokomo. I
Hmm.
can show you her ties in around Gabe Ellis, that drug ring,
And
and back to
she
Kokomo. But yeah,
are you
Brooke Baugh, another friend of Kathy Allen's.
okay? All
There was a
right.
couple of friends. Then there was Anthony Negrenball out of Delphi.
Mm-hmm.
If you look up his Facebook page, you'll see a red beret, former Army,
Yeah.
like military picture on his page. There's ones like him, Stephanie K. Steffers, uh, some of the locals out of Delphi that
Mm-hmm.
added me out of nowhere. And I'm sitting there trying to figure out who these people are. But then I'm seeing like Ashley Garth, Garrett Kurtz, uh,
Yeah,
Jennifer Barnes
they were all
Dean.
my choice. That was
These
my
not Kokomo, but these Delphi locals that have moved out of state now, they're
yeah.
Delphi locals. Some are admitting that they've been this many years now sober. They're trying to
Mhm.
say it was alcohol, but yet if you start looking up some of their charges, I'm like, make it make sense. Like I brought up the last couple lives, like
Yeah.
Blaine McClellan. He has direct family with Nick McClellan.
Yeah.
He was
He's an
rated in 2014. A female
mm-hmm.
there with him. If you look up the female name, his name, you'll
Mm-hmm.
see other ones like Nita Duff, her son Dylan out of her house.
Oh,
Yeah. And she
so,
had no clue what was going on, like the dealing, the traffic in and out of the house. You had no clue.
right. No,
But
I
you
get
got
it.
elected politicians like right there, their family dealing with this drug ring, and then you got Anna saying none of the girls' family like involved have
Mm-hmm.
anything to do with any drug ring.
Yeah.
What is with the Erskines and like her side of the family?
Oh, you know what?
Long history. Then you've
You
got like Derek. You got ones like Del Wood dealing in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Right when I was talking to Anna Williams, and she's saying in 2021, none of the families had anything to do with that, like no drug rings.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same Del Wood family member that you'll see on Liberty German's friends list.
Oh, okay. Well,
If you
that's what I
take
was
the
thinking.
time, Liberty German's friends list before Becky Patty takes it down, hides it.
Mhm. Yeah,
Do you realize Michaela Babcock, the
that's
narcotics,
yeah,
maintaining a common nuisance,
yeah,
narcotics, like legend narcotic, which is probably meth. Then
yeah.
but the maintaining a common nuisance, the dealing out of her house. So I'm like, this is what Mike and Becky was going and letting Libby go stay at a known
Dude, I
another.
know. Listen, I
He
heard him
spent the
say,
night at Michaela Babcock's, which is facing felony charges for maintaining a common nuisance for running a drug house,
right.
but nothing to
Remember
see there.
when I first started, like, kind of, not first started, but maybe a year after, I saw an interview with Mike Patty and Becky Patty in their own kitchen. And I remember Mike saying, and because, I mean, I didn't realize that everything they say is cryptic, and then this was the first thing that I knew because he said, Mike Patty said, they were in the kitchen. I don't know who was doing the camera. Um, he just said that, motherfucker. What was I going to fucking tell you now, Michael?
My ex, we nickname it like when I forget stuff or like, yeah, sometimes mic
I probably
moments,
shouldn't
they
have
fucking
said.
hurt. You just
I
had a
probably,
mic moment.
I did. Well, okay, so
You had
let's,
a mic brain fart, and sometimes they hurt. My
yeah,
ex and family always nicknamed it. Damn it! I just had a fucking mic moment.
something you were saying reminded me of Mike Patty, though. I can't think of it. But listen,
Oh, when it comes to Mike Patty, I've got the conversations where I've actually got it in red, where he was telling me if I was able to get retain legal counsel,
yeah,
he would tell my legal counsel things that are involved with the girl's case when it goes back to that drug ring.
yeah.
He wouldn't tell me directly. He will tell my legal counsel.
What?
I was looking like hell to get legal counsel, like an attorney. He's
Yeah,
wanting to tell them about things about the girl's case when it come to
yeah,
Gabe Ellis and that drug ring.
yeah.
He wouldn't tell me directly, but he would tell my legal counsel on the record. I'm like, whoa. And I've got that in red.
Patty? Mike Patty
Mike
was?
Patty. Yep.
Fuck him. All right, so listen, I want to ask you a couple questions. You see that I have a bunch of questions down.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate you. I know everybody does because people that I know say, he's on, and then we all run to listen to what you say. And yes, most people are afraid to make any sort of comments, because
Oh, yeah.
you know,
And I've been asking for people like hell to Q&A, like slow me down. Like I've got people like
yeah,
they're
well,
laughing at me in other lives because I'm
mhm,
going all over the place. I'm going 90 mile an hour. And to retain things as much as I do, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm wondering if I'm on the high functioning spectrum because at third grade, the reason I say this, I was into
I'm not
reading
laughing at
poetry,
you. I'm
like
laughing at
English,
my.
like writing. I can do poems, like retained stuff.
Yeah.
The oddball stuff, like third grade, I was reading at a senior in college, reading and
Yeah.
retention at a senior in college. I was going through like the Harry Potter books, two of
Oh
those
yeah.
like a week. I was able to read the entire book, take a test on it, and the teacher would have to keep up with me.
Yeah.
And I would have to, hey, I'm going to read this book next week, and then this one. He'd have to read
Yeah.
the book, make the questions, so I get a pizza party every Friday. You bet my ass, like doing like throughout like third grade, I was every pizza party every Friday. Then I'd already have enough
Yeah.
credits. Where I don't even have to do any books next week. I take two tests like this week. The credits carry over to next week. I'm already at the next pizza party. I just
There
do
you
another
go.
book in between. But it was weird because any place I've ever been, even since like I was a kid,
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you what door, like the doorways. I can
Yeah.
pretty much paint you like a blueprint.
Yeah.
Which way the doors go in or out, slide this way or that way, uh, where the windows were, like a layout of pretty much every place I've been to. If I've been there for 3 or 4 days
So
and
yeah, you're
memorized the blueprint, it's like stuff like that. It's like computerized in my
yeah,
brain.
you're on the spectrum as far as that goes. You're not like, I mean, you're the smart spectrum part of
But
it.
one
You know
thing
what I
I
mean?
am going to start letting you be out is I'm going to show you where Indiana State Police,
Yeah.
Miami, and Lafayette Post, along with locals, more than one case, they're trying to keep an FBI informant turned federal witness, turned
I know.
victim by this same criminal network. They're trying to
I
use my
know.
PTSD as why I should not be a credible witness
Yeah.
on more than one missing and murdered case. But that's
Mm-mm.
another thing I kept bringing up where Detective, not, but yeah, Hammond and Mullins, they both opened up in Carroll County a third missing murdered case, Karina Mcclerkin's, and
Really?
that was involved. And then with Hammond, look
Mm-hmm.
under the header. If you look at my community wall post, look under
Okay.
my header, the Delphi investigation. I heard you have information pertaining to he did a typo, fourth missing and murdered. I've got
Wow.
the full emails with
Okay.
Hammond.
Well, listen.
Then I've got
Listen.
every text with
We know,
Steve
we know that.
Mullins.
Yeah.
You know what's weird about Steve Mullins? The
He's a
cell phone I did
motherfucking
those
liar.
texts with him, they're
He's a
gone.
liar.
Mine and
He
his both are gone.
what?
But the
Out of your
screenshots,
mouth?
yeah, out of my phone. Both
What?
his side and my side, the text of Steve Mullins, prosecutor Steve Mullins. If I
Mm-hmm.
didn't screenshot those, I got to pull up his text and my text
Yeah.
under the same number in the same cell phone I was using to talk to him.
Yeah. And
They're
all of it was.
missing. All
Oh
of it's
my god.
gone. And like same thing with Jerry McClurkin, the Facebook messages, like where she was telling like every jail visit, like everything Gabe Ellis was saying. When it
Mm-hmm.
goes to the messages I was having with her, like Anna Williams, she blocked me. You can see the messages between me and hers. Like I screenshot all those just to keep safe
Yeah.
because Jerry McClurkin, it shows on every message, like everything I replied back or said anything to her, the text messages I still have to and from, but
Mm.
the Facebook messages, it's showing this went against our community standards. And every
Oh.
message that she sent me on Facebook
Yeah.
is went against our community standards, and it's deleted all her side. And that's where
Yeah.
she was talking about Gabe Ellis said Flint Farmer had nothing to do with Karina McClurkin's case.
Yeah.
She did get picked up by Paige Turley, did take her out to his trailer. That's where both of their stories keep changing. But
Yeah.
he was like, yes, Michael Phillips did stop to help her. Paige Turley did come and pick her up, did take her out to his trailer, then pretty much admitted everything. She left Flint Farmer's house alive. This saw jailhouse uh, confessions on one
Yeah.
missing murder case, Karina Mcclerkin's,
Mm-hmm.
but yet Rick Allen's, Flint Farmers, oh, they're using their confessions, but yet none of Gabe Ellis's confessions, where Flint
Okay.
had nothing to do with her case,
Yeah. Yeah.
is,
Listen.
oh, we're not going to use that against him.
No, I
It
know it's
makes me
fucking.
sick.
It does. I know. Me too.
The
So
child
I mean.
exploitation charges, they're all gone.
Mhm.
And he's not the
Yeah.
only predator that had that. Like Andrew Robert Smith, that first girl I got home alive, I got
Mm-hmm.
4 kids, 4 adults. If you email me, there's one adult down in Indianapolis, her
Yeah.
sister-in-law. I'll show you why. Her brother,
Mm-hmm.
her family, it would have been a hell of a lot easier, a hell of a lot less money
Yeah.
on court to get custody battle if she went
Mm-hmm.
missing, found murdered, or found dead. But the
Fuck.
sister-in-law is going back and friends with more than one missing and murdered down in Indianapolis and surrounding areas. And
Mm-hmm.
right now, the last time I looked in 2024, she had an active meth felony warrant.
Right.
But that sister-in-law, I've got to watch it, and you don't see everything like all 8 of these cases, the 4 kids, the 4 adults. You don't see me jumping on and making content about it. It's not what about what I can get, what's in it for me.
Mm-hmm.
My whole philosophy, and it's been since I swore that oath, is how best can I serve the ones around me, and how best can I do for the ones around me? What
Yeah.
can I do for them?
Yep.
And
I
it's
know.
like stop and helping Karina. It's the same thing at
I
selfless
know.
service.
You did what every human being should do, and you did not, and it turned out terrible. And I understand that's traumatizing. Like, well, I get that. I
Well, one
know.
thing I had in my mind was knowing who and what I was federally. And if it
Mm-hmm.
came down to it, I had his number, and
Mm-hmm.
he's like, call me before you call locals,
Yeah.
even if it's middle of the night. Text me
Yeah.
911 and ring my phone off the hook. My phone, the one I was, there was one I was using an app, and my
Mhm.
ex, when it comes to the Xfinity, no, I think it's Xfinity, yeah, where no matter if there's the neighbor that had the box,
Yeah.
that as long as you had the password, you can use their box to piggyback and
Oh,
get onto like
yeah.
internet and sign on to like my ex's like account for
Yeah.
internet.
Yeah.
So I get
Mm-hmm.
on their Wi-Fi using their box like down below me, not
Yeah.
signing into their stuff, but using their box. And my ex is like sign on password. So when I get home, I was like, my phone was about $30 like short of getting my minutes back. So only phone I actually had when I got home was able to get back and use like a text app.
Yeah.
It's the same one where that next day on uh, October 11th,
Yeah.
2016, I sent Karina Mcclerkin later that day, hey, this is
Mm-hmm.
Michael Phillips, the same one that stopped to help you. On one of the texts on her cell phone that her mom came and picked up at Gabe Ellis's daughter's apartment, along
Yeah.
with her glasses. Her mom said she picked up her cell phone after the ones there involved with her daughter's murder
Didn't
contacted
they?
her to come get the cell phone and glasses.
Oh,
She
they
texted
did.
me
Oh,
off that cell phone because I asked, hey, this is Michael Phillips, the one that stopped to help you last night. Did you make it
yeah.
home safe? Yes, I did. Thank you for everything. That text was made to me
Yeah.
from her
It
cell
was.
phone that her mom had.
Yeah. So it wasn't her.
Nope. If she was murdered, then who texted me? Yes, I made it home. Thank you for everything.
Right. Right.
Her mom picked up her cell phone, and her
Yeah.
phone was about to die when I was helping Karina. Her phone was about to die. It went from having like, I think it was like what, 70% charge. It was
Yeah.
next to dead when she was picked up by Paige Shirley, and she was letting
Mhm.
Paige know, hurry up, my phone is about to die.
Oh.
She was calling and texting like desperately, calling and texting, leaving text messages, in voicemails with people, hey, I need a ride, come pick me up. And come to find out why she did not want me to call, like go over to Speedway, cross
Yeah.
the road on Washington, is she
Hmm.
had a warrant for theft. She had a warrant out for her. And that's why when I asked her, can we go across and in the light, like call for help? No.
Yeah.
Well, now I figure out why. She had a warrant for her.
Oh.
So it
Yeah.
made even things even worse. And Karina's grandmother, Jerry, she's like, oh, the warrant was only for. Why would they put a warrant out for your arrest for a petty theft? A T-shirt stolen from Kohl's.
Right.
They're not going to go through the other than taking you to court for the price of that.
Yeah.
They're not
Yeah.
going to just take you to court and get you a warrant out for your arrest for a T-shirt.
Right.
But Jerry was trying to say it was for theft was what the warrant, and they still kept the warrant out, knowing foul play was involved. She was missing. She still had a warrant out for her arrest for theft,
Yeah.
even after she was missing.
Fuck.
2018 was still on there. Keegan Mcclerkin, her
Mhm.
grandmother said nobody in that side of the family are dealing or have anything to do with that drug ring. I have no clue what I'm talking about. But Keenan, her brother,
Yeah.
Keenan McClurkin, had a felony
Uh
warrant for dealing in meth
huh.
the same time his sister was missing. He had a felony warrant for dealing in meth.
Wow. Mm-mm-mm. You know what, Michael? Everything, like, I mean, you fucking know a lot, dude, and I think that
It just
I
irks me when you got ones like Joe Lewis, Matt Sullivan, which is the fake private
I know
investigator.
I
When
I
you
was
email me, I'll show you the emails and like
I was
Prof. Robin.
I was with you during all
Oh, I'm
that.
working with the defense. I need a statement. I need to give it to the defense. Like, I need
Yeah,
everything you know about all these
fuck,
people. And then not even a week later, after not getting that from me and admitting, oh, I made that up. I had nothing to do with them. I had nothing to do with it. Like, or the defense, he was just
oh,
using it to make
oh,
content.
didn't
He
it
made a
wasn't
video and barely had any content when it comes to that ring. He
yeah.
was doing it to make content and be like another Greeno.
Listen,
And now he's like
you
grifting, like saying, hey, donate to me, like add memberships, give me money. I'm depending on it. I'm like,
don't have to tell me
all you're
that,
doing is
Mike.
reverbing shit.
You don't even have to tell me that because I fucking know. Okay, he's a cocksucking motherfucker, and that's it.
One thing
He
on him, what irks me is like he just did
so that
uh
he took the credit for it. He took 1.7 pounds of paperwork, receipts that he got from other people because somebody will call in and say something or somebody will make a comment and he's like, yeah, that's not true. If it is, I'm gonna
do
need
you
a
remember
receipt.
when he was going after Casey, like CJ?
Yeah,
He's got all these ties and connections to the cartel drug ring. He was only able to bring up the Kristen Kinney, his almost like his second mom that he bragged about. It was the
yeah,
only one he was able to bring up. You notice everybody was pressing, hey, Robin, hey, Prof. I thought you had all these ties and connections to CJ.
yeah. Fuck
He
him.
skirted around it because he was waiting for me to drop it. And I've noticed after one or two, 300 views, him and Joe Lewis, like the FBI video, like Joe Lewis did, look 2 days
Yeah,
beforehand, before he goes into the Larry Nasser and all that. He's like, I watched this guy's, here, I'm going to do sneeze, uh, Bill Clinton. I watched
ah,
this guy's
yeah,
live and his video and what he was saying and where he was saying and what he was saying. I want to bring it to you guys, my people, and look at what I found on the FBI and what they knew about the Larry Nasser. His
right, right,
FBI videos after admitting to his people. I just watched this guy's live video and what he was saying, where he was saying, where to look, and then I'm going to bring it up to you guys and redid everything I did and got what 2-3 thousand views off of it. It's like they're
Yeah.
pushing the narrative to them and their friends, and like
Well,
Prof,
okay, they
freak us
have.
in.
You don't even have to tell me about Prof because I'm fucking. You don't even know, okay? And I'm not going to tell you. But
Oh, trust me, I know. The Discord he was part of, he got kicked
okay,
out of. That's why he went after the weird shit and going after all of them. He
um,
was admitting, I've got this in a video recording.
you know that
I don't
he
think
sent.
you've realized.
Do you know that he sent pictures of me and another girl to Joe Prime Night because he was jealous, and so I had a friend that was pro prosecution, and she would always listen to my groups, and then she would say, "Well, why don't you come into my groups?" And I'm like, "All right," So I'm going for Aussie's groups, and right away I'd be like, "Hey, fucking, what do you got on Greeno?" Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch some hate for this. Like,
They're scared of that.
I'm all out for justice for the girls, but
Mm-hmm.
when I let the judge know on Joe, Robin Boudreaux
Yep.
admitting that he got the crime scene pictures leaked to
Yeah.
him by Julie Melvin,
Do you know that
and
he told me?
when ACV asked him, "What are these like? What's these sticks, and where did these come from?" He in writ says, "Julie Melvin sent me these to prove that Rick Snay was lying. That Rick Snay sent these to Julie Melvin, and she sent me just to prove that he's a liar. Julie Melvin sent me the crime scene pictures, and I took the time and only I blacked out everything, all the girls, and only left the sticks where I can show my people."
Who was that? Prof or Snake?
Yeah, Prof. It's right
Okay,
there on his
listen.
community wall. ACV asked him, like one of my two members. ACV
Mhm.
asked him, "What the hell are these sticks, and where did these come from?" Well, since you asked so nicely, Julie Melvin, and then she did a live with him where she's laughing about sending him the crime scene pictures. Why
I
let the
remember.
judge know if
I've
you're going to
I've
charge this individual for the same fucking thing? There's a continued leak, and Julie Melvin's continuing the leak. So if you're going to charge him for the same damn thing, why aren't you going to go after Julie Melvin? He's
right.
continuing the leak. Why this individual, your
Well,
prosecutor, and you're going to go against is getting railroaded when there's a continued leak by Julie Melvin and content creators. So if you're going to
yes.
charge him, you're going to charge the rest of these motherfuckers. I'm going to make damn sure of it.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah.
notice where they dropped his charges because I went after the prosecutor and I was working with his defense team. If you're going to charge him, if you're going to go after him for the same thing that's a continued leak with Julie Melvin and
Yeah.
content creators right now, then you're going to charge each and every single one of them. You're going to continue charging him. You notice they dropped the charges,
Yeah.
and I can tell you the emails, the texts with his
Mm-hmm.
defense attorney. I was working with him. I brought it to his attention. If they're going to charge him, then by God, they need to charge Julie Melvin and these content creators that are on, and they're actually like Prof in their own comments right there admitting that yes, they're part of the continued leak.
You know what Prof told me? I said, "Did you get the crime scene photos?" And this was over the phone. I said, "Did you get them?" He goes, "No. If I got them, I would cry." Exact words.
And this is one thing I'm going to bring up his son, and for having that on his computer, it wasn't on anybody else's. That was found on his computer. And
Well, what was wrong about it was he had his baby 4-year-old fucking son there, and then his goddamn 21-year-old gets caught doing whatever. That's fine, but did you go get baby Prof like checked out and like
was
just like,
baby Prof sitting in why his dad's blacking out the images of a nude Liberty German? Was baby Prof coming in the room?
how do you
Hey,
know
daddy,
that?
what is that? Two
How
little
do you know
girls fucking
Prof?
massive like murders on his
Yeah,
screen. Did baby Prof fucking see that? Two
I
little
know.
girls brutally murdered, one naked on his daddy's screen.
Yeah.
And I'm
How do
like,
you Are you saying that Prof put the blocks on there? The black box blocks?
No,
Like where you couldn't
the
see?
blacked out. Where if you go on his community wall
Yeah,
and he's got the sticks where everything is blacked out, like all the girls, like their bodies,
yeah.
and only the sticks. And then ACV asked Prof, "What the fuck is this? And where the fuck did this come from?" Well, since she acts so nicely, he's talking to that. He got the crime scene pictures from Julie Melvin. And if he went and deleted that, I've got the screenshots. Then I've got the live where he actually was talking to Julie Melvin, and they were laughing about her sending the crime scene pictures to him to prove that Rick Snay is a liar, and she did get sent them from Rick.
You know that those pictures are fake?
I never got them, and I don't want them, so I would
They're
not know.
they're fake. So you know what? Who gives a fuck, right?
'Cause that's one thing with me. I'm like, I've never got them, and I'm glad. Like, there's individuals that I've noticed from the very get go. It's only been about them, what they can get, how better can they get their name out there, like Matt,
Yeah,
Julie, Freakison. Then I'm gonna, if you send me an email, Chrissy,
yeah,
Two Crime Grit,
yeah.
do you
Oh, I didn't
realize
know
her
that.
husband?
I didn't know that
She's
was it.
trying to
Oh,
set, yeah,
you
look up
just
her,
doc. Don't do that. Don't do
look up
that.
her
Don't.
husband's felony on him, and I'll show you exactly what it's from. She's trying to say it was a pellet gun that accidentally went off and her son was shot.
What?
Yeah,
A shot?
yeah, and she was trying to say it was a pellet gun. And if I
Was it?
have something to fucking say, I think this is him coming on. If I've got something to fucking say, I can say it to his face. But
Bring him
then
in.
they were trying to get me to leave my weapon, but they live over near a casino. And it's a casino we happen to go, like, my family wise, every once in a blue moon. We save up
Mm-hmm.
and like $100, go to the casino for a night.
Yeah,
And they happened to knew I was heading over there. I was going to be at the casino, and they were trying to tell me to leave my gun. Like, don't tell family I was going to leave for. Oh, come hang out with us. We're going to extend an olive branch. Their
yeah.
exact words in the messaging. I've got all the messages, the text messages, the recorded calls. They were
Okay,
trying
Mike.
to lure me out of that casino. Don't tell my family. There's no reason I need my gun, but oh, you should come hang out with us. Don't tell your family you're leaving. Just kind of, we're gonna come pick you up from the casino.
Mhm.
I rode over there with two family members, and they knew I rode over with them. We rode over and we arrived. I got my wheelchair out of their car and went into the casino with them. So the last
Yeah,
known location they had of me coming over with them to the casino. You realize how long it would have taken the casino, the security team, my family to find out to file the missing person
right.
report?
Hmm.
It'd have been well over 48 hours. I would have been already dead.
Right. I
But
get it.
then I've got her husband where and her, if I've got something to fucking say about them, I can say it to their face. And I'm like, I don't trust fucking felons, especially when it comes to children.
Right. Oh God. You hurt
So
a
two crime grid,
you
Chrissy,
hit a
I'm
woman
gonna
or
show
a
some dark.
kid, I'm gonna kill you.
But yeah,
You.
I've got. But then when I called them out on what the fuck they were trying to do and lure me out of the casino, they're trying to
Mhm.
say on Facebook, "Who is this?" I'm like, and then the text messages and shit like, "Oh, who is this?" And oh, they were using two different cell phones, like cloning two different cell phones to text me
Oh,
off of, and they're trying to say, "Oh, that was my old phone and my new phone, and I've been having issues, and I've been working with my company, like my cell phone company. It's my old
yeah.
phone, my new phone. It's the same phone number, it's the same line." But then they're trying to act like, "Who's this?" After they're trying to lure me out of the casino to come with them,
Yeah.
extending an olive branch.
Hmm.
After saying if I have something to say, then I can say it to his fucking face, her
Yeah.
husband. But then
Hmm.
one of the last messages you see with Chrissy, True Crime Grid, is I don't trust felons, especially when it comes to felons against children. And then she tells me, and she's trying to say it was a pellet gun that accidentally went off, and her son was just accidentally shot.
Okay, was he
Like,
dead?
no big deal.
Did he
No,
die? Okay, so
no.
maybe it was
But
a
just
pellet.
how she's talking, like, it's no big deal. My husband had a weapon in his hand, and it accidentally went off, and it was a pellet gun, and my husband accidentally shot my son. And actually, the way
No.
she's saying in writ, the messages I have on her text and then Facebook,
Yeah,
the threatening messages and what her and her husband, and then what they were trying to do when I went to that casino,
yeah.
I'm going to show the truth, like
Look,
the deep,
I like.
dark kind of what they don't want shown.
Mm-hmm.
But the friends of theirs and her husband that go back in around that drug ring right there in Kokomo and Anderson.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I
Wow.
was having some issues, and I even told them to the face, like I've done to other people. The ties and connections that you have going back to other cases over that direction, back to Delphi,
Mm-hmm.
Karina's, that drug
Yeah.
ring. Yeah, by
Yeah.
God, I have like, yeah, I got a fucking issue with you. And I've said
Yeah.
to other people, do you have a fucking issue with me? You can say it to my face, like Frank Meister. Yeah, I got a fucking issue. I wouldn't say so much a fucking issue with you, your friends, and individuals that go back to cases down in Indianapolis. So yeah, Frank, I got a fucking issue with you. And
Yeah,
then
I got
Frank,
with them
where
too.
Frank and yeah, when Frank and Marv started, like their whole page, they got started.
Yeah.
Uh, I've got it screenshots where it was all Mike Phillips with Hunting Evil and Fight for Justice. Like every time they got a chance, it was my documents and everything I was saying. And it's just like
Yeah.
that chickpea off of Reddit.
I don't. Yeah, I don't
I'm
do
trying to
red.
figure out what this car is doing. Give me a second.
About to try to shoot me over the phone.
No, I've got a blacked out SUV. Like, give me a second.
Okay.
Because
Be
it was
careful.
weird. Give me a second.
Be careful.
I'll be,
Get your gun.
I'm muting for 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
All right, get your gun. Bye. Or hold on. I'm holding.
Oh, I'm still here. Just give me a second. I'm muting because I'm trying to see
Oh.
where they're going real quick.
Oh. Okay. So, guys, I'm gonna try to get some answers out of him. He knows a lot of stuff, and you guys know it. So,
Okay, I'm back. But it was weird
um,
because where I live, it's just like a little small. It's
in the
a
boondock.
small like yeah, it's out in the boonies, and
Yeah.
it's like a small little town like square.
Yeah.
And I noticed they were turning off one of the roads, and it was just like sitting back there at the back corner.
Oh.
And then we had a real blacked out like SUV kind of going real slow on the side road and went right in front of the house, like damn near stopped in the driveway. And I'm like, yeah, I've been having some weird shit going on after Tyler and Alan, a few others, like, we know where you live. We plan to see you, and you got what's coming to you one day soon. Something like that. And I'm kind of, I got my
Yeah.
GoPro on my head. That's another reason why I look goofy as hell right now. But if I'm going to be outside or if I go anywhere, if
Yeah.
it's not going to be on my chest, it's going to be on my head. It's my body cam. If
Right.
somebody's going to attack me, I've got a GoPro
Uh,
that's going to be recording everything going on, leading
yeah.
up to it and then after. But yeah, I'm going to let you start asking some questions.
Thank you, Michael. You know what? I think that I think you and I could work good together. I do. I am a little concerned because I think your life is in danger in my life. You know, because I ask a lot of questions.
No, they're already
And,
openly telling me I've got what's coming to them. The same mindset Tyler French and the rest of them.
and if they want to come after me, I mean, let them fucking come after me. Because you know what? I want justice for these two girls, and I want justice for Flora.
And like Prof, you just seen like the premiere he did today. He's begging, I'm depending on the donations in the
I
PayPal.
cannot watch him because he makes me sick to my stomach, honestly. He's a fucking dick. And I'm going to tell you right now, you know who I am. I'm not going to tell you, though, because nobody else needs to know. But that motherfucker, his day is coming. He turned all that paper. He turned 1.7 pounds into the attorney general. And he didn't even do it. He dropped it off to a girl to do it, and then she got afraid and dropped it off to another one, and she was afraid, but she did it.
And does he not understand what he's trying to bring up is his own work? Do you realize right after, I'm going to be honest with you, the young bridge guy, when that sketch came out, they were still, the moment it dropped, I seen that picture, it was Tyler Joe French down to the messed up eye.
Dude,
how the fuck?
You would know that, okay? We don't. But the people that don't, okay, so I am a firm believer in the eye of Apophis, okay? And I do believe that he does say that he has the whole attack on video, okay? So just listen, I want to say a few things. He says
then you got Tina Riddell when it comes to Megan Allen lying that she talked to L.E.
Yeah.
I've got where she admits that Megan told her via text that she took pictures of the Delphi.
Yeah.
And you remember back when Garrett Kurtz named Nick Edwards? Have you found Nick Edwards' Facebook?
No.
You might want to before you get rid of that. I've documented all the screenshots, but there's going to be some that's blocked me, or I blocked them that I'm not going to be able to see. But Nick Edwards, the same Nick Edwards, Garrett Kurtz said that got the snuff and gore. And then you got Tina Riddell saying Megan Allen took pictures of the Delphi murders.
Well, we need
this
to.
Before she started making up the stories of, her daughter got raped. She started that just like the picture of the car to push the narrative away from her own involvement. She helped her daughter and her friends clean up the blood. February 13th. No, she said 12th or 13th, but right there at Gabe Ellis's daughter's apartment. Look up 105 East Harrison on Google Earth. And that back porch, back porch, but the back screen door is the one that they used to get Karina Mcclerkin, I'm hearing, in. And then after she was dead, they backed Paige Shirley's Chevy Yukon, or what is it? Chevy Tahoe, like four-door. And right after Karina Mcclerkin, she sold that truck and got a white, like silverish white collar Mustang. But then you got to keep in mind, Gabe Ellis had SUVs. Then she also had access to her grandmother's green Jimmy.
Okay.
Out of Walton. So when she got done with Karina Mcclerkin's, she parked her truck up in Walton, which is just north of Delphi, just a little bit. And no sooner they got done with Delphi, she parked the Mustang, got rid of the Mustang with paper plates.
Yeah.
Did the same thing right after Delphi that she did in Karina Mcclerkin's when she used those vehicles and they were involved. But then I want you to go back, and I've shown this where Tina Riddell, she's talking about the blood in that stairway. Like if you're looking on, if you go and look up, and I got to thank Rochelle.
Of her own daughter's blood? Whose blood?
And I do have to thank Rachel. I just got that on PayPal. So sweet. Well, I'm giving her a shout out. Like she sent a donation. That's she gets a shout out. Thank you.
That was very nice of her. Thank you, Rochelle. Michael, we all know
Michael's. And it's a lot easier because have you ever heard content creators on YouTube they take a little over 30, if not more, percent on any donations or super stickers, anything you get on YouTube. They take a percentage of that.
Right. Oh, I know. Well, if you do the PayPal, they don't, right?
Oh yeah, that goes right to me, and it might be like $1 or $2, depending on much, like a few cents to maybe $1 or $2, but that goes directly to you. So that helps a lot more than the super chats and all that.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing is, okay, so you got to tell people, like, what's the best way that you get all of the money, because people don't like to give money and then have to have another
Oh yeah,
person take part
and
of
you
it.
don't set me like uh God, Robin's like premiere he did tonight. I'm begging you, like donations, buy me a coffee. I'm fully dependent on you guys and donations now, and I'm like, it sounds like another Gray Pubes. Give
Yeah.
me your donations. When you're
Hmm.
begging and you're
He's
telling
already
your
getting money
members
from.
and your followers that you're dependent on them and their donations now, I'm like, it's never been about me, what I can get or what I can get out of this. It's more about what I can get and what best I can do for the ones around me. But then you
Hmm.
got content creators saying they're depending on their donors now. I'm like, they're starting to show their true color, like Money Sunny.
Hmm.
Donate, donate, donate. And I'm like, you don't see that. I'll have the banner going. If you want to, then you can, but you don't see me hounding it. I'm like, I'd rather get information out. But then it sucks when you got ones that are con artists. Oh, hey,
For
he's
information.
struggling for a couple hundred views and only a couple hundred people seen it. I can get 2,000-3,000 views out of saying exactly that. And then, like I do off my cell phone most of the time, I'm trying to figure out how to get it like started where I can bring up some stuff like on a live
Yeah.
and do like clips and like uh how to do that. Like right now, I'm just constantly off my cell phone, so it's
Right.
kind of hard to bring up anything while I'm on a live. But I'm gonna start trying to get that. I do have a mic, but
Yeah. That's
what I
cool.
was gonna, what one thing I'm wanting to do, like I said, on the way to here to Delphi, I want
Hmm.
to do Brandy Bradley, like Kempton. I want to get the drone up, and there's only a couple ways to get to Kempton from Kokomo. There's the
Yeah.
main way, and there's a couple side ways you can go. And this whole time, I want to get my drone up, and it does the DJI follow me. As long as I
Yeah.
don't go over the 45 max mile an hour, like doing the
Yeah.
back ways is going to be easy. But if I have that up 200-300 feet up, and I'm
Hmm.
seeing like buckets like in a ditch,
Yeah.
because even her family said they admit that they only found burned partial remains. Where's the rest of Brandy's remains?
I thought you said that Karina was burnt in the campfire.
Well, that's one thing Tina was trying to get me to. She knows what the smell of decomposing human remains. She knows
Yeah.
what the smell smells like, and
And
she is
she.
trying to bring up Dusty Hooper, his burn pit being used, and she feels that's where they burned Karina's remains. I feel more
Mm,
like Delphi and Karina's. I feel like the bloody pants that, like she said, her daughter and the rest came back February. She wanted to say the 12th, but then she's like the 13th at
mm-hmm.
Gabe Ellis's daughter's apartment. She was talking about them already having baking soda and peroxide, like shoe boxes full,
Right.
and that was already sitting down there in the stairwell in the basement. But she's
Oh.
talking about blood the 13th, and I asked, it's in her own messages, the Delphi girls. But later
Right.
on, she's like, I didn't say it was the Delphi girls. It could have been the Delphi girls, February 13th at Gabe Ellis's daughter's apartment. But she's talking about the blood being on the stairwell, the
Yeah.
steps, on the like the wall leading down to the basement door. Then she's talking about in the basement itself, going over towards like the water heater and the furnace. there was pooling of blood, and she's like, I'm only telling you what I seen with her own two eyes because
Mhm.
she said she got calls and messages from her daughter. Hey, I stabbed one of the girls to know what it felt like. Mom, I need your help. I need your help. And then she was letting it be known, like the 12th, they already had like this pre-planned. Then the baking soda or peroxide and the cleaning supplies, knowing where they were going to come back after they'd done it.
Mhm.
Tina's letting the baking soda and peroxide, then she's tampering. She's like, at first, she's like, I didn't mess with any blood. Then I've got her where she's saying, well, I put one drop of peroxide on, like, mixed one with like a little bit of water on only one drop of blood just to see if it was human. I'm like, hon, do you not know that makes no fucking sense? Because
Right.
peroxide, any blood whatsoever, it's going to react animal or human alike. Like if a animal has a cut or a wound, you're going to put peroxide on it. It's going to do the same thing it does with a human. It
Yeah.
cleans the infection out. Duh.
Mm.
And if you put it on blood, it's going to react the same, human or not. And you
Right.
already know
Right.
it's Delphi girls. But then I finally got out of her after she said that, and uh, she kept trying to act like Gabe Ellis's daughter's not the stairwell and basement that she was talking about. It was one over by Speedway. It was a former stripper that Gabe knew. But then I
Mhm.
finally got out of her. Why did they um like the same owners and the rental company that owned and rented out Flint Palmer's apartment? It's the same company, rental company, that rented out Gabe Ellis's daughter's apartment. They
Oh, okay.
ripped out and re-renovated at the same time Flint Farmers and the real crime scene when it comes to Karina's,
Yeah.
and then Delphi. Knowing what happened there, they ripped out both of those and only renovated both those apartments, not knowing which one was the real crime scene. But the real
Oh.
crime scene of Karina's and Delphi got a full renovation. And then I got finally out of Tina where she's acting like I don't know who Gabe Ellis's daughter's. I've never been to the apartment. Then finally got out of her. Oh my God, why did they rip that apartment out? Like it was beautiful, like beautiful before. I'm like, well, I thought you never been there. You don't know who she is, or you've never been to that apartment. But then you're talking about how beautiful her apartment was. They didn't need to rip it out and redo it. It was beautiful already. What the
Mhm.
fuck, Tina?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna like go quiet for a second, and let you answer ask a few questions.
Okay. Go ahead. Can you hear me though? You'll be able to hear me. You just can't talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna just mute for a second and let you ask like a couple, two, three questions, and then when you want some answers, I'll answer.
Okay. So, I mean, obviously, I know that you know a lot, and I keep saying that, but I have questions because I know that you do a lot of lives, but I get confused sometimes because I know that you've been traumatized by the whole Karina McClerkin, whatever her name is. I apologize. I think it is Karina McClerkin. But
McClurkin.
sorry. I
Yeah,
know that.
your best way is like McDonald's, like Mick, then
Yeah.
clerk in.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
best way I can explain it to people when they're like trying to look up her case and kind of anything about her case. They're like, "How do you
Mm,
say her last name?" It's Mick, like McDonald's, clerk,
right.
like a clerk, then IN.
Yeah. Wow.
Best way that I can. Now you're like, oh, that does make sense.
Yeah, no, that's why I want to ask you questions, Michael, and I think they're questions that a lot of people want to know. And I think that if you and I maybe we can continue to work together a little bit. I mean, I want to ask you some questions tonight, and then I'm willing to go on at night with you if you want to go. If you want to go, because I know a lot of shit. You know a lot of shit. My shit is not because I know the people like you. I don't know any of those people with Karina Mcclerkin. I know of everything that happened. I mean, I sort of know. You know what I'm saying? But I want to know. Like, I know that we're doing like 3 crimes in one here that needs to be done. In Delphi, Flora, and Karina. And believe me, there's more fucking people. Okay. And I know you know
Logansport.
Logansport. Yeah.
Logansport, and
Can I say something about
there's about 35 in the general area. I actually got on my community wall. Like
Yeah.
I need to find that again. But there's 35 in the general area, and out of the 20 children, most of those children cases of the troubled community are right in that Carroll County, Marion County, like not Marion County, but Marion, Indiana,
Yeah.
Lafayette, that area. A lot of the 20 children cases, most of those like are in that general area. Like Javon
Mm.
Blackwell, his 2 sons that were murdered, Marion, Indiana.
Yeah.
He had 2 underage kids, and I've heard from a certain individual where they actually executed his 2 sons in front of him, then turned the same gun that they executed his 2 sons, did the same thing to him. And that's out of
Yeah.
Marion.
Yeah. Well, okay, so Logansport, let me tell you a connection that I've made. I'm kind of really curious about what you think about it because
Daniel Height, the dad that was found dead over in Flora,
yeah.
it's Daniel Hite,
Okay.
and you'll see left and right like the drug ring. Like they said, the 2 that came out alive, they had all the ties and connections to friends, and it's the same thing. Daniel Height. I couldn't find on Brandy Bradley or the what is it, stepdad.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't find anything on them when I looked, but when I found Daniel Height, the dad that was found dead,
Yeah.
and they went to
Mm-hmm.
go let him know that his children and her were killed in a fire, he was found dead. And try looking anything up on Daniel Height on how he died or what happened.
Yeah.
It's hard.
I'm sure. I know. So listen, um, if you don't know the answers to these questions, just don't answer them. I mean, or if you don't feel comfortable talking about it, okay? But I do
Right.
want to ask. I do want to ask you some pictures. I mean, some questions. I have different information, but so when Prof first came out, I met him, and he said that wife Lilith told him that Derek took. Well, he told 2 stories. I'm going to tell you both. He said that wife Lilith said that Keegan Klein, Tony Klein, and Richard Allen drove their red Jeep to the cemetery. Richard Allen was on the bridge, and Tony Klein was at the bottom of the bridge. And supposedly the girls had to run across the fucking bridge because Richard was chasing him. And Keegan didn't get out of the car. Just Dad did. And I don't know how RA got there. According to Prof. Okay. So it doesn't it doesn't make any sense that she is saying that Richard Allen is guilty no matter what. And I don't think I think that she's there's misinformation and disinformation, and I think she's definitely disinformation, you know. She can't be trusted, I can tell you that.
Well, one
But
thing, like when I was starting to talk with Andy and Matthew,
yeah,
I was putting a stop to it, and I gave them the heads up after she was going on Profs
yeah,
and others bragging that she was putting, like she did
money
with Keegan,
account.
money on Richard Allen's account, trying to get him to slip up. And like I let Andrew and
You know,
Matthew know,
you know that
this
she's
is
been
how. Yeah.
Put here for that. She's been put here for that. You know that.
hmm And it's
I
to push
mean,
a fucking false narrative. And that's the same thing. Like, I've been begging, if criminality is here for doing justice and blah, 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 and for wanting to expose the victims, well,
yep,
everybody's had. This is the one thing I'm going to bring up, and I'm going to bring up the truth.
yep.
They're doing the same thing they're doing to Richard Allen. Solitary confinement, 23 hours a day,
Thank you.
1 hour out. Flint Farmer has been in solitary confinement since the day they put him in Howard County.
And he's still in it.
Solitary confinement, 23 hours a day in, 1 hour out. So that's
He's
like a
still.
shower. Yeah, they've had him in the red, is what they call it in Howard County.
Is he
It's
innocent?
the segregation. It's the same Flint Farmer that Gabriel Ellis on Jailhouse Visits with Andrea Jo Glassburn. Andrea Jo was
Yeah.
Jerry McClurkin's best friend. Like,
Okay.
that's what I was saying at the very beginning. When
Mhm.
they were bouncing back and forth, one of the first missing people that were doing the flyers and letting Karina's case be heard,
Yeah.
involving having a private investigator of theirs that drove out to work with Jerry and talk with Jerry and meet Jerry and me.
Mm-hmm.
I was the only one being truthful with that company and their private investigator. They were
Mm-hmm.
begging Karina's grandmother, Jerry, and her friend Andrea, please stop visiting Gabriel Ellis. The more we're getting on Gabriel Ellis in that drug ring and the ones around him, the more
Yeah.
you and Andrea keep going and visiting him after you promised us as a foundation, a missing person foundation that was helping her and getting her case all seen and heard. She made promises to stop seeing Gabe Ellis and stop going. The more we get getting on Gabe, the more her and Andrea would go. What were
Mm-hmm.
they letting him being known? I want to get access to all those jail visits. What was she telling her second son
Right.
to save his own ass? To get him to
Mm-hmm.
start? Yeah, he was saying, yeah, Flint Farmer. She left his house alive. He had nothing
Wow.
to do with her case. But Indiana
Right.
State Police and the locals are railroading and has another one in solitary confinement since the day he was arrested. Flint Farmer has not been out of the red, which is the shoe area, the solitary confinement.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the same ordeal with the lights on 24/7. They've had him in segregation just like they have had Rick. ISP and the locals there in Carroll County to protect
Mm-hmm.
this drug ring. You got politicians like Nita Duff, Nicholas McClellan, their own family dealing. And look at the assessors, where you got like ones like the sitting prosecutor, Mark McCann,
Mm-hmm.
being business partner with like Daniel Metz. The other two names the Attorney General in Florida went after. You're seeing
Mm-hmm.
partners with Mark McCann and other individuals
Right.
on these false companies. I want to blow your mind for a second. Like later when you get off here,
Then you're
go to
gonna let me
Indiana
fucking
State.
tell you. I gotta tell you some shit, dude. Oh, go ahead though.
Well, okay, give me a second. But Indiana State Board of Accounts auditors, Indiana
Yeah.
State Board of Auditors, isboa.gov. Look up
Right.
2015 Carroll County, Delphi.
Okay. Yeah.
Look at all the audits that were going on. There was more
Yeah.
than missing uh, documentation interviews. There was a ton of money going missing, unaccounted for.
Mm-hmm. I
Well, I'm
listen.
gonna go quiet, or I can stop interrupting you. I'm gonna go quiet for a second.
I'm gonna. Okay, good. And I'm not. I love your voice. I really do. So
Oh,
I mean,
you
my
haven't
question.
heard nothing yet. When I get rid
my
of this code, I can go low.
oh god. Oh god. Don't go there. So is Lilith's story with Richard Allen being on the bridge, Keegan Klein staying in the Jeep, the red Jeep, and Tony Klein was the one at the bottom of the hill that Richard told the girls to go to, and then he had a gun to them, and then he killed the girls on accident and then ran back to Keegan Klein's car and said, "Oh my God, Keegan, I need your help. I accidentally killed the girls." That's number one story that Prof has been selling for over a year. And then he changed it. Okay. So then the next story was, oh, I talked to Noe. And Noe said that he knew. Hold on, I gotta get to. I gotta say, tell me what the sentence before. God damn it! Should I rewind it? I can't do it. All I'm saying is Noe for some reason is sticking to Prof. Okay, and Noe doesn't believe for 1 minute that Richard Allen is innocent because Noe admitted to me that it was a guy in jail that he went into jail with Keegan Klein. Keegan Klein didn't tell him what happened. He said that he was only in with Keegan Klein for a week or two. It's not accurate. I don't know, a week or two, which was weird. And then he talked to another guy who was in prison, with them, jail. I don't know which one it was, but anyways, talked to another guy, and he's the one that told Noe the story about Keegan Klein saying that about him and Tony Klein and Richard Allen. And what the fuck, dude? Like, why are you saying that wife Lilith said it, and then you're saying Noe said it? Well, I'm saying Noe said it because he admitted it to me, and I do have it recorded. But it's fucking bullshit, dude. They are pushing a narrative that is false to put an innocent fucking man in jail. And guess what? I got a fucking problem with that. Okay?
Here's where...
Listen, because I'm going to forget you. I'm old. Here's where it pisses me off. It's obvious that Lilith is an informant. Okay? And I have proof. So, is she being paid? You know what I mean? Why did she go to all of... I understand why she went to all of Keegan Klein's sport games. I do. Okay. It was her job to try to get as much information out of him as she could. And, she was working.
Oh, she tried getting buddy with me, and as a former FBI informant for years, and I've got multiple, look up Bruce Dockett, DOC, or Bruce Dockett, just look up the fake sovereign citizen judge, threats to a real judge to murder him. He's got 38 years in federal prison. That's one of a number of individuals I got in federal court. My informant status turned federal witness, going into getting 38 years behind Bruce Dockett.
Wow.
And there's individuals like him, and among others, like the Indiana ISIS couple, why she was sent to federal prison. They trained with the same militia Amber Holder belonged to. They trained with the same militia before moving over with her husband to fight for ISIS. How to medically, and it's not just Ron Logan's land, but she actually used to be a stripper in the pay to play there in Kokomo, Danny's strip club. Then she worked at Indiana Packers. Then married this Muslim and ended up going with him and learning how to medical. The militia, you learn how to do medical, you do how to fight, defense, offensive, close quarter combat. All this is going on from February 10th through the 12th, there was militia, the Odinism, and then that
Right.
criminal network, the cartel drug ring issue. There was multiple. It's a multifaceted investigation with different avenues. Is why the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force is already in Delphi. And
Mm-hmm.
if you look back on my very beginning, like my fight for justice, my Facebook, when I was talking about this, and from day one of Karina's, right after Delphi, I spoke up and was like, the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, my handler was involved from day one in Delphi. It was
Yeah.
his lies, disregard, and negligence. 2016. Then even was it just 100 and some odd days right after Delphi? He was promising to come get me on record. Like, I'm going to come interview you, get your full testimony, get you on record, and get this to the criminal investigation unit with the FBI. If he would have done his job, even back right after Karina's, he would have had suspects. The same Odinism issue, they've been practicing for years. The ties and connections they have with, like, when it comes to, like, Brad Holder, back to his drug ring left and right,
Yeah.
it shows left and right. I'm like, holy shit. I've got Ashley Garth. I've still got all her friends list. And she had her
Mm-hmm.
dad take that down and hide that. But there's multiple serial killers, but they're dillers turned serial killers that killed to protect this ring, but yet don't look at the drugs and don't look, and like Anna said, none of the families had any drug involvement with any drug ring. But then you got Del Wood getting arrested in 2021. But look when
Mm-hmm.
they got rid of the FBI, and I proved and I showed Becky, and she promised to take this to Carter. If she
Mm-hmm.
showed Carter in 2021 that he had an FBI informant turned witness, turned victim by the same individuals, and I was bringing up names and connections to political
Right.
individuals. Look at Jamie Noel when it comes to Doug Carter and other politicians. He was
Right.
best buddies with, like, Vice President Pence. He got a personal invite from Pence to go to the inauguration.
Really? Oh my
Yeah,
God.
Jamie Noel, Noel, went to
Yeah.
Trump's inauguration. Got a
Oh yeah.
personal invite from Pence. Holcomb. It's not just the Republican, it's Democrat as well. Both parties in Howard County, Carroll County, are just
Yeah.
as corrupt. You'll see
Listen,
dillers.
I'm so sick of seeing people fucking say when they're not from our goddamn country that who the fuck the president should be. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm a bitch. Okay, I'm gonna say that. And
Hey, don't
you
lie. I'm a bitch. I'm a lover. My ex's
know,
favorite song, and she's a psycho bitch.
mine is
If you
shoot.
want hers, yeah, I learned you don't play that song when she's driving because it's one of those fucking Fast and Furious. Her songs, she has a Fast and Furious mix. It
Right.
has a bunch of their songs, but when she's having a pissed off day and she puts a, I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, you're gonna
Hmm.
go Mach 2 on her fucking little Ford Taurus. And you're holding
Right.
on, your asshole's like gripping the seat and you're holding the old shit handle and she's laughing over there,
Oh
just
God.
pissed off. And once that song comes on, she's like, once he get the song's done, it's like, okay, back to normal driving. I'm like, what the fuck's that? I need adrenaline rush and I had a pissed off day. Sit over
Hey,
there, shut the fuck up, and sit there and be quiet.
music is good
I have
for
no
us.
offense. I'm
Music
holding
is
on to those shit handles like she's gonna kill us, and she's weaving out of traffic. I'm like, you
I know.
psychotic bitch. It's Miss Psychotic Bitch to you, and I'm like,
I know what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, hey, that's it's
yeah, that
okay.
was my high school sweetheart. Like, the funny thing is on her is like, yeah, she moved in with us. She was what 3, 4 years. I was still
Yeah.
17, but old enough to. If I was gonna date a chick that was what 22, 23, when I was 17. Even family
Wow.
said, it's like, I was old enough. I'm like, I'm out of school. I'm joining the army. If I have a live-in girlfriend that's older than me, who gives a fuck? I'm a like I'm a man now. I'm joining the army. Like, you're a man now. You can make your own decisions, and you're about to be 18 anyway. So
Right.
yeah, her and
Right.
her ex-boyfriend are, yeah. Long story short, yeah, they broke up, and the place they were renting kind of went back to the owner.
Yeah.
And I looked at family. Hell, she needs a place to stay. I've been dating this chick for a while. And it was funny because it was the selfless service and me being a gent. I just got hurt on the football field and
Oh.
went and stopped, talked to my sister. Well, pretty much come to find out she is pretty much family to me, like biological, like dad. She's
Oh.
family to me, but I always treated her like my sister. So I stopped. Hey, what happened? I was like, I busted up my knee, so I've got ice on both sides of my knee
Yeah.
and taped up and wrapped around my knee in my jeans. And I'm sitting here using crutches to come back out to the field. Had a big old Carhartt on and my uniform under it. And I seen my sister's, like, one of her best friends, like, sitting there just freezing. Her boyfriend's sitting right here in a big old Carhartt jacket. And I'm like, I'm sweating. Like, I'm still steaming from being out there playing. And I looked at her. I was like, I'm fine. I've got Under Armour on. I've got my uniform on. I'm still boiling hot. Like, here, there's no sense. I'll just give it to Ashley and I'll get it after the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I met my ex. Her boyfriend
Wow.
was letting her freeze, and I just gave her my Carhartt. And I'm sitting here boiling hot in. I'm still hot
Mm.
as hell and
Yeah.
walking back out to the field after getting hit. What happened was I got hit below and up top, so it kind of spun me like twice in the air. And I came down on
Oh.
my knee, and it
Yeah.
busted my knee up for, I think it was like 3 months. I had it swelling and had to get a needle to get it drained. But yeah, that's how I won my ex over, like my high school sweetheart.
Right. Well, that's cool.
She moved in, so I'm sitting here. She's like old enough. She's hanging out with mom and family while I'm at school.
Yeah.
And then I come back and it's like, hey, I got a game this week, like this Friday. You coming?
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah. That's
yeah, that's how I
cool.
met my high school sweetheart. My
Yeah.
ex, like the last ex, you'll like her because
Didn't
you
she
know
live
you're
down the?
dating a psycho bitch when she said her heroes. Loretta Bobbitt,
Oh my
don't piss
God.
me off or I'll bobbit your ass.
Oh
It's mine
my God.
now. So if you
Wow.
die, I'm yeah.
Stay away
When
from her.
she said her hero is Bobbitt, I knew she was a psycho bitch. I don't know
She
what it
she,
is with me with psycho bitches, but
she just
they're
had to tell you.
fun. I can fix them. I know my whole mindset. It's like no matter how psycho they are, I can
Yeah.
fix them. Like my ex-wife, felon. I got
Wow.
her out of felony probation, and I got into pills, like addicted. Like it was getting out of the service. I was already
Mm-hmm.
dependent on them, so I got into the pill addiction. I tried meth twice, and it was only with my ex-wife. I'm one of
Oh
those. I
really?
like to chill, and I
Mm-hmm.
don't like fucking tweaking and fucking not sleeping. I'm one of those. I'd rather smoke a joint, sit back, and knock the fuck out.
There we go.
I can't be up and kind of then you're paranoid. Like, what the hell was that? No.
Right. Right.
But my ex-wife fucking she liked it, and I'm like, no. I've tried it twice with her, and I'm like, no, this shit's not coming in this house. Look at all your friends that are right now going in and out of prison or jail with possession of meth, and no, your little buddies can stay out. Well, 2 weeks after we got married, and she kept saying she was pregnant and showing up like positive. I'm like,
Yeah.
hell no. If you're pregnant, you're not getting any of this addiction shit you want. You've got a kid now on the way, and it's my fucking kid.
Yeah.
And I cleaned her up. Well, 2 weeks after we got married, she put me on a 72-hour hold. I just got back from doing like business, like job,
Yeah.
and got me on a 72-hour hold saying she found me in the basement trying to hang myself. I'm
Oh
sitting
my God.
here naked in bed, knocked out, and I've got Anderson PD and fire department
That's
surrounding
my
my bed.
that's my worst nightmare.
Yeah, it got me on a 72-hour hold, and not even 24 hours into the hold, I was pissed off because recorded conversations. I have my just new wife screwing a guy saying, "Oh, have you ever tried KY? Blah blah." And oh yeah, I've got her on Hydro. She's loving me right now. And I'm like, wow, you see why I'm in here? She
Do
put
you
me
have a
in here to rob me, and like, yeah, I
Does she
just
have a
got a $30,000 like contract
yeah.
to do wildlife work. So she pretty much took all but like 7K that I had in the
Yeah.
safe, like the what is it, my mom safe deposit or whatever. Like I had
Oh,
like in
deposit box.
security.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had
Yep.
a security like my own only in my name. So I put
Mhm.
half of that like 30K in there. So she took about 12K, everything that was worth anything out of the house and with her mom and took
Yeah.
my full military record, like my full once and I only get this full records that was in one of my bags that I use in the military. She
Mhm.
stuffed all her shit in and took my military paperwork, and I can't get that full complete record. Like it was like 3 inch thick. Like when you get out, it's your full Bible. It's
Right.
got
Right.
every paperwork and it's one of. I'm like, oh
Right.
shit. But yeah, long story short, yeah, it's ex-wife, and come to find out, we just divorced in April.
Mhm.
It's another reason why we got married. I refused to get married and this is what 2013.
Yeah.
I refused to get married on Valentine's Day, so I already hated uh, the day after Valentine's
Oh, the day after.
because
Yeah.
2 weeks after we got 2 weeks after we got married, she ran off with a wannabe pill dealer in Anderson
Mhm.
and left me broke, like lost my truck, everything, lost my
Yeah.
business, like pretty much moved in back with family.
Right.
She took
Right.
me for everything I had. So I already hated the day after Valentine's Day. She wanted to get married on V-Day. I'm like, you're
Mhm.
gonna ruin my Valentine's Day if this doesn't last.
Venereal disease day. She wants you married on the venereal disease day.
So yeah, I already hated the day after Valentine's Day with a fucking passion, thanks to my ex-wife. But yeah,
Yeah.
our divorce, when it comes to the 10-year-old oldest son that she had, that ex-boyfriend signed
Yeah.
the birth certificate. She said we had one child of the union and lied to the judge, came up with a different name and a birth date in 2023. Like we just had another, like she had a third kid. Well, then I got out
Mhm.
her grandmother, her mom. She's only got 2 kids. And the next time you ask me about this, I'll get a contact order. You need to shut the fuck up and leave us alone. I'm like, I've done nothing but ask. Does she have a third kid in 2023?
Oh.
And if
Well,
so, okay,
if
is this
it
name that
sounds
she gave a
it,
grandkid?
yeah.
So I've got a 10-year-old son. I have not let anybody know who the hell he is or where he is.
Don't no. None nobody's business.
So as a
Don't
father and as a child sexual survivor myself, for 4 years of my life, uh, he was 5 years my senior, adopted side of my dad, adopted me
yeah.
age one. So
Yeah.
it would be a distant adopted cousin, 5 years my senior.
Mhm.
What he did to me and my younger, like a year younger than me. So I was 5,
Yeah.
she was 4
Oh
to
my
9,
God.
and her probably 8, 4 to 8. So she
Is that
just turned
person
like 5. I just turned 6 to 9. About that time, it was a distant cousin living at my grandmother's with his mom
Mhm.
for her sister and her two
Yeah.
kids moved in with her in her trailer. So when we were getting babysit overnight at my grandmother's, her sister's youngest was molesting me and my cousin, doing some nasty
Wow.
shit for years to us while he lived
Oh,
there with my grandmother. And they
geez.
wondered why me and her would raise all kinds of hell, would run down the fucking road, like get our asses beat,
Yeah.
and refuse to want to stay. And we come back, we're running out, like we're dashing out. We're not staying there.
Right. Yeah.
Like I don't care how many times you beat my ass. I get back here, we're running, and it's not just me. We're both running. We're
So,
raising hell, dragging tooth and nail. Like you're not taking us back there. But
so
then after, yeah, after
you're,
he moved out with his mom,
mhm.
come to find out, it'd be both their like our dad's
Yeah.
aunt did it to him and his brother when they were kids. She did to
Wow.
him just like I get a feeling she did to her kids. So her
Yep.
kids did it to us.
Oh my God.
You didn't see both our dads doing the shit to anybody else,
I
but
happen to
I
know
think she
about.
did to her own son
I
because come
happen.
to find out, my dad was like, "Wow, his
Yeah.
mom did that to me and my brother when we were you guys like you're about the same age." So it
Right.
made you wonder if like is that where he learned it from his mom?
Well, listen. Okay. So
But that's where my PTSD stems
that
from. And it's the same PTSD that I'm mentally retarded. And it's the same PTSD KPD and ISP is trying to keep me from being a federal witness,
well, they
informant,
know
and victim.
you wouldn't be able to get the information you have without being retarded. So they know
But they're
better.
trying to say I'm not mentally like my PTSD does not make me a credible federal witness, informant, and victim of the same drug ring. And this is
Didn't
involving Karina's and Delphi.
didn't, didn't
They're
they know
trying
that when you?
everything they can to keep me from taking a stand whatsoever, by all means necessary.
Okay.
My PTSD is why I shouldn't be credible.
I'm so sorry that happens. Honestly, because I mean
All
that's
right,
fucked up.
sorry. It just speaking from a child victim myself. For these child victims, like the 4 kids I got home alive,
Yep. Yep.
I didn't make it into content, and all it takes is one case. One time I get caught even by the defense on who and what
Mhm.
I was federally and what had the FBI there in Delphi already. If it takes the defense on Delphi, all they have to do is swear me in on who and
Mhm.
federally what I was, all three, during the time
Mhm.
of Delphi and Carina's. They have the right to ask for a federal special prosecutor
Mhm.
and a halt to the state and local
Well,
case when there's RICO issues back to individuals that are involved going against him. But yet, what they're not wanting to be shown is the RICO issues back to this cartel drug ring.
it's
Nick,
coming.
hey, Nick's on cocaine. Where do you think he was getting it? Hmm.
Reno.
Well, Gabe, that drug ring. Well, I've got a
I
woman.
know. Folks.
Fact check me on this. There's only one Latino ran uh, repair shop there in Frankfurt, the same Frankfurt Derek went to. I've got
Mhm.
a 2015 rated female dealer that was getting fronts from that Latino cartel drug ring, ran repair shop in Frankfurt. She
Yeah.
she was talking about before she got raided in 2014, she was getting fronts of cocaine and meth. And it's the same cartel out of
Yeah.
Kokomo that was running
Yeah.
it out of that repair shop there in Frankfurt that's still open to this day. But I've got a dealer in 2015 that was raided. She's let me in on some real deep shit. I'm like, whoa. But she
Well,
was
listen.
actually part of that cartel raid
That
in 2015.
that's something that's probably always going to be a problem, Michael. So we all have to be proactive, but
One thing I
Indiana.
am wanting to say before we start doing any more Q&A
Yeah.
is all 80 cases right now I've proven,
Mhm.
20 of these are children. It's all within the troubled community, the same troubled community that is had for decades now,
Yeah.
decades upon decades of the corruption. Think back
Mhm.
to bootlegging, the corruption back then, the sex
Yeah.
trafficking. It's the same
Mhm.
troubled community. And it's the
I know.
same corruption, the money laundering, everything. You've got dealers, the politicians, their
Mhm.
families and their family friends dealing that would go back into the RICO issue. You've got like Mark McCann being business partners with the dealers. There's
Mhm.
I'll if you email me, I'll throw you Blaine Nelson's link.
Yeah.
Andrew Bess, BESS.
Mhm.
Andrew Bess was a big dealer up in Kokomo after
Yeah.
Daniel got raided and was tipped off federally down in Florida.
Mhm.
He ran
Yeah.
back up with all his money. And like I said, the city of First, the rehab center, it's a money laundering scheme, just like the
Right.
other
Oh,
rehab. The more
fucking
people
big.
they get in, they've got 2 rehab places now in Kokomo,
Yeah.
and it's money laundering the hell out of that money.
Oh, fuck. That's what hospitals do, dude. They're always in the red. I know about that.
Then Daniel Metz, oh, he's even got not just rehab, but he's doing mental health
Mhm.
buildings and uh employment that way on doing the money laundering. He's
Yeah.
found a hell of a scheme, and the business partners, like the sitting prosecutor and others, are business partners with people that the attorney general down in Florida went after,
Mhm.
but yet nothing to see up here.
Right. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, that's fucked up. I mean, listen, Indiana is the most secretive state in the United States of America.
And
That, that's
I'm
why.
Republican, but I'm rooting for a individual that's running for a certain county
Mhm.
commissioner seat. If she gets in,
Mhm.
the RICO issue,
Yep.
Karina's case, other things, she's going to raise hell.
Good.
And I hope to
Okay.
God she gets in. I've never
Did you
rooted for a Democrat in my life, but I'm hoping to God she gets that commissioner seat
did you already vote?
because I've got a. I'm not in her county though,
Oh, fuck.
but I
Yeah.
am gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
Braun can kiss my ass.
Who?
The Braun, like the one running for governor,
Oh, yeah.
Indiana governor, Braun.
Mhm.
But yeah, he'll think about it when it comes to weed. Well, at least the Democrat, she's like, okay, we'll start out with medical, but I'm going libertarian for
Yeah.
governor and hope to God
Mhm.
he can get in because he's like, fuck the medical, fuck this, we're gonna go straight fucking legal.
They're fucking
Why
making meth.
fucking piss around with medical? Let's just go legal. So I'm like,
They make meth legal in Vancouver, and all the fucking meth heads are there. And Greeno went there, and he bragged about it to Noe that, hey, out here, there's as much meth as we want, man. It's legal. You can walk the streets with it. And he showed him a bag of it and all that shit. It's like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. And I happen to know a lot about Greeno, and I'm not
oh,
happy about.
his like, oh, people want me dead, and like his death threats to me, I'm sitting here like, there was a live I just did what was earlier. I looked at
Mm-hmm.
Grano, you soft ass bitch. You say you want me dead, but I guarantee I show up in Delphi one of these days in a damn wheelchair, and like I called it, he don't have the fucking balls to step to a man in a wheelchair. I
Well,
guarantee you, he'll fucking dodge my ass.
his days should be numbered. But listen, let me ask you questions about Rachel. Well, Rachel's asking questions too. She's saying, let's see, the rage. Let me see what's a question. Hold on, let me go up a little bit. Hold on, I gotta see when I got on here. For some reason, it actually shows all of it.
Do you know what they are referring to when they said it's a member of a prominent Delphi family? It's more than one prominent Delphi family, like
Yeah,
politicians.
listen,
Like
listen.
I
There's
said,
all kinds of people related that most people don't even know about. Michael Moore, no,
and
Chris Moore is related to John McCain, or not John McCain. You know the brothers, the McCain brothers. Okay, he
like the
knows the
Ayers, the Myers, like they're all
he
the
knows the
Dillers
land.
within their families over in Florida.
Yeah, he knows the lay of the land because it had to be assessed, and I'm sure he had to. That's what he did because he does help McCain. Also write grants for that tiny city in Delphi with hardly any people. So, like, for them to get the money that they're getting, I mean, something big is going on here because, like, let's say, okay, so after the murders, CPS building started on fire, so they decided to tear it down right away. Shane Evans. Okay, so then after the Mears barn, more suspicious shit happened in there, and I guess there was like a hidden room in that.
Do you
Then
realize
the
how many in the drug ring, like Florida, Carroll County, that area, the
yeah,
Dillers that are now
hmm
sitting friends with a now sitting judge and his family? Do you realize how many Dillers that are still in and around that drug ring that are going to be running through his court that are
yeah,
longtime family friends of him and his colleagues and other politicians, their families? They're
hmm
going to get like special treatment and the very light hand uh, judging, like Fouts was doing to like Derek Wayne McClellan,
hmm
like his fellow politicians' family. He was giving them like little, oh, we're gonna do like 7 years, but we're gonna cancel that in like 365 days, and we're already gonna do time served and just a little bit of probation. Have a nice day.
yeah. I know they're
Like
slapping
that
them
was
out.
child predators. That was Dillers. Fouts is fucking light-handed as fuck. But how does
Listen,
somebody in sexual trafficking keep her law license? Make that
no,
make sense.
he did get fired though as a judge, or he stepped
Well,
down
I
as a
know
drug,
that, but his
and he can
law
be an attorney.
license, he's openly admitting that he's part of sexual trafficking within that cartel. Where's the
Listen,
RICO issue and where's the how the hell do you have a law license still?
it's coming. It's coming. It's there. People know about it. I mean, we don't know when they come in and start doing their
Oh, it's just
investigation.
like I've gotten texts, and you'll see some of these when it comes to the corruption, the RICO issues,
hmm
and when it came to FBI, Michael Curtis,
Yeah.
him and FBI knowing all about it, it's in the back burner brewing. This is going to be some of those text messages you guys are going to see when it comes to the corruption and
Yeah.
FBI knowing about the corruption. And for
hmm
them to say it's in the back burner brewing, it's going to happen here before too long. It's brewing in the back burner and then to sit
hmm
on it and know about it. What the fuck?
Yeah. Exactly. I know. I know.
And
All
it's
right.
like Richard Allen Ferguson, he's talking about all these corrupt people, but yet
Yeah.
he's friends with all these, including Robert Ives. All these
Really.
corrupt people in Cocoa and Carroll County, he's calling corrupt. He's friends with all them.
Really.
But before
Yeah.
you, when you get off here, Nick Edwards, make sure to document his friends list
Okay.
and where they go back to.
Okay.
The nexus to other cases like Flora, Jennifer Barnes,
Yeah.
Willie Smith's murder in
Wasn't
Florida, Flora.
wasn't wasn't Karina walking out of the house with her at Flora
Jennifer, she ended up
Farm?
doing like a 2018 with Greeno.
Yeah.
They're at the
Oh,
bridge.
oh, oh.
She was doing some of the fillings with him at the bridge, but she's
So
a good
you
longtime friend with Greeno.
so you don't wasn't her and Greeno seen are known to have left that the Flora house 15
It was her
minutes.
and her husband,
Okay.
Jennifer and Corey Dean. The
Why?
same
Why?
Corey, after she went to prison, he married
Mhm,
his her daughter. Yeah, which was a kid when he first came around. But yeah,
mhm.
when Jennifer went to prison, he married her daughter.
Oh my god. That's just who
Yeah,
who
and when he, like I
who.
said, when he first started coming around, she was
Mhm.
still a child. So
Oh
he
my
was
god.
pretty much dating his stepchild that he helped raise, and then he was porking married.
That's disgusting.
He got a divorce with Jennifer and married his her daughter.
Mhm. Wow.
But yeah, look up
Well,
Corey Dean, like his recent divorce. You're like, oh
I'm.
shit, who's that? Oh what? But then her
Yeah.
daughter's ties and connections back to the string will blow you
Yeah.
away, just like Nick
Mhm.
Edwards.
Yeah.
And Nick Edwards, before he takes down the pictures, he's got
Mhm.
stuffs like the whole shield. He's got a wall full of like nothing but axes
You
and swords and
you get
like,
screenshots in case he takes it down.
oh yeah. And like
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. More than one person take pictures. He's bald headed, big old Nordic beard, Nick Edwards
Mhm.
out
Yeah.
of Lafayette. And this is the same Nick Edwards that Garrett Kurtz had received snuff and gore with a
Mhm.
female
Right.
from Delphi. And then I'm like, Nick Edwards, his ties back to, like I said, all these murders, Kurtz and like included. He was trying
Mhm.
to say it was Ashley Garth, it was only her friend. But did he forget he was sitting friends with Nick Edwards?
Yeah.
But all these killers that are sitting friends with Nick Edwards, then you have Tina saying her daughter took pictures. I guarantee if she took pictures, she did videos. And I guarantee it, in one of those videos, like she told her mom, she stabbed one of the girls to know what it felt like. I guarantee you she had her phone doing it.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. I was gonna think of something. I was thinking of something. Let me. Okay, so
Yeah, I'm
please
gonna let you
just
get these out. I'm
please.
hearing you out.
I know. Hey, I love listening to you. I listen to you all the time. Sometimes I talk in circles too. It's called getting. We know too much. That's what it is, right? We want to know more, and we still know too much. But
And God, I feel like Prof and the rest of them. This is the longest live I've had.
oh, you know what? No, dude, we'll have fun. Fuck Prof. You know,
I'm sitting
I
here
don't.
looking. I'm like, we're going on 4 hours. I'm like, damn.
He's gonna talk shit about me. I don't give a fuck. I can't stand that. You know what? He's an opportunist because here's all I
I've
can
got him
say.
blocked.
Here's all I can say. No, we told him one story. Well, Wife Lilith told him one story. No,
And
no, we
just like
told him.
Tina's telling him other stories, and you
Yeah,
don't know the
well,
exact source, like what she told me, the truth. She keeps
and
telling
then
different
Noe.
stories to push the narrative, and
Yeah,
she's involved just as much as her daughter on helping
um,
in Karina's and Delphi. Any
don't
case
worry.
her daughter was involved with, she was helping her daughter, and then she's pushing the narrative around off of her daughter. If her daughter
Yeah,
goes down, Kenny goes behind bars too for assisting her daughter in that ring.
yeah, yep.
She's
Well,
going to push whatever narrative and whoever listens on whatever story she needs told to push the
mm,
narrative away from her and her daughter's involvement.
right.
She helped mommy help daughter get rid of blood and hide the
Right.
evidence and get rid of the evidence and helped in more than one case and daughter and her friends got themselves into. Then mommy
Mm-hmm.
helped daughter and mommy helped daughter get the narrative. I've got all these people listening to me on this, that, and the other, so I can take this picture and have them sit on this goose egg, and they'll listen to me. Watch this, honey.
Yeah, fuck that.
Whatever she needed, just like Prof. Whatever they need, whatever narrative they need to press, just like the prosecution side. It's
That's
whatever narrative that's bringing the money, the views, the memberships.
okay. So I don't watch Prof anymore. He actually repulses me. Um, once in a while, I might, just like go into a chat, and just the way he acts is so like all of a sudden he's like Mr. Rogers.
YouTube's being a bitch. He did a video like the apocalypse.
Yeah,
Apparently, the links I'm copying and pasting aren't the right links to do a copyright strike because I'm doing. At first, it was on my phone. It was my link wasn't right. His was correct, and then I did the timestamps. But then when I tried to do it on the computer, it was both the links aren't correct to do the copyright strike. I'm like, what the fuck? There's only one way to copy and paste a link to a
right.
page or a video. It's the copy and paste, like to share it. And it's saying that's not a correct link. I'm like, then what the fuck link is it?
Right.
So I'm
Well,
actually looking at legal outside of YouTube, taking
mm,
legal because I already documented my copyright violation, which you can take out of off of YouTube. You can take further actions when it comes to loss of revenue. You say I'm getting a tampering with a witness, federal witness, informant. I'm taking federal actions against Robin Boudreaux on copyright violations, and he's done it a lot over the years. And I'm like, you know what? Since I
how
can't do
come
anything YouTube wise, I'm taking legal, in person, real life actions in federal court against him.
didn't you already start that process?
Yep.
Okay, good.
And he can delete it just like Dan and the rest of them. When Karina was calling me mentally retarded, you've had Adrian, uh, Dan, Phoenix, fucking the rest of them laughing
Yeah.
along with Greeno saying, yeah, he must be mentally retarded. And it's coming out of each and every single one of their mouths. And the only person that's owned up to it and remembered it and said, oh my God, yeah, I do remember it. And yes, I'm sorry, was Adrian so far. She's the only person that's owned up to it. And it was on
Mm-hmm.
Dan's Live where he had Greeno come on and bring up my 2018 video. I'm mentally retarded for getting 40 exploitation cases out of
Well,
KPD and ISP Miami County Post. One of those
yeah.
child exploitation cases in 2018 was
Mm-hmm.
Liberty Germans. And you got right there, them egos. When I said if it was because of money,
Yeah.
funding,
Mm-hmm.
and manpower, only one detective, ISP, one detective, KPD, one case at a time. They were laughing, making jokes in 2018 inside KPD. I was bringing up Kyle Stacy, every name that is sitting in my FBI informant files, known to the FBI, suspects that they allowed to go on to murder. And
Right.
again,
Yep.
like Anna was trying to say, I'm making this all about me and shit that it's not going to change anything. She's
Mm-hmm.
saying it was all about me, and I'm pushing a narrative that gets nothing done. Well, guess what, honey? When there's a special federal prosecutor and a halt to a state case, when there's conflicts of interest when it comes to the cartel drug ring, and the prosecutor, his own family, and RICO
Mm-hmm.
issues, other politicians like Nita Duff, William Duff, he's sitting friends with Blaine McClellan, Derek German, Del Wood, Joshua
Yeah.
Link.
So, how much do you really think that? Do you really think that Derek did something that day, and that's what made the girls go missing?
uh, what
Personal
Tina
vengeance.
was trying to say is Derek himself, up to one point, and it was when her sister took the charges in
Yeah.
place of Gabe, the big guy, got 17 years and or some shit. She was telling me a bunch of stuff, but Christy Lynn Martin, and I actually got the text messages and the messages with Anna, was Christy Lynn Martin at one point At one point, Abby, her godmother. Yes, she was. So just like
Yeah.
Tina said, her sister, Christy Lynn Martin, the Flora Diller under Gabe, for the long time was Abby Williams' godmother.
Wow.
And that was Megan Riddell, one of the girls that killed one of the girls
Yeah.
to know what it felt like and was there and helped kill the girls.
Do you
Her
know that, or is that what she
her aunt
said? Are we going
her
by what
aunt
she said?
was but yeah, her aunt was one of the girls' godmothers. But look on the brutality on one, but the one where your aunt's a godmother to the other, only one
Yeah,
once,
that's.
but the brutality on the other one that was the target,
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee
Yeah,
it was because of who and what Abby was to Megan's aunt.
to
I
Megan's
guarantee it. She knew Megan's
aunt.
aunt was her
Aunt.
godmother. So she was refusing to allow anybody else to do anything. And it makes me wonder if that's why Megan killed Abby. And would
Whoa.
Megan and Abby know each other since her godmother was her aunt? Would she have met Megan and trusted Megan?
Right. You know, there's. Okay, listen.
And it's the same
Um.
Cheyenne that, like I was talking about last time.
Yeah.
Cheyenne's the same one that is the
Oh,
witness
yeah.
that took pictures, the bloody pants.
Yep.
That's the same Cheyenne that was
Okay.
Tina was
So,
bringing up. Would know who BG is. They were there. They were
are you?
witnesses. This before it was let known.
Do you trust I have a Pappas? Do you believe what he's posting?
Oh, when he's saying Brad and Amber never belonged to any militia, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about when it comes to that. And you're trying to
I
act like you know everything involved to the militia and who wasn't involved, but
I don't.
yet who's in my Baffy piles? Brad and Amber
When did
for
he talk about?
years.
I have a Pappas? Did?
I'm pretty sure it was him or all. Yeah, I'm wanting to say because it was in chats where they're trying to
Yeah.
say Brad and Amber never belonged to a militia. It's either that or
Oh.
Eyes on Delphi, one of the two. I'm wanting to say it's Eyes that was in a chat that was saying they tried, just like he was trying to get into places and doing things. He
Yeah.
was one of those tag alongs or trying to fit in. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, honey, but my Baffy FBI informant files that has him along with the Indiana and National, every single member of the American Patriots 3% militia. I've got the contact list of both national and state. And that went right to the FBI. That had Brad Holder, Amber Holder as militia members. That's how they already knew their address, the place of work.
Mm-hmm.
And he was part of the reason why they were up there in Delphi already. It was what was going on in Ron Logan's property from the 10th to the
I
12th.
know. Yep.
The reason my FBI handler went back up the 13th was to check up on addresses and places of work. And it was not just in Delphi, it was Kokomo and the other towns and communities. And it was only in that general area. He asked me about 9 to 14 days after Karina's,
Yeah.
and he called it Sons of Odin issue.
Okay.
And
Wow.
Norse and pagan mindset, find
Mm-hmm.
anybody I kid in and around that, report it back to him. But
Right.
Don Whitehead, the investigative prosecutor for Karina's case, then
Yeah.
the investigative prosecutor for Delphi, them
Yeah.
and ISP are trying to use my PTSD that I got as a child. Why should not be a credible witness in both Delphi or Karina's? Both
Yeah.
cases, they both had Carroll County and Howard County open missing murdered investigation both.
It's like calling you up to the stand as a witness. I mean, they just don't.
But I've got two psychiatrists that are willing to stand behind me, and one is a criminal psychiatrist. They went over my psychiatrist's notes I'm
Mm-hmm.
mentally stable. I'm of sound mind. And when it comes to sitting on more than one missing and murdered
Yeah.
case, I'm of sound mind and body.
Mm-hmm.
They know it will be for a missing and murdered more than one case that I
Okay,
be
we can,
sitting as witness and who and what I am. And they've approved it. And one, like I said, is a criminal
yeah,
psychiatrist that is works, and it would be exactly what they'd be trying to do on blocking me. And both of them are willing to get behind me and take the stand. I'm of sound mind.
yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
mentally unstable.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that they should do that too. But let me tell you this.
But
I
like I
think,
said, all it takes is one case. If I was
yeah.
to be called to the stand on who what I was, they
Mm-hmm.
can have already, even if it's a defense, we are
The defense has a
asking for a halt of this case, and we are demanding a federal special prosecutor get
yes.
involved, an
It,
unbiased federal takeover. And it cannot be Indianapolis field office.
well, it can't be Gold and it can't be Nick.
And the last time I've talked to somebody was Mount Vernon, which is southern Indiana FBI field
Mm.
office. They're out
Yeah,
of the bias area. And right
yeah.
now, he's actually in the process of actually doing the cell data. I was talking to this special agent down there in southern Indiana,
Yeah.
and he was starting to ask me some questions. And like I gave him at the very beginning, my number at the time, numbers,
Mm.
my emails at the time, his emails, my agent over me, then the number that he used throughout the time I was an informant. This is his number. Well, he's in the process of getting all his agent's cell data, which is now retired agent in 2018. And like I told him in one of these messages, you'll see where Karina's Delphi, this is getting too big. This will be interfering in me retiring in the
Yep.
next few months.
Mm-hmm.
And he took his pension, his retirement, and he's new. His life's disregard and negligence that allowed me to become a federal witness, turned federal victim, while
Yeah.
active, still federal informant. I had to get a protective order because he refused to act. He
Yeah.
was allowing lives to be taken. He knew intel and refused to act, but he chose to get rid of me because I went to the DOJ, DEA, and Homeland Security with everything, the hard copies I had,
Yeah.
and they gave it back to him just to get
Oh.
rid of me because I went to other agencies with his name, my name, our
Yeah.
contact information, our relation, our professional relationship no longer exists. I was like, fine, that's fine. I'll just take
Yeah.
you to the OIG, Office of Inspector General. I've been trying to do that. And FBI with ISP, Carter, they've been trying like hell to keep me from going to the Office of Inspector General.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
like Anna said, they're going to do everything in my power to make sure I'm unbelieved.
Right. Well, that's why. Okay, so here, listen. You're not going to be called up as a witness, and because of that, you're the only one that knows anything um about the truth, and that's all anybody wants. I mean, do we want Richard Allen, who could be my father, my son, my brother, my uncle? It could be me. Do we think?
And like
I
I'm
mean,
proving right now, if
guilty.
everybody, if do you know how to
What?
get the transcripts?
They can be very expensive, but yes, I know people that can get them. But
Karina Mcclerkin transcripts. You also need to get the audio and video. Me and with Don Whitehead, when he found
mhm,
out I was still an active FBI informant and I was under orders. So when KPD and Howard County was trying to come after me in
yeah,
2017 for withholding information in Karina's case, they were trying
yeah,
to get me for withholding information for a year on her case. I was under
hmm,
active orders. I was still an active informant. The look on Don Whitehead when he came back when I was only telling him the only name I know and the only name I went by and called Mike Fries is the only
Right.
name I knew of Mike Fries. And I was told
Mm-hmm.
if they want to find out who they are and need to get a hold of him or find anything out,
Right.
if it's somebody like that or the law, give them a
Yeah.
number. If they're who and what they are saying they are and with who they are, they'll
Yeah.
find out. But the
Well, what
look
I'm
on Don Whitehead's, like the investigative prosecutor at Howard County, was
yeah.
being all smirk, and he's like, he came in like a Billy Badass, fucking like a Holman to me. It's against the law withholding information. Well, I started showing him texts like on audio and video that I had
Everybody's
to
gonna do it now.
consent to.
They
I
fucked
was like,
up.
here.
Everybody hide it now.
But
You know what I
yeah, I'm
mean?
like, now, and you just got confirmation I'm still active, aren't you? So that when
Yep.
your chief of police call me, if I was such a good federal snitch, then why aren't they doing something?
Mm-hmm.
And then he's trying to push you guys to come after me, thinking I'm not who and what I am.
Right.
That's where, right after that, in the 2018 video, there was
Mm-hmm.
over 2 dozen, including the original Sean Haas, the detective on Karina's.
Oh, okay.
Do you realize he's the investigator over there at the coroner's office? And there's
Who
more
is
than one Sean Haas. Used to be
Hoss?
Detective Sean Haas,
Oh, okay.
Haus,
Oh, okay.
but that's the
Oh.
original detective on Karina's case. But he's now
Mm-hmm.
the investigator over at the coroner's office. The same coroner's office we got damn near, he's like my uncle.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to wake up and shoot yourself in the head,
Yeah.
are you going to keep the CPAP running on your face with your
No,
wrist
really.
brand, your arm
I'm
braces
sorry
on your
laughing, but
both wrists?
that's even fucking crazy, man.
But then there's a underage girl went missing, was found
Hmm.
dead. There was two things that don't show up on her toxicology that was sitting right next to her: an open beer bottle, a beer can,
Yeah.
and weed
Really?
in a bong that was
Oh my god.
put
Could have
next
got.
to Mia Rails.
Wow.
And I got her family talking to me. And do you realize in toxicology, neither one, weed or alcohol, shows up on
Right.
her toxicology? Then her missing and her phone, as good as I do, for about a month missing, your phone
Yep.
without plugging in, do you think it's going to be able to be picked up and turned right on
Yeah.
and still hold a charge? When
Mm-hmm.
she was still, they were saying it was abnormally warm most of the days, but there was still rain. There was still freezing days, but her cell phone was sitting right there, was able to be turned right on.
Abby and
And
Libby's.
no, Mia Rails,
Oh,
R
okay.
A, yeah, Mia Rails, and it's missing, found dead.
Okay.
But yeah, I talked to her family, and there's a doctor on that side of the family. He said the amount that they said that was her antidepressants that she overdosed on, there's no way
Yeah.
in hell. But there's more than one suicide that was ruled suicide that was a foul play that
Yeah.
the coroner and the investigator helped get looked past and don't look at the drug ring and the ties to it. Oh, let's just
Right.
rule it as a suicide. It's just like Blaine Nelson was murdered to silence him.
Uh-huh.
It's going on 2 years now. And even his mom just brought that up. It's going on 2 years now. They kept his cell phone to act like they're going to get justice for my son
Yeah.
and refused to give it back to his family or his wife.
Yeah.
They
Wow.
refused to give that cell phone back,
Wow.
but they're
Yeah. That's
trying to act like they're going after whoever that dealt him. And I've got his toxicology, and I'm the
yeah.
only content creator that his mom solely gave permission to let his
Yeah.
toxicology be seen. It's only
Mm-hmm.
by me, and if anybody else brings up his toxicology, she will take legal action against.
Yeah, you're talking about
That's shit
Blaine.
Sonny doesn't even have. Yeah, that's something Sonny doesn't even have. They
Yeah.
refused. There was
Wow.
one person that they got their trust with. It was me only. But his toxicology, it was supposed to be fentanyl that he shot up.
Yeah.
It was over 90% of that was a horse trick.
Yeah.
It was just a very minute, like 0 point whatever percent
Brand new. Yeah.
that was fentanyl.
That's
It
all
was
it takes.
horse trick, and they just put the little bit of the fentanyl in there to give it the color.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure if you do fentanyl, apparently he did, and that's his drug of choice.
Yeah.
Was meth, then shooting up fentanyl. He started doing fentanyl, and that's what was supposed to be the drug he had in him. But like the toxicology, it's like a 0 point whatever. It's a minute percentage of fentanyl,
Yeah.
and it was all
Yep.
horse strength, making sure you're not going to wake up from it. You're not going to see another tomorrow. And there's a lot of text messages and messages between me and him I've
hmm
yet to even talk about, let it be out. Who and what
Yeah.
he's talking about, I have
Who?
yet to even say that. Blaine,
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I
the
liked him.
messages and text messages, I screenshotted them all. And it's like,
I
even like, how can Jerry say Paige has nothing to do with Karina's case? She's a liar. That's from Blaine Nelson himself. Then you got ones like Aspen Connor telling me I'm going after an innocent individual, their poor soul. I'm a liar. The one I had to get a protective order on is innocent.
don't. You know what? Just don't even fall into any of that because it's all fucking traps and shit. That's just how they play. They're fucking. You got your opportunists, and you got your fucking people who are just
And
gonna
it's like
be.
sleuth pulling
They're
up
just scam you because we're
like
not rough.
Patrick was sleuth doing pulling up Patrick. It was
Yeah.
opportunity knowing it's going to get thousands of views and donations. And oh my God, it's a money pit.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of these are continuing it and are doing it. They're this direction or that direction. It's whatever their followers, their cult like followers
Yeah.
demand of them. That's the narrative they're going to push. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And
Yep.
it's starting where like Matt Sullivan, Frank, Marv, like I've got the starting conversations where uh, Frank was like, "Holy shit, you were an FBI informant during the time of Delphi?" Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me everything you know. You can trust me.
No.
Just like Matt Sullivan, I'm a private investigator. You can trust me.
You shocked me
And
with
you
that
wonder
one.
why Joe Lewis, Prof, and Matt Sullivan, they all sound like, holy shit, I've heard that before. Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah.
And I've got
Well,
people like Facebook that bring me up and drop. I'm like, well, you're still watching that page? Like, seriously?
right. Well, listen, Prof is he was trying to get information from you, and as soon as you couldn't give it to him anymore, he became a dick. Okay, that's his MO. That's what he normally does. He typically changes like a company. Like he'll get people for like 3 months, and he'll get all their information and all their work, and those people work hard to give him that information. They give it to him, and then he starts being mean, and he kicks them out.
Oh,
And
yeah, you might want to email me. You remember when it comes to the searcher, Eric Williams?
yeah,
You should see his threats
I know
for him and his brother.
he's an Odin.
Do you realize he came begging me for information because he's got kids and where they go to is his ex is now with Dusty Hooper, the same one that Loud gave him that ring to use his fire pit. When I started calling out Dusty Hooper, do you realize he went back to that fire pit and took a picture of him smiling, shirt off, right in front of the fire pit? Like, what, this fire pit?
Really?
Oh, I've got screenshots of it. But Eric
Yeah.
Williams started begging me for everything I know,
Yeah. Was
and
that
he's saying that I may be able to keep his kids from harm's way, which is his ex's, like now with Dusty, or
Mhm.
is whoever he's with, like it's his stepkids, but he
Yeah.
was pretty much trying to use them to get me everything I knew. And I'm sitting here like, it's the same Eric Williams that is admitting that he's looking there in the middle of the dark for the girls with no flashlight.
Yeah.
And I'm not
I didn't
supposed to ask,
realize
like,
that.
what the fuck?
I didn't realize that until the other day. Somebody said something. I was like, "What? Why would you have not?" I don't remember him saying that. They just said,
He was saying,
so,
I think it was for Anna, like he was out looking for the girls on behalf of one of the family members. But
"Yeah, he's
then he
family member
slipped up and let it be known, I don't have a flashlight. I'm just out here looking.
for
And
the girl."
but it's the same Eric Williams. I'm like, I've got where he's doing a confrontation. Do you have fucking something to say about me and my brother? I'm like, yeah, the ties and connections you guys have to that drug ring back in around other missing murder cases. Yeah, I've got
Hasn't
something to fucking say about you. It's the same
hasn't
Eric Williams.
hasn't he kind of been missing in action?
I'm
Like
not 100% sure on that.
I haven't seen anybody interview him or anything lately. But
But I've got the messages I have with him,
mhm.
and like anybody that knows his phone number, like law wise, he gave me his phone number, but I haven't shared that. I crossed that out. But it
Yeah,
shows the same Eric Williams, the searcher Eric Williams. And then right at the very end, there's times where I've got all the messages just like I've got with Hannah and Becky,
yeah,
just like with Tina. I've got all these messages still. And then I've screenshot all these. Ricky Twiz Espinoza,
mhm,
other ones like Joshua Eberling. I've got all these documented.
yeah,
And I'm like, I knew better because just like Jerry, I learned her side of the messages can go MIA.
yeah,
So I need to document it. And this is one thing that's gonna burn the FBI. The agent that I had over me, Michael Curtis,
yeah,
document everything. No matter how big or small it may seem to you, document everything. So everything when he started the lies, I'm gonna come
yeah.
up, get you on record, and I'm gonna get this to above me, like his bosses and the other like criminal network, the
I
organized
want to talk
crime.
about him. I want to talk to you about him. That's one of my things with him. I want to talk to you about him.
Oh yeah,
Okay, listen. Does he really work as a journalist or a reporter in Indiana? Because I thought he said he lived in California.
who?
Criminal Network.
Criminal network. He's giving hints. I think
He's
he's
telling,
got.
but do you think what he is saying, the narrative that he is pushing is true? Do you think that? Do you think that there was this gang? They kidnapped the girls. They killed them right over by the tower for the phones, and then they, uh,
Have you
took them.
not listened to anybody that he AKA signed in his own music talking
I,
about cartel,
am.
fucking murdering, fucking shit like that?
Oh, I know. There's all kinds of. I know. I know a bunch of the cartel. I know who they are
Then
too.
have you ever noticed where he's talking about the cartel and being about that life, and
I
then he's
and I
allergic to Indiana, like he has charges here,
okay. Who?
like he's allergic to Indiana if he comes back.
Because he's a journalist there. Are you talking about the same person?
Yeah, the same criminal network. If you look up his AKA, he's got
Yeah.
where he's got him singing all his videos that he's been doing.
Yeah.
You notice it's voiceless.
No.
I've got him blocked. The
I'll have
same
to check.
criminal network. You remember how all his videos, like when he's like, "Oh, the patties are nuts" or blah blah blah. it's all just slides and music, no
Yeah.
audio, like no voice. But then
Oh.
there's some, I've got screenshots of some of the chats he's been in. He's
Yeah.
allergic to Indiana. A
So how does
tattooed
it work?
Latino with old criminal
Oh,
ties. I'm allergic to Indiana. If I come back to Indiana, I'm going to catch out in the handcuffs. Yeah, I've been
well,
catching some of the things he's been sneaking in, kind
he
of
did
giving
say
hints.
it's a
But he
journal,
did
and
say if he comes back to Indiana, he's going to catch out in a case of handcuffs.
okay,
I
well,
think he's
how?
got charges in Indiana.
Where is he getting the idea that Ron Logan, that they took the girls over to Ron Logan's house and Brad Holder, Mark Westfall, Field, and oh, the main guy. No, Brad and Westfall. Anyways, he claims that somebody else did it. Another gang did it. Dropped him off over by the tower for the phone, and then Brad Holder and Westfall and Fields, maybe Johnny, um, took the girls over to where they were, and they staged them because it was like sending a message. It was like it's like
Oh, another name. You remember
it almost
before, like
like
anybody else
Handy wanted
started
them to
bringing
say,
up Eric Alter?
yeah,
That's another name that Tina brought up to me before
yeah.
Prof or anybody else started bringing up or talking about Eric Alter.
I don't even
That
know
was
who
one
that
of the
is.
very first things. One of the names that Tina said is involved is Eric Alter, and then
Oh,
Keegan Callis'
yeah.
uncle, Eight
Mm-hmm.
Ball, which is Scott Callis. He now actually runs like the Mel, like one of the rehab houses
Yeah.
there in Kokomo. He's like the night coordinator, like for the Mal House or whatever.
Okay.
But I'm like, just because you're getting this goody goody good like future now does not escape. And like Keegan Callis and Tyler French giving scriptures. Like if you email me, I'll show you the email like Tyler French sent me in full, where he's using scriptures, and in between these scriptures, he's
Mm-hmm.
talking about coming see me soon. I've got what's coming to me one day here soon.
Are they from the Dead Sea Scrolls?
I'm starting to wonder because he's starting to do scriptures and shit
You
like that.
gotta look them
And I'm
up.
like acting like all churchy church. And I'm like,
Google
just
London.
because you found Jesus doesn't mean you're not going to go burn in hell.
No. Listen. So the churches, it's almost like it's everything like the
Fuel,
church, but opposite.
fuel,
But
the
opposite.
Fuel Church there in Kokomo. A lot of
Yeah.
these dealers, like Blaine, their family, got
Mm-hmm.
involved with fuel. A lot of these dealers. Do you realize how many dealers were goody goody with the pastor of Fuel
No.
Church when they came to Blaine Nelson's funeral? I
Well,
actually showed up and went, but I went and I got smart. I
you're
was
saying
burning up and sweating, but my bulletproof vest was under my dress shirt. You realize how many dealers of Kokomo was there at Blaine Nelson's funeral? And the
oh, I
same Paul Wyman was praising him and knowing him and his family for years,
yeah.
knowing him since he was a kid. And
Yeah.
this is Paul Wyman talking at his funeral. I'm like,
Wow.
whoa.
Yeah,
So
that's
when
some
you're a
fucking
commissioner, head commissioner at that, you knew Blaine and these other dealers and
mm-hmm.
their families. Wow. And you realize how much, like, the head commissioner of a county, when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to legal weight they have countywide, they can get a lot done or force a lot not to be looked at, especially
Right.
if their business, their money laundering, along with others, depend on them not looking towards it. And
Mm-hmm.
that could help force others. Okay, there's a county commissioner over here saying, don't listen to this. Oh, they're full of shit. There's a mayor
Mm-hmm.
over here saying same thing. This guy's full of shit.
Corruption.
and telling Carter and the rest.
Corruption. Listen, let me ask you some questions. Stop talking, dude. You talk more than I fucking do.
Okay.
I swear, I'm like you. I go on a fucking rant. I just go on a rant, and I just fucking start talking. So, the second story that Prof told was that Derek took Libby on a meth run, and he had I don't want to misquote it, but like something like $164,000 worth of meth in a grocery bag, and they got pissed at him because the month before it was bad and everybody got sick. Is that true?
That's one thing I was hearing, yes. Then Tina said he himself, when he rolled and cost Christy to take the charges for Gabe, it cost Gabe and that ring
Yeah.
$34,000 on that one roll alone. When her sister took the charges,
Mm-hmm.
they had $34,000 of meth and money that was
Okay.
picked up when
So
she was raided.
Yeah, so it probably got okay. So
And it was 34,000, and then they were trying to blame 20,000 on Karina, but it was the same thing. Both sides of her family getting busted with money and drugs. It was
yeah,
around 20,000, so it was about $54,000. Kill or be
okay,
killed. Gabe owed for being the supplier.
yeah.
He
You
was
owed
owing
who?
money back to that ring. It's either he killed or be killed. Get that money back.
Well,
Get that debt paid off.
who's the leader?
Blaine Nelson actually said the drug ring that him, Gabe Ellis, Kyle Stacey all belonged to was under Mike Jones. That is the crew that they worked for, Mike Jones. And that was the 2018 cartel drug ring.
Like the word
Mike
Jonesing?
Jones.
Okay, Jones.
Michael
Okay.
Jones.
All right.
And
Well,
that's where Blaine, I've gotten a text with him. He was saying, that's Mike Jones' crew. That's the ones we worked for. So it was that 2018 cartel drug ring is
So
the ones that they sold for. And that's the same drug ring that sent Keegan to be a drug mule to Vegas and back.
I know that, and I'm sure like porn too. But I will tell you probably the snuff film. Okay, so but we got it.
That's one thing everybody needs to keep in mind. The state and local drug task force, when these individuals like Derek and others were rolling and making cases for them, they know if it's a retaliation, it's the protections that after a informant turns witness, you make a case. And if there's retaliation, that's a federal charge of retaliation against a informant and witness for their actions against them. So what Kyle, Gabe, and the rest of them were like, you picked the wrong day to fuck with us on February 18th. That and then held here, the tier of God of justice and vengeance. And if you look in their book of Troth, Troth, Troth.
Yeah, I've heard you spell that a couple times out, but it's kind of funny because you have to.
It sounds like the Book of Truth, but Book of Troth. Okay. It's the same book Kyle was parading around and reliving each year. And give me a second. I got.
It's not the okay.
I got a raccoon up here eating cat food, and I'm like,
oh my god.
Yeah, I gotta move my chair where I can see over there because they like to circle around the carport and kind of, hi, what are you doing? Rawr. I'm like, what the hell? Eat. I'm not messing with you. You don't mess with me. Capiche?
The whole neighborhood.
I ain't messing with you. But if I don't have my light on them, they like to come up to the other side of the carport, come around and kind of snarl and kind of come act like they're gonna get me. I'm like, go back to the other side of the carport and go eat.
They are so mean.
But one always likes to come back around and be a little asshole to me. So I got my lights on my wheelchair pointed towards them. So I'm like, yeah, I can see you. You can see me. You eat. Don't come around and come fuck with me.
Get one of those like flashlights that are LED lights that are really, really bright.
Oh, that's another thing I've got right here, like a mag light.
Yeah.
It's right
Yeah.
here, but I've got lights like on the front and back of my power chair. I
Mm-hmm.
got red lights in the back, like LED, small
Oh,
lights in the
cool.
front. So that's what I
Damn.
got turned on the raccoon right now. I'm like, you don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you. We're good. We
You got
put
the
cat food out
Cadillac.
down there for you.
You got the Cadillac of all chairs.
Oh, it just sucks because fucking the vehicles I've got like access to, none of them have like the hitch, so I can get a
Um.
ramp. And I've got to
Oh.
hope to God the vehicle that my uncle, when he died, it
Mhm.
came to me.
Yeah.
I got to hope to God I can fit this up in there using a ramp, and I can tie it
Mm-hmm.
down no problem in the back. But I've
Mm-hmm.
got a feeling I'm gonna have to take a couple bolts loose to get my back where it comes down my power chair.
Okay.
But it sucks because if I do come up to Delphi, there's one person, it's a tiny car, so it's gonna have to be my manual chair.
Yeah.
So I can't go out to like if it's a field or anything like that or long distance, I'm not gonna be able to go there. I'm like, damn, this sucks. I can do it
Yeah.
with a drone, but POV wise with like my GoPro and
Yeah.
doing some of the things I could do in my power chair, if she's the one helping me get up that way, I'm not gonna be able to take unless it's a bigger vehicle or a van that I
Yeah.
can actually recline and get my chair up like a pair of amps. I can put those in the van and like my gear because I want to
Mm-hmm.
do like my camera gear. I've got a it's a Steadicam where it's like
Oh.
a chest mount. So for your
Mm-hmm.
camcorder, like you can do like some weird like twisting and but if you're moving or walking or bouncing, it keeps the camera still and it's like the camera doesn't move, but you're bouncing around, it does, but the springs keep it where it's completely level. So it's
Yeah.
Steadicam.
Yeah. Yep. I know. I do the same thing when I'm talking to my
Yeah.
grandkids and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So listen. I'm looking at some of Rachel's or Rachel. Um. How come nobody heard Derek yelling at the bridge? I mean, he said he ran into flannel shirt guy, but flannel shirt guy said absolutely not. Now, knowing who the McCains are, and I think everybody in that fucking city knows who they are, why would he say that? Why would he say the flannel shirt guy and then the flannel shirt guy says nope, and then Derek says, well, it might have been the other brother, because
And then
one was
not just that, but then if Derek's not the first one that shows up, what did Kelsey? What was like
yeah.
said? Like he was the
It
first two that showed up. It wasn't Derek.
listen, Derek. Okay, so there were not pancakes in their stomach. Derek was not. I don't know what he was doing, but he was not there. Supposedly Kelsey dropped him off, but that's a fucking lie because there were 4 goddamn different ways she said she dropped him off, and none of them. I mean, if she would have stuck to the first one, which she went to the mirrors,
And
and
one
then
thing
dropped him
Becky
off there.
said,
Yeah,
no, hold on.
that they found out 3 hours before we did. But let me tell you this: she
One
said
thing, oh shit, hold on.
on the
But
stand.
yeah,
She
one
said,
thing, hold on real quick. One thing Becky said was he
"Yeah,
was not going through, he was in Cutler. And she knows where Cutler is, and she knows Dusty Hooper and Dustin Prater.
and
Like she knows where Cutler is when it comes to like involving in Karina's.
how far away is
But
that from Delphi?"
it's the it's the longer distance. Like if you go 421 from Delphi to Frankfurt, where
Yeah.
he was supposed to go in for business,
Hmm.
Delphi to Cutler, it instead of like a shorter distance, like a shortcut the back way,
Yeah.
it takes longer to go from Delphi to go into Cutler, from Cutler to go to Frankfurt. when you could have hit 421 from Delphi, go right down, what, not even 10, 15 minutes,
Yeah.
right to Frankfurt uh, off ramp and go right into Frankfurt. But one thing Becky did say, he was not going through. It's how she worded it. He was in, like he was stationary in Cutler. He was in Cutler when Libby called him to come, to see if he would be able to come pick him up. He was
Mm-hmm.
in, not going through. He was in, like stationary. How she worded it, he was in Cutler when she called him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
Yep.
like, if he was driving through to go to, like going on to Frankfurt from Delphi, he was driving through Cutler when she called him. Not he
Mm-hmm.
was in, like stationary in Cutler. And I'm like, I
Right.
caught that at the very beginning. And then what Tina was talking about, like the smell and the possibility of Dusty Hooper's uh, burn pit being used both for Karina and Delphi to get rid of evidence. And I'm like, that would make sense. And then him being cocky and taunting and going out and actually taking a picture of that uh, burn pit behind him. Like, oh, this one? When I'm talking
Oh,
about it needs to have cadaver dogs go through it, if they would they hit?
yeah.
And he was friends with Dusty, not Dusty, but yeah, Dusty Hooper was friends with Gabe
Mm-hmm.
Ellis and Garrett Kurtz, all them.
Yeah.
But it was just, I remember something, it was Becky said he was in, like he was stationary in Cutler when Libby called him about the picking them up
Yeah. Well, I got
before they
something.
were allowed to go.
Yeah. Well,
And I'm
okay.
like, how she worded in, I'm like, that make sense. If he was driving through, you would say he was driving through when she called.
Right. Yeah.
It's her
Well,
word salad, like how she words things. It
well,
makes you
that
go, what the fuck?
well, that's why she's busted. I mean, we're not going to go any further with that because we know she's fucking busted. But
And
what
I
I'm
got it
saying,
right there where she's admitting, like Tyler French and the rest of them. When it came to Tyler French, she knew the name. When it comes to his drug ring and his involvement and everything, she knew the name.
you
She's like,
know,
who is
Kelsey,
he? Where is he from?
Kelsey knows Keegan Klein. Kelsey knows Greeno. Kelsey knows. He knows. She knows all those people. She knows them all. She's not
And
innocent.
it's like Michaela Babcock, like she's her and Harley Babcock are sitting friends with Eric Adams, Edwards. Yeah, Nick Edwards.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I get him and Eric Williams. I start saying like Eric
I
Williams. I start getting the names mixed up.
I know I do. I know exactly who you say when you say Eric Williams. The other guy I don't know. But
But yeah, Nick Edwards.
Prop said so. The second story was Prop said Derek took Libby on a drug deal, 160. Let's just say $160,000 worth of meth he delivered that weekend, and
And
it went
everybody
around.
thinks
It went
160K of
around.
meth is a little
Yeah,
bit, like
no,
a
it's not.
lot.
It fits in a
It's
grocery bag.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot. Like
No, it's.
when Kyle Stacy, his 480 grams
Mm-hmm.
over a pound of meth, the
Yeah.
street value of that is well over a few hundred K,
Mm-hmm. Well,
depending on the grade.
yeah, yeah, exactly. But yeah, so
Like all you have to do is Google the street value of high grade meth
oh
and
yeah,
480 grams. I'm like, damn.
and they're probably throwing a granule of fentanyl and all of it. So
And
it
one thing
depends.
I do want to bring up when it comes to uh was it Toby Garth?
Yeah, the Toby,
When
Toby,
Derek
Toby girl.
when Derek and Dustin Prater
Yeah.
got their ammonia theft, you realize
Mm-hmm.
that was 40 feet when Liggett was the responding, they saw officer, but deputy. Responding deputy was Liggett to 100 South and Prince William Road,
Yeah.
Gabriel Ellis manufacturing meth. Look how close that is to the bridge. And
I
you
know.
can actually walk across that.
What made them? Okay, I watched Burn After Reading the other day, and let me tell you, I was so fucking pissed because this is why it's a closed goddamn videos and all that shit news. That's why, because
And see, like,
Burn After Reading
is
said every
Rochelle,
word.
she's like,
Word.
Eric found the bone place on the
Yeah.
Webbers.
Yes,
It's
he
the
did.
same Eric Williams. I'm about to make sure nothing really would put the kids at risk, but the full conversations and the texts I've had with Eric Williams,
Yeah.
the threats Eric Williams did to me, and do I have a fucking problem with him and his brother?
Really?
And I'm calling him out on the ties and connections. And he was asking me on certain things. Well, what am I supposed to see here? Well, some of your friends, like so and so and so and so, I'm calling him out on things, and he's probably too messed up out of his fucking mind. But Eric Williams saying me talking shit about him and his brother, if I got a
Yeah.
fucking problem with him,
Right.
then I can take it up with him. I was like, well, fucking let's do something. You're gonna be about that
Mhm.
life, be about that life.
Right.
But you were coming at me saying I he knew I would have intel that would keep the kids like in his life
Yeah.
from losing their life if he could get everything you wanted out of it. I knew
Yeah.
I was watching what I was saying, and it was
Yeah.
pretty much reverbing like I've done a lot of people. It's
I know.
reverbing of stuff I've already said before.
Yeah, I know.
Like that new
Um.
Tina, her daughter taking pics, and her name in Cheyenne. I know exactly when that was.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's before anybody knew who Cheyenne was.
Who is Cheyenne other than a judge's daughter?
The one that took the pictures, no,
Yes, I
it's
know.
not Tina's daughter, but
Yeah, her
she's
dad.
friends with her daughter. Was there with her daughter?
No, her father's a judge.
Well, the mom,
From
I
what
don't know if
yeah.
it's still, but her mom lived in Kokomo for
I,
a while.
I don't know. I don't know who it was that said, but it was like someone said that her father. It was Raffy. It was Raffy. He said, I think it was Raffy. I don't want to say for sure if I don't know, but yeah, that's what he said. But so do you think or do you think not Ron Logan? That's what's his name's deal? Do you think Richard Allen did it? Do you think Richard Allen did any of it that they're saying that he was on the bridge and told the girls go down the
If it
hill?
wasn't for seeing what Indiana State Police and the locals in Howard County are doing to Flint Farmer, if it
Yeah,
wasn't seeing them railroad him and trying to keep me and my intel and who and what I am federally from Karina's case, and then doing the same thing in
because
Delphi,
you're third party. They can't have you. You're
and
third.
I'm federal, and that would force a federal special prosecutor any involvement of any of the suspects that were in my FBI informant files, the FBI agent Michael Curtis knew and
Yeah,
refused to act on, and him promising year like after year, day after day, month after month, I'm hounding him. This is why I've been trying to tell you when it comes to the Karina Mcclerkin's case and the suspects that you're looking for this Norse and pagan, the
yeah.
Astru, Sons of Odin thing. They're
Wait,
practicing right there, and they're suspects you've known about, and then the
yeah.
ties and connections up to Delphi. But
There's
then
many.
him admitting in text, this
Yeah,
is
there's
getting too big of a case. It's gonna hinder his
it.
retirement. And right after
Carter.
saying that, he got rid of me as an FBI informant. I'm like, it's so
Carter
he
was
could keep his
right.
pension,
He had
knowing
10,
he would be
and
fired and lose
I
that
who.
pension in charge.
Oh,
Michael Curtis. That's why he
okay,
got rid of me as an informant.
okay. Well,
His lies,
his
disregard,
fucking
and
loss.
negligence allowed Delphi to happen in others.
Yeah, well, his fucking loss because he could have fucking helped you out and whatever.
Well,
But
after he started
comment.
realizing the suspects are sitting in our files and
Mhm.
investigations were involved in
Yeah.
murders, he didn't act. He could have gotten fired and charged himself for obstruction
Uh-huh.
and then allowing these murders. And it's like 96 days after Delphi, Curtis Beck, it was one that he forced on me. I had no clue who Curtis Beck was, never heard of his name the whole time I lived in Kokomo
Yeah.
until Michael Curtis forced him on me. And he
Oh.
helped Alan Tinker kill Jeremy Patterson. Why? Just like Nicole Bowen, to silence her from telling anything on Alan Tinker being involved with Karina's Delphi. He was going
That's
to speak. It wasn't on drugs. It was the murders.
why they killed her.
Hmm. They said it
I
was
thought
because of drugs. It was
I thought she knew too much because she seen what was going on and he was afraid she was gonna narc.
the murders. It
Yeah.
was the
Oh.
murders is what she was going to let be known.
Oh.
He
She
said it
died.
was because of drugs and her going to roll in the drugs, and that drug ring is why he killed her. No, it was the murders. Them and their friends that were involved with. She knew intel, and that's what she was going to let be known. And they were given a heads up. Somebody within either the state or the local during the investigation process, somebody realized she was going to roll in that drug ring, and that good old
Right.
boys club could not afford it. So
Mm-hmm.
they're dropping information. How do you think Kurtz realized she was going to turn informant? Was going to roll on him the drug ring?
Wow.
They were
Yep.
leaked information, just like Alan Tinker knew Jeremy Patterson was going to roll on him, Gabe Ellison that drug ring.
Right.
Somebody within the local department dropped that information down to that cartel drug ring, and it's as simple as a politician letting his dealing partner, family member, hey, let your buddies know so and so is about to turn informant, and against who you might want to shut them up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's the same reason Blaine Nelson. It was weird because I feel like if it was not me giving him Gabe Ellis's DOC number, he had no clue on how to get a hold of Gabe. And I bet you Gabe started questioning, hey, is it true you've been talking shit about me and this, that, and the other, and blah, blah, blah? And I bet you Blaine said, fuck yeah, I've been telling the truth about you and the rest. And I guarantee you from prison, Gabe made a shot call and fucking it was done. He
Yeah.
needs to be shut up. He's saying too much.
Right. Well.
And like Blaine said, I'm going to I'm going to say the truth. I don't give a fuck about who, but my uncle did not do it. And the truth
Right.
needs to be let known. And then what
Mm-hmm.
Gabe Ellis said to Jerry McClurkin and Andrea, they were ping ponging. That's how that is still not being looked at because he'd only say so much with Andrea being signed in, Jerry as a visitor with her. And then
Mm-hmm.
Jerry, the next visit, would sign in with Andrea being a visitor with her. They would ping pong it back and forth. And through the jail visits between the two is what they got the full confession. Every single detail, like Marlena told me. The firefighter that paid to go again, that beat in a hard Karina,
Mm-hmm.
choked her out, got too rough, ended up choking her to death.
Really?
She named Ricky Miles.
Mm-hmm.
But then there was a Von Kirby. If you look up Von Kirby on my case, then his picture as a active firefighter for Kokomo Fire Department,
Oh, I got something on that. Go
breaking and
ahead.
entering, yeah, breaking and entering in his ex-girlfriend's apartment, which just so happened to be a KPD officer.
Was he was
And
he
he's
also
trying to say
Smith?
Ricky Miles, but yeah, he was trying to say Ricky Miles was a threat to females. We had to watch him when we were working with him, but yet it was Von Kirby. When I had one of my seizures, I remember the face. It wasn't Ricky. It was Von Kirby with that beard, knowing who and what I was. I was just coming out of a seizure. He picked me up and pile drive me back into that cot in the back of the ambulance. And I know for a face it was Von Kirby. And it was after I was talking about him and that drug ring and his ties back to it, where I think it was Von Kirby. His felony on what he did to a KPD officer, if he could do that to an officer, I could
Yeah,
see him. His ties and connections to Gabe, I could see Von Kirby be the one instead of Ricky Miles. But
really.
then there's an earlier video I reshared on this page. It's Jerry McClerkin. We were at a CVS across from station number 4 where Ricky worked at. This is where it
Yeah,
had me wondering if Ricky Miles was the same one that Marlena Smith named that took Karina's life, a KFD firefighter. And make this make sense. They're asking, how else would they know where the search team have already looked and when to drop bodies off they were dropped off? Wouldn't it help where when you have like a radio scanner, there's private traffic that only rescuers, the fire department, the closed channels from the public, they can
yeah.
talk along
Mm-hmm.
on what search grid they just got done doing, where they're planning on going next on a closed search grid. If a
Right.
firefighter that was involved with a missing and murdered case was forced to use a firefighter radio, they would know everybody where they were at, what they were looking for, where they're not looking for, where they've already been through. Because everybody's saying they've already searched through that area, didn't find the
Yeah.
girls.
Mm-hmm. And
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 then
there
they're all of a
and
sudden
there.
back there.
I can
But
tell
then
you
everybody,
a brief synopsis on exactly what they fucking did.
there were some transcripts, and I want to listen to the audio. I've been trying to find the audio, but I remember back when they found the girls, they asked, "Is the FBI here yet? If not, can we keep them at bay if you can?"
Yeah.
Why are you trying to keep the FBI at bay?
Mm-hmm. Well, there's here's what I think. Okay, this is just my opinion only. I don't think Carter was very happy about the arrest of Richard Allen. Um, he was out of the country. They did everything fucked up. They screwed up that fucking. Sorry, I do swear a lot. Everybody
Oh,
else will
same
know this,
here.
but they fucked up. They just that the family has lied about everything, and I'm so sick of hearing the family's fucking stories because either way, whatever happened is partly their fault because after I hear everything that they say that they lied about and committed perjury over, now I know why they didn't want anybody in the courts for uh, the trial because they got nothing burgers. They got nothing on them. I can't believe Nick spent 3 fucking weeks on them. And how long is defense going to get on? But I just think that it needs to come out now better than later because a man's life is in our hands and we got to help him. If you think he's
Another thing
guilty,
I kept bringing up
yeah,
is the audits of Carroll County.
yeah,
The school had a lot
yeah,
of audits done on the Carroll
mm,
County and Delphi community schools.
yep,
Had a lot of audits, Carroll County wise, but Delphi, I keep saying look up the audits. And the reason I'm saying that is I want to show from 2013, 14, 15 on up to here recently all the money that's been coming up missing,
Yeah.
and why, as we as taxpayers of Indiana taxpayers, and some of our taxpayer money from the state is going into this.
Yep.
The extra 2 million, they're asking for 4 million now.
2 million now,
We
dude.
demand a state, Indiana
Audit.
State Board of Auditors, do a full and complete audit.
Listen,
Now they're
when
asking for 4 million. We want a
when
complete and
I
full
down to
state audit.
Georgia to get evidence, and they charge it $8,000. You know what a fucking big deal they made about that? Do you know what Nick paid for fucking Kelsey to come blow him? I mean, I don't fucking know. I'm just saying this whole fucking case is a farce. Okay, I really start to think that maybe possibly this has been like some sort of social media kind of experiment. I've
Because
thought
I
it's
wonder how many hours of overtime is Nick paying him and his
done.
friends?
Look, he asked. Okay, so he went in front of the board and he said, "I'd like to hire somebody because I don't have any fucking help." This was after Shane was in there. Okay, he picked him to go in there. I'll tell you why in a minute. And then after that, he said, "I'm going to need some more money because." Okay, so then they gave him Steve Mullins. Well, I'm going to need some more money for him plus all this investigating. So so they allowed it. Okay, they're still paying I think $5,000 a month for the 911 call through Flora. On the day after the murders, on the 14th, remember, Cody Patty and Tara were sitting in a truck or a car, I think a truck. And they were not asking the people that were getting in the car next to them, like I think Cheryl, if they seen her. They were in there doing a PayPal for their loss. How did they fucking know already? I mean, like they knew, but like, what the fuck made them do a? What would make them do a goddamn PayPal to a family who already, I don't know. Just
And that's another thing I want to bring up to you guys' attention. Before Delphi even happened,
yeah.
you've got like uh, a multimillionaire family. If you add up all their real estate companies, their
Uh-huh.
real estate
You're gonna learn
before
something
Delphi
from
even
home.
happened, they
You and
had
I are
millions in real
you and I
estate.
yeah, you and I are doing the same studying right now. I got some shit figured out though. I mean,
And I'm
you might
sorry, if that was my grandchild, I
yeah.
would have got rid of a couple of my rental properties
Yeah.
to
Well,
donate. Hey, I'm family and I'm putting $100,000. I just sold a real estate, like one of my rental properties, and I'm putting $100,000 towards information to get my grandkid justice.
yeah.
I would have led
Well,
the way with. I'll sell a couple properties. Hell, I'm putting $200,000
they're
on
true.
information.
They're tricks. So I'm gonna tell you something because a lot of people don't know this. There are two men by the name of his last name is Wynn, Wynn, and the other guy's last name is I can't remember, but I will tell you when I do remember. They are two people that have gone to other states, Arizona, and said that they were gonna sue. They were suing for like a copyright. They were saying that they were suing because of the copyright of the special language that supposedly was used. Um, you know, all kinds of bullshit. And it turns out that this is like a federal crime because the judges, they're not really judges. They're lying and saying that they're federal judges when they go and they try to file these suits. Okay, when they file the suits, now I've only made it past the second suit. So the first suit they tried to get, it didn't work. The judge was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Like, no, we're not doing that." Then they split up. One of them took 2 clients, the other one took 3. It's separate judges. And they were trying to get money. They were trying to sue for money, saying that, they're using our language, and it was really like, like commas and periods and semicolons and, just shit like that, like when you write a program, And they are definitely kind of training Mike Patty and Becky Patty. And I think that they're working with Becky Patty and Mike Patty. Because do you know who Jack Doctoroff is? I know you do. Mike Paul. You're mute. Someone tell him he's mute. Michael, wake up. I know you fell asleep in your fucking chair again. Anyways, Rochelle, since you're in the chat here, I'm gonna try to answer those questions by myself. If you can hear me, can you please tell me if you can hear me? Can you hear me, Rochelle?
Oh, I didn't realize I was muted.
Michael, don't do that to me again. Rochelle's got questions.
I'm like, what the hell? I was like, I did not realize I was muted. Oh, I was like, I got me a drink and I was like pouring the drink.
Yeah.
And then
came back.
I opened the garage door. I could bring my chair in.
Yeah.
So
well, all right. So I have to know for my own brain to just be able to relax. And I know many people are like this. But please tell us if it's either story that Prof said, like with the drugs, and then Libby got shot in the back, and then that's why, Derek called off of the bridge that Prof always talks about. And then come to find out, Noe takes us to another bridge and says, "Oh yeah, this is exactly what it looked like. This is exactly how he explained it. Yeah. This is it." And he goes down there and he's like, "Yeah, see that bridge right there going? Yep, he told me about that too." And he said one day Tony Klein was passing there and turned around and came down there and said, "What the fuck are you doing?" And the guy said, "I got my magnet and I get, stuff out of the water." And he's like, "Well, does it fucking get phones?" And
I want.
And it's a lot.
Have they shown like a? It looks about like the Monon High Bridge, but it's more concrete.
The bridge that he takes him on is really like. Hold on, I gotta think of that bridge. It was like really desolate. Like it was just a small bridge.
Oh, okay. But the bridge I'm talking about, like in Cutler, it's another train bridge, but instead of like being Monon, like wood, this was all like concrete.
Yeah. Oh, she's saying it's Wilson's Bridge, and you know what, Rochelle? Thank you so much for that, because Prof was stuck on that Wilson's Bridge, and then So my whole deal is, if Noe is in the picture to disinformation us, but he also has another job. Let me tell you that about that right now. Noe's job with Prof is get to know everybody, go sit in every chat, record everything that's going on so I can see everything, get into the Discords, get into this, and Noe's job is to like get everybody's phone numbers, find out exactly where they live, and then when they, he gets pissed off, they fucking dox people. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, it's like he's got my fucking phone number.
Like
Robin?
dangerously fucking doxes people. And the girl that turned in and said, she did some, she filled in some tips to go to, the prosecutor or to go to the defense, and he didn't give them to her, or he didn't give them to him.
Oh yeah, it's just like Becky saying she's gonna give her everything I just said, like I was talking to her about.
Let her do it.
Give it
Fuck
to Carter. And like I said, instead of giving it to Carter, she's telling like Dustin Prater and the rest of them, hide your friends list and hide this and get rid of this like post.
Yeah.
Like it was fucking weird. But before I even said Prater, I was like his co-defendant, and she's like, who, Dustin? And then before I was even able to say Prater, she put Prater. Like she already knew I was going to say Prater.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, okay, so do you think that's what happened? Because Libby wasn't shot in the back. But I will tell you that the crime scene photos that you got upset with everybody, and I get it, okay? I get it. But the
Well, the reason
photos,
I got upset is that's exactly what these killers wanted. And that's why Megan and others did what
absolutely.
they did, taking
Did,
pictures. They wanted
did
their
you?
work seen.
Okay, listen. The girls were found in one spot. Did you see when the helicopters were? You could see where they were, where the helicopters were, okay? And then you look over to the left of the video from the helicopter, and you see a bunch of flashes in this big amount of circle. You see all these flashes. What did anybody look there to see if maybe that was the crime scene? Because the crime scene is not where the fucking they found them. And I don't care what anybody says. It was not fucking there. Libby was in the fucking water. I've mentioned in that Nike goddamn bra a million times because I've seen her in it. It's not a bra, it's a tank top, Nike, and nobody ever talked about it. Okay? But
One
when
thing
you
I
look
did notice, I don't know if it
at
was Ives or somebody, it's almost like they did a little bitty like brush fire, but
where?
there was a picture. It had I want to say it was Robert Ives or something. Somebody took from across the creek, and it was on the side where they were found supposedly, and
Yeah.
right there on the bank, it looked like they did a small little brush fire,
Well, they drugged the
like right
girls back
next to the
up.
bank, because
They drugged.
there's a bunch of grass. It made it look like it was either on a fire, but
Yep.
you can tell it was a fire. It was blackened, like
Yep.
they caught it on fire, then how like
Well, like they
fire extinguishers or something to put it out
surrounded
after.
them here because they wanted to make it look like it was, you know, these people. Don't look at us, look at them. But with three different signatures.
Because
Speaking
the
of
picture I'm talking about, I thought it was Robert Ivers or somebody was standing up there on the bank, and somebody's like on the other
that's
side of the creek zoomed in, and
that's
there's a
pig.
spot. It looked like it was burned right under him where he's looking down towards the
Listen,
creek.
okay, you
But
know
there was
why?
like a spot, and like they said, where the clothes and shit were found, I
Want
got
me
a
to tell
feeling there
you?
was blood there. They got rid of
You
it.
want to tell me? Want me to tell you a secret?
Hmm.
That's where they drugged the girls up from, and where you're looking is because they shaded that part out because that's where they drug them. And when anytime you see a perfect video where the guy is standing, but you see gray behind it, There's stuff hidden in there. Promise you.
But it's just,
You will.
it's one thing. I'll find that and put it on my community wall. But I was like, I noticed that when he was looking down, and it's that's bare spot. There's all this like grass, and then
Yeah,
there
well,
was like this one spot that looked like they caught on fire. And I'm like, why is
he
he
was
looking down?
he was looking for the knife because Abby was still alive in the fucking water. She was hogtied, and she had a, a fucking thing over her head, and she was in the water, and she was still fucking alive. When those two searchers walked up to her, Libby was already dead and floating in her black bra shirt. Okay. So when they asked for rope, they had to pull both of those girls out because that's just where Mike Patty put them. Because he had to put them on Ron Logan's property because there's a reason for that.
Have you ever
And
actually looked on like the plat book? You realize the closer you get down to the creek, it gets
yeah,
to where it's less than 100 feet on each way. The closer you get to the creek, the smaller his property gets.
really?
And where the girls were found, it was less than 100 feet. If
Right,
if
right.
a few hundred feet this way or a few hundred feet that way. But look at Ron Logan's property when it gets down towards the creek, it
Mhm.
narrows like into a
Right.
point. So it's almost like an arrowhead. Like his property goes from wide, and the closer it gets to the creek, up to where it touches the creek, it goes
Yeah.
into just a few feet width.
Wow.
And I was like, I had to zoom in and kind of do the plot map and kind of the elevation,
Yeah. Well,
like
that's
do the both. But you had to actually zoom into it and do like the feet. It was less than 100 feet. If they were a few feet left or right, they would have been off of his property. And a lot of people are
right.
like, don't realize how just a matter of feet, if they were this way or that way, they would have been off of his property. Because everybody's talking like Ron's property was the big same width that goes all the way back down to the creek. It's the
Yeah, they
same
walk
width. It
and all
starts
the
the big,
time.
yeah, it starts big, wide, few acres, but it narrows like it down to an arrowhead right when it gets down towards that creek. Then it's his neighbors to the left and right, their
Yeah.
land. The closer
Okay.
you get to the creek, the more they own.
Have you ever heard of Scott 5529 or 5526?
Scott,
Scott.
when it comes to Scott,
Scott 559,
not right offhand.
maybe 92. Listen, so he does these, he freaks himself out. He's very good at astrology. He's very good at all kinds of stuff. And what he did, it was amazing. He amazed himself because he couldn't even explain it after he did it. But he went on the computer and he started checked in like elevations, just I mean everything possible. He came up with, if you go by astrology and you go by that certain whatever it is, I'm not as good as him, that's why you got to listen to him, okay? And he tells you like, oh my god, these girls are placed in exactly the spot that the astrology actually showed that night or for that holiday because it was, you know.
Another weird thing, like Kyle's letting it be known, is
Hmm.
the God, what was it? See, no, I just had a mic moment. But no, Kyle was letting it be known when it comes to reliving it every February 16th. Look what
Hmm.
the February 16th that is in Norse. It's like the
okay, so that's north.
blast blot,
Yeah, you got
ballast
north,
blot or whatever.
but you have
The day of a blot.
yeah, but then
There's in the book of Troth. It says 99 every 9
Lupercalia.
years, but then it says nine
victims
uh,
99
within
victims
9
in
years.
yeah.
But then
No,
I
you
seen another one where it's only he's asking for human sacrifices, and it's 9 human
yeah.
sacrifices. And if
Mm-hmm.
you add up like Flora 4, Karina 5, you've got Logan Sport, Delphi. Like there's already 9 because Gabe already had 4, 3 females and a male. The male was Paige Turley, her baby daddy. So
Mm-hmm.
instead of going through a costly divorce and custody battle, her baby daddy being found overdosed, dead at Gabe's, and then coming out gay shortly afterwards. Hmm, how convenient. And he was
Yeah.
the only male. There was 3 females and a male. He was the last one that overdosed at Gabe Ellis's place.
Wow.
But he already had 4 bodies before Karina. She was 5th.
Yeah.
Then Delphi would be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 with Flora before. So they've been the 2 extras.
Yeah.
That's just those cases right there. That right there, you can already tell him and his ring are involved with Flora no matter what.
Yeah.
Delphi, Karina. And if he's using those for his, like, the overdose at his house, that's got them over the 9.
Have you
But
ever
then you
heard
got to
Carter
think of,
have you ever heard Carter say that if you figure out Flora, you'll figure out Delphi, or if you figure out Delphi, you'll figure out Flora?
you know where he got that?
Where?
Let's listen back to Robert Ives. One of the first interviews he did, he says, I feel in order for justice to happen in Delphi, there's going to have to be justice in another case to happen
Yeah.
first. And I think it's because he knew with Mullins and Hammond, Karina Mcclerkin's, they opened an investigation in Carroll County involving her case.
Yeah.
ISP knew all about her case. FBI knew all about her case. And ISP and the locals are doing everything they can to discredit me. I should not be a credible federal witness
Well,
on more
you
than
are.
one case.
You're just not getting you're just not getting the credit for it. But listen, Scott did this. He got all the measurements of where the bodies were, okay? And then he freaked out because he did the astrology and he had all this. He's very technical. You won't understand everything, but he will explain it to you in layman's terms at the end. And what he says is the way that Libby and Abby were placed was 1 or 2 inches off of what, because they have like a certain degree they should have been on, and so if you watch the first one, like where he figures it out about Delphi, then you'll see he does Flora. He goes over to Flora, and all of a sudden Flora has all these X's in the same exact spot of where the girls were at when they died. And it's all about placement with him. He knows how to. That's why you got to watch him to understand what I'm saying, because I'm not smart enough to remember. And I've asked him some hard questions, and I think he even is baffled by how he figured this out.
Hey, about what
So,
time, like tomorrow evening, would be free to come back on? Because I'm just looking, I've got 18% on my battery, and I'm sitting on the carport.
Oh, okay,
And it's
yeah.
like 401 here.
Well, yeah. Just what was I saying just now? I just want to finish what I'm saying.
Well, worst case, you can replay it and go back to the very end. And then, oh shit, hold on. I am not guilty. I did not inhale. I did not inhale.
I have never inhaled. I just let it fall out of my mouth. That doesn't
I've
mean
never inhaled. I let it fall out of my mouth, just like Hillary Clinton. I don't
Oh
have her in my mouth.
my God, quit it. So, real quick, is Richard Allen, in your opinion, guilty of anything? Can you find anything on him that tells me he's guilty so I stop feeling bad? Or can you tell me he's innocent and he's being framed? And I'm
With
only
what I
asking.
know, with what ISP and the locals are doing in Flint, I'm seeing the
Mhm.
same thing going on with him and
Okay.
his wife being social butterfly. That's where, like, ones that go back to gave him that ring, all
Yeah.
they had to do is befriend her. And Rick would have no clue who it is. I heard they had pets. Them going on vacation down to the Smokies and shit like that.
Who
They
did?
had to have family. Well, you remember they were showing like Rick and Kathy like
Yeah.
hiking on vacation.
Yeah.
All they had to do is have a certain individual like Brooke Ball and her ties back to the Kokomo Ring, Gabe and all
Yeah.
them. All I had to do is befriend and get Kathy to trust him. Oh,
Yeah.
hey, somebody, I need somebody to feed and water the animals while we're on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Free roam of the house. We
Yep.
don't know who when they were on vacation. Is it family? Was it family friend that they trusted? Who
Right.
was caretaking the house when they were on vacation? We don't know that.
Yeah.
But
It's
there's friends of Kathy, like Andrew,
well, Tara was
Metroball.
good.
Like I said, he goes back to Tara German,
Yeah.
Stacy K. Steppers, all these other individuals that Andrew goes back to, and I'll show you exactly who that is, his Facebook. But
Yeah.
then you have individuals like Brooke Ball and a few other her friends, like I said, just like Flint Farmer, they had just enough. They need just enough, and he was a user. But like I said, knowing and seeing that Kathy was like a social butterfly before all this happened,
Yeah.
you could easily see that and can tell on her Facebook she was a social butterfly. Didn't know a
Right.
stranger.
Yeah.
And what I'm seeing with Flint Farmers, I'm telling you without a doubt, and what I'm seeing ISP doing both with me and trying to discredit me on who and what I federally am on Karina
Mm-hmm.
Mcclerkin's,
Yep.
what I proved Indiana State Police based off of manpower and funding, egos over getting child exploitation cases justice. This is with Miami County Post, the one
Yeah.
that is over the child sex crime unit,
Mm-hmm.
Charles Chuck Myers. And when I brought up to KPD and ISP, if manpower and funding is such an issue, why don't you get federal help on child exploitation, child porn? Knowing damn
Right.
well when I said that, I know what the FBI covers,
Mm-hmm.
especially when it comes down to child sex crimes.
Yeah.
But then
Well,
Andrew
it's
Robert Smith, he had not one, but two. The girl I named her first name, I
yeah.
was just days on the streets in the winter, asked to keep an eye out for my daughter and my granddaughter.
Yeah.
I seen the
That.
letter she left her grandmother and mom where she had to do this to get out of this this ring, this gang.
That's
I knew what
sad.
she meant. And I had a blanket to a mother and a grandmother to get in and out of this little gang of hers. She was going to be trafficked. And that's what she meant. I got to do
Yep.
this to get out of this. I want to get out.
Yep.
And she was found within 48 hours. She was the second underage girl found at Andrew Robert Smith. And he was actually at the Kokomo Towers. So how is a known child molester that was refusing to register as a child molester getting
That.
federal subsidized housing in the Kokomo Tower uh, subsidized housing, the apartments,
Wow.
HUD apartments? He
Oh
had
my
not
God.
one but two underage girls, and he had a warrant out for his arrest. So you mean to tell me not one but two within 48 hours, underage girls were found at this wanted child molester, Andy Robert Smith's apartment? And
But
no
Abby and Libby.
questions. Nobody
Two of them.
ran his case and his warrant.
Mhm.
Nothing to see here. When you could have picked him up on the warrant, and then not one but two underage girls that were being
Yeah,
trafficked found at his
yeah,
apartment. But Andrew Robert Smith, nothing to see here. Waltzed out of that. They didn't even bother running to see if he had warrants or anything on him, knowing who and
yeah.
what he was. But then what
Mhm.
KPD and ISP said about him and others, oh, some of these victims, they don't want to be found. They don't want justice. They were
Right.
laughing, making jokes. And I want you guys to keep in mind in that 2018 inside KPD,
Yeah,
ISP Miami Post in 2018, Liberty German, Anthony Shots count
yeah.
was sitting one of those 40 cases cold on their desk,
So
refusing federal involvement. Why?
know
Their
that
egos.
do you know that did Kelsey clone? I want to say clone, but maybe just make up another Tony Dot Shots or something like that, and then she was kind of fucking with Libby with her name or with that name, and Libby was sending nudes with sorry with Abby
You unheld.
and, and what'd you say?
It's it's a
Uh-huh.
possibility, but then you cannot get around where Keegan himself said he had planned to meet Libby at the bridge.
But
He showed up
remember,
earlier in the day. She didn't show up, so he ended up leaving. And
listen, bro,
you
Kelsey
how the hell
con.
is he not involved?
But you know
When
what?
he
Listen,
could have planned that meeting and Gabe Ellis could have been using that device, knowing when she arrived. Was that
yeah,
another thing? Is what Kelsey was getting rid of? Hey, we just got here. Where are you? Oh, he said he's going to be down here.
I've heard from a very good source that somebody was putting money on Libby's account every week for Kelsey,
And one thing that I want to keep people in mind,
which is Keegan
what
Klein.
Gabe started the exploitation with Sierra Daly, it was panties, underage girls and panties. The same item that's missing out of Delphi, it was both his fetishes. Why do you think his enemy's daughter was nude? They were both
Who's?
nude at one point.
Who's?
They said Libby was found nude. Well, his
Yeah, yeah,
enemy's daughter was found nude. The most in tears eyes, the vengeance, the god of vengeance and justice. So
yeah.
anybody that wronged them became their enemies. And their book of troth, their enemies are able to be sacrificed. Them, especially their enemies' children, are acceptable
Do you think that this?
sacrifices to their gods.
Do you think that the girls were either one of them were actually sacrificed, or it was just meant to be figuratively, and we'll find out?
I feel more it was part of it, but at the same time, it's more of a murder, blood oath.
Mm-hmm.
Like they all take part of the murder, and I think why so many is every individual that was there
Yeah.
had to take part in at least one of the girls.
Well, they
So
knew.
you got
I
to count all the.
think they set them all up and propped them and did all that fucking bullshit somewhere else after they were bleeding to death, but they bled out in the water. I'm telling you, everybody's got to understand that.
But what
I
I'm
know.
getting at is count up how many wounds they've now numbered. There was only one small one on Abby, and at least what, five, if not
Wounds.
six, on at least Libby.
Well, and how were those sticks still there when whoever found them went up to him, ran up to him, and tried to do life-saving
So
measures?
it
Like,
was Gabe Ellis, Tyler Joe Fringe, Megan Allen. That's three. Kyle Stacy, four. Brad, five. And Patrick, six.
You think just 6?
Well, I'm trying to say there's others, like if Megan,
Yeah,
if she didn't stab one of the girls, know what it felt, and she was just there taking pictures and video and
yeah,
did only one, like she said, I stabbed one of the girls, just know what it felt like. Was she the one that did the single on Abby? Then
yeah,
she was taking pictures and video, like she told her mom she did. And then is that how uh, Nick Edwards got the snuff and gore that Garrett said his friend, Nick Edwards, received? But like I said, before he takes down his pictures and stuff, you're going to see another
mm,
practicing Odinist. The whole get up and everything.
yeah. Is that
And
gonna
you're going to
be?
be like, whoa. But look at
They're
the friends list.
gonna
Your
be like
jaw's going
Tate.
to drop. Holy shit. The nexus back to other missing murdered cases, individuals involved in there,
Are you talking
a
about?
serial killer.
Well, I know one serial killer that's gonna come out of this as a serial killer. You know him too, so we won't even say his
Mm-hmm.
name. He's going down. So that's all I can fucking say.
I hit my vape this time, so give me
I
a second. Oh, man, that was a bad
smoke
idea.
bowls. I smoke bowls. But listen, this,
No, that was a regular vape. I was doing a
yeah.
menthol vape.
Oh God,
It's been helping me kind of, okay. I'm not going to cough for a second now, but
you
it's
gotta
like a
have.
menthol ice vape. It kind of, if Halls doesn't do it,
Oh, I
it
hit
opens
one.
me up.
I started choking so bad. I said, "Oh my God, I can't believe!" And I watched somebody hit it so hard. I'm like, "Jesus Christ, you could suck a golf ball through a garden hose."
I can't do those. I got to do baby hits. I get barely lights, and I'm like, okay, that's enough for me. How these people
Mm,
like kind of just inhale the hell out of it and act like nothing. I'm like, how the hell? I'm sitting here coughing and gagging, puking. If I take too big of a regular vape hit,
yeah,
in the reason I'm trying to do a little bit of vape, I'm trying to cut back on smoking, but
yeah,
I'm like,
good.
ugh. It just, I can't do vapes very much, like, or too big of a hit because I'm like, oof, because it's whatever the hell's in that. It messes with the asthma and shit. I'm like, I'm a
I
rookie when
can't
it
do.
comes to vape. I can't do that big old inhale and big old cloud. I can't do that.
Oh God, no! I used to be able to do that in my old days. I'd fucking calm down by now. I smoke maybe a bowl or
Well,
two a
like I could
night.
do a big old bong or help put like a fishbowl on your head
Mm-hmm.
doing that shit. Or like I used to do like the whole. You remember like the big gallon jugs like you do for like the hot and cold water.
Um.
So it's like 5 gallon big old
Oh
jugs.
yeah.
You
Yep.
cut the nozzle out and then kind of use it as a space cadet fucking big old. If you use like actually, if you cut the nozzle off of those big water containers and you
Yeah.
put like a pool noodle around there around your neck, it seals
Mm-hmm.
it like, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Mhm.
ingenious, yeah, MacGyver shit we came up with. But I still
Yeah.
remember when I first started smoking it. I'm not gonna lie to you, I was getting weed and smoking, what, 12 with buddies of mine, like hiding out the big park, like out in the back, like woods, kind of like how the girls would be, and smoking a fucking, like, finding a tin can that's on the side of the woods or whatever, making a bowl out of the tin can, poking holes, smoking out of a tin can like 12, 13, 14. So I started
Mm.
smoking weed. And the life around the girls, could that what be what they were doing? Hey, we're trying to find a way, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Either that or is anybody ever said Abby lived not far uh not far from the bridge, correct?
Right. You could see. There
With the
was a
place
picture.
they went, the direction and the place they went, is that trying to get to Abby's by
Mm,
possibility?
Listen, those girls never crossed that bridge. They never crossed that water. Those girls were kidnapped. And they were
Shit,
taken.
I'm gonna have to get off here. I'm at 2%.
Okay,
But
so
hey,
just
email me and tell me about what time we'll plan to do this tomorrow evening.
yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. We got 25 people in here, so we're gonna thank them and welcome
Oh
them
yeah,
back.
thank you guys, and you guys have a good night
I think
or
that
good morning.
I'll talk to you tomorrow, Michael.
Bye.
All right, bye.